it. And just do it. Break it up into 5. Break it up into 4. Break it up into 3 if you have to.
What
but
is
go to
this
the
guy
doctor 4
saying?
times
Like,
instead
this
of
is
once,
literally
or 5 times
the president
instead of once.
making.
And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body.
Giving
and maybe
medical
that's the drug
advice
companies that make more money that way.
As opposed to
maybe
the
it's
doctors.
because they don't want to be, doing this
And he's
so
just
much.
talking
Maybe
out of his ass. He's
maybe it's the doctors. They
freestyling.
get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is? Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life with a lot of other things, you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give them a couple of Tylenol. They give them a shot. They give them a vaccine. And every time they give them a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And it doesn't hurt not to do it. It doesn't hurt. There's no downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem. But for years, we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination.
No,
and
we
I'm very
haven't.
happy that you broke out chickenpox because
no,
that was
we
really
haven't.
a problem.
No, that's not
And
a thing that we've been hearing.
Because there are other things.
Hear other things.
We're talking about other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some reason, with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol.
Trump used
There's no
platform of presidents to
downside.
promote unproven ties to Tylenol vaccines, autism without new
You'll be
evidence.
uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol, and don't give it to the baby after the baby is born. And you know what? We have more than 3 years left. And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this, I told them that this is the #1 thing I want to do from you. And, we have something else called Favored Nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500, 1,200. We're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called Favored Nations. We're going to be paying what right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, or we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud in my first term that for the final year, drug prices went down 0.25%. And I was so proud. I said, why? I'm the first one to do it. I think it was 28 years, they said, where drug prices went down from the beginning of the term to the end. And I was so proud. I called a news conference. I said, drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have them go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill. From $1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me. But they pay $1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, what's this all about? We're subsidizing the rest of the world stupidly because we have a lot of stupid people in this country running things.
Okay.
And how big is that? But to me, that's nothing compared to autism. I see that gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay? A big one. I saved it for you, okay? Because I heard you were coming. Look how beautiful he is. So that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it. And we're going to have, I think, really, if you do all the things that I say, break it up, Just break it up. Break up the shots with the doctor. MMRs, as I told you, separate, separate, separate. Chickenpox already separate. You do these things. I'm telling you, I want to, when I leave office, I don't want to have, it's going to be the kind of number that we're hearing where it's 1 in 32 or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's get it back to maybe 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000 or maybe none in 20,000. And the only way you're going to do that, because this is artificially induced. This is induced by something. You don't go from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000, then to 1 in 10. That means you're taking something and something's wrong. And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we're going to have a tremendous, this is the most important. There's nothing more important than me. We cured inflation that Biden gave us. He gave us so much inflation, the biggest ever in history. We got inflation done. We brought prices down. We gave you the largest tax cuts, all that stuff. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what we're doing today. This means everything. So we're going to save a lot of children from a tough life, a really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents from a tough life. Okay, how about a few questions? Let's just make it on this subject. This is so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, you know, some nonsense on the economy.
This is so important.
And I will say
me ramble. I will ramble.
Is unbelievable. The stock market just hit another record high and all that stuff. This means more to me. Yeah, please.
I have one on your announcement, one on vaccines. That's also really
Yes.
good. Why do you think we haven't heard more previously about the tie to
Woke.
autism and acetaminophen?
Nobody
woke.
knows. I don't know. Not only that, when you say it, you get attacked. I was saying something similar, not as strongly, because now facts are on our side. But I was saying it with Bobby 20 years ago, and I was attacked. I said, whoa, what was that all about?
Trump has always been a vaccine skeptic and talked about how too many vaccines is what causes autism. He used to say that all the time.
Drug companies, doctors, I don't know what it is. All I want to do, I don't care. I don't care about being attacked. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that the numbers at the end of our term or shortly thereafter could be really phenomenal. I want it to go up just like it came down to this horrible level. 1 in 10, 1 in 12. I was told 1 in 10. I was told 1 in 12. Today I heard 1 in 31 if you add the girls and the boys together. It's crazy. And it was 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 20,000. It's not even sustainable for a country. You want to know the truth. And there are other places that don't have it.
That's not true.
They have things in common.
That's not true.
And that's called medical
That's literally
research.
not true. If there are no autism diagnoses taking place, that is a matter of diagnostics, not a matter of there's no autism in those countries. And considering that this is seen as a spectrum in terms of like the social component, okay, many people that have it, including like older generations of people that have it, might not even know that they have it. They're just, back in the day, look, this is fucking broad. This is very broad, right? Back in the day, when someone was autistic, they would just go, he's a little weird, okay? That's it. Especially if they were like low needs or low support needs autistic. They would just go, that guy likes math. That guy's a little weird. It is what it is, okay? That's it. And then they would lobotomize the people with high support needs, okay? That's how they used to do it back then. Now, obviously, that wasn't great either, okay? But that was it. They would just be like, oh, he's eccentric, you know? Yeah, your grandmother that collects spoons, just a little eccentric. Your uncle that loves model trains, just a little eccentric. That's it. The idea that this is like not seen elsewhere is just a matter of diagnostics. And considering that this is not like a disease or anything, like it's just more so a matter of normalizing It's just more so a matter of fucking normalizing the way that the way that people deal with autism that they have, and also other people that have you know, a better way of socializing with people who have autism.
How do you clear up this confusion?
That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups. And you know what? Maybe they're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the facts bear it out at all. They're fighting for something that, in my opinion, they shouldn't be fighting for. But here's the thing. There's no downside to doing, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out a little bit. There's no downside to doing this. It's not like, oh, if you do this, you're going
There's
to
no
die.
downsides
There's no
to
downside.
the unlimited amount of
going over a 4-year or 5-year
unsubstantiated
period.
medical skepticism that we just presented. And also the fact that
No downside.
I even doubled down on another unsubstantiated, totally ridiculous statement about vaccines.
And they feel
No downsides whatsoever to vaccine skepticism, except for previously combated diseases coming back because people are just not going to get vaccinated for it.
And there's no
Oh my
downside
Lord.
to doing it. Everything I said, there's no downside to doing it. It can only be good. And I think you're going to see very good results. That's establishment stuff. And we've been reading that about a lot of things for years. And you know what's happened? We've gone from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 32 to 1 in 10. Think of it. 1 in 10 or 12 or 1 in 31. Think of it. 1 in 31 people, young kids, get autism? What is it, Jeff?
My question is about leucovorin. You mentioned that as part of your plan. That is also a chemotherapy treatment. Have you been in touch with the drug companies to
why don't
increase
I have the
production
doctor
about
answer
that?
that?
And just, I'm going to throw in my follow-up at the same time. Dr. Oz mentioned that this will be available with CHIP, children who are on CHIP. But the big beautiful bill reduced funding for CHIP and Medicaid by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Are you concerned that that will impact your ability to get this drug
I'll
out?
explain it to you in a second, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Leucovorin is not a chemotherapy, but it is a vitamin given with chemotherapy sometimes. And the idea here is that the folic acid receptor in the brain is blocked by some antibody response. It might be 20, 40, 50% of kids with autism. And leucovorin will bypass that blocked receptor. And that's why so many doctors are probably seeing so much clinical improvement on kids with leucovorin.
So are you going to increase production?
Yeah, we've been in touch with the companies, and they are prepared to ramp up production. And we actually talked to them about a month ago.
And on your second part of your nasty question, the number is that the great big beautiful bill, which is the greatest, I think one of the best things ever passed in the history, with the tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of the things it does, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, all of it does. It also gives $200 million, as just explained by Dr. Oz. And I'd like you to explain that, Doctor, to exactly what you're saying.
The Big Beautiful Bill actually increases Medicaid spending projected over the next 10 years by $200 billion. There's also a $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund, which will allow a lot of these programs to get in the rural parts of the country that the president and Congress are handing to governors to start distributing. Those grants have already gone out. The money will be allocated by the end of this calendar year. And I want to point out that the ability of NIH to do research that feeds and hands the ball to the FDA, which then can change labeling to allow Medicaid programs in states to fund this program, will ensure that the things that President Trump and Secretary Kennedy desire are financially affordable for the families around America.
You mentioned CHIP, sir. That's why I asked that question. You mentioned that CHIP would fund this for children.
Well, most of the kids are on Medicaid, probably 43% on Medicaid, another 8–10% on CHIP, and all the programs in general are being evaluated. Most of what the One Big Beautiful Bill was seeking to do was to remove fraud, waste, and abuse. But the programs themselves should stay financially intact for the people for whom they were designed, and in this case, for children.
And the only thing we cut, so that's $200 billion positive. The only thing we cut was for fraud, waste, and abuse, of which there was a lot in this country, and nobody minds that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said that there was no reason to give newborn babies hepatitis B vaccines. But hepatitis B can be contracted not just through sexually transmitted diseases, in terms of needles, open wounds. So when you say you feel, is that appropriate to be telling?
I think it's absolutely appropriate. I think they should wait till they're 12 years old. Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you all for being here. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines. Would you like other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
What is this again?
You've been
Yeah,
talking.
speak up, please.
You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines.
correct.
Would you like the other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
I would say yes, but that just is, for me, it's a lot of common sense involved in this. It's a process, but we're looking, but it should at least be given separately. Now, it's possible that you can reduce them and give it, I'd give them in small doses, but it's possible maybe in that particular case, the MMR wouldn't work in small doses, but you can certainly give them as separate shots. It's been proven to be very safe when you give them in separate shots instead of mixing. So I don't think there's any reason to do that. Do you agree with it? I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to do that. So it's been
Why
proven
are
to be
you
safe
doing-
when you
don't
break
do
them up.
that.
But MMR by itself, I've heard bad things about it for many years. Yes, please.
That's a great way to end that conversation. I'm not a doctor. Why am I giving my opinion?
Research
A question
purposes,
we're
you are
all
dealing with a
asking.
population of children who might have social boundary difficulties, and then you have children who are, going to grow up to be adults in diapers. I mean, what do you think?
We don't know how broad the spectrum is. We don't know exactly where it starts and where it ends, but we do know what we're going through. We're going through some very serious trouble, and we know autism. I mean, it could be bigger, it could be small, a little bit smaller, but the number is unacceptable. And the number, the way it's come down, because the spectrums remain the same, the number, the way it's come down is just unacceptable, meaning come down to that level of 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 31. Go ahead, in the back.
This question is more directed towards Secretary Kennedy. It was talked about that we're just kind of finding out about the fact that babies are affected this way. Is there a concern that information is being suppressed right now within HHS, and could an investigation perhaps be launched, seeing any more
Well, I think information has been really not given out very freely over the years, absolutely. And I think that's by drug companies and maybe doctors, but I certainly think that over the years. I think this is a different group. We have a lot of information. And that information, I mean, it's the information that we have that we're making these statements. And I'm making them out front, and I'm making them loud, and I'm making them strongly not to take Tylenol, not to take it. Just don't take it unless it's absolutely necessary, and there's not too many cases where that will be the case. And again, what's the worst? The worst is nothing can happen. It's very positive. That's a positive thing. But I don't believe I don't actually believe that's possible. I think the results are going to be amazing. I want to see amazing results by the time I leave this beautiful building. And I will consider this, I believe, with the wars, I've stopped 7 different wars. I've saved millions of lives. I've done a lot of things.
Oh,
This will be
I
as
thought we weren't
important as
talking about
any
other
single
shit.
thing I've done. Because
Turns
I
out
know
we are.
ladies, beautiful ladies just like this that are going through the same thing. And it's not easy. And I admire you for being able to do it. But I admire him too. I wish I had a face that looked like that. If I
Do they
looked like
just
him, I
want
would
a
have been
mountain
president
of
a long time
litigation?
ago.
Is that what it is? Like, what the fuck were they thinking with this?
Is widely used in other countries too. As you make this announcement, do you expect your decision may affect?
I hope
other
they follow
countries?
it. Yeah, I hope they follow it. Yeah, other countries are, sell Tylenol. Some countries don't. I mean, I hear Cuba now. Again, you'll have to check this out. But I hear Cuba doesn't have it because it's very expensive, and they don't have the money to have it, or they don't want to spend the money to have it. They don't have Tylenol, and I hear they have essentially no autism. So you'll have to check it out. Yeah, right.
Medical professionals have warned
No,
for
I
decades.
said, no, not you. You're CNN. You're fake news. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Amish community, if I can, just for a second. I recently saw a man from Minnesota, an Amish man from Minnesota, on a podcast, and the host asked him what the rates were for like ADHD and autism, and he had no idea about ADHD.
Oh my God,
He
Theo
didn't know
Vaughn.
it existed.
Oh my
He
God.
certainly
Oh my
didn't know
God. It's
it
because of Theo Vaughn.
existed.
Oh my God.
Doesn't
Theo Vaughn
exist
is literally.
for the
Oh
Amish
no.
community, and they don't take all of this junk.
Dude,
it
they don't
doesn't
go to the
exist.
fucking doctor. That doesn't mean that they don't have autism. What the fuck is going on, bro?
Countries where
Oh my God.
they don't take it. Would you
Yeah,
say?
if they don't go to the fucking doctor, then they don't know if they have fucking autism or ADHD. It's that
Vaccines, a
simple. What the
subset that
fuck?
does not. And we know that
It's like literally before the first autism diagnosis, nobody had autism. Okay? Yeah, I guess nobody. No, it doesn't mean that nobody had autism. It just means that nobody was diagnosed with autism.
Causes of autism.
I wish they would, yeah.
And why are they so close-minded?
Well, they just
Yeah, at a time when everyone was dying by the age of 10, okay? But when kids were just dropping before vaccines, when kids were dropping before the age of 10, nobody knew why they were dying, but they were dying for some reason. They were dying, but they were healthy. They didn't have autism.
some people think, mostly Republicans actually. I'll tell you, the Democrats think it was. They think Operation Warp Speed was one of the greatest things any president has done. Any president. It's we're very proud of what happened. We got hit with something that came from a place that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. Those things take place, and you're very unpleasantly surprised. But no, I'm a big believer in vaccines. The polio vaccine, big believer in vaccines. I know Bobby and you guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But I've seen how great vaccines can be, how incredible they can be. So I'm a believer. Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah, please.
your comment you made about MMR and hepatitis C, I guess that those were your suggestions, but have you spoken with Secretary Kennedy about actually making those changes?
I have, yeah, I have. I've spoken to all the doctors about it, and doctors that are not here right now. I've spoken to many doctors about everything we're talking about. And, the Tylenol has started to be spoken of over the last period of time, but we've been doing the research. A lot of what they've been speaking about comes from right here by research done by these people. And I just say it again, don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. And don't give it to your child after your child is born, and do all those other things, little things, just spread out your visits, et cetera, on the vaccine. And I want to thank everybody. This is a very important day. Thank you very much.
What do you mean with the Democratic leader, sir?
Oh my God, bro. I mean, let's be real. This was like, what was the alternative, What's the alternative? Of course this was going to happen. Of course this was going to happen. And this is just the beginning, too. It's going to get even worse than this. You let the fucking madmen run the asylum, and this is what's going to happen. I mean, I guess, like, in some ways, I thought that while liberal capitalism is in decline, corporate interests would still offer some significant setbacks to this administration accelerating the decline. Because like you just don't want, it's not good for even the capital owners if like people are this stupid, right? If they're anti-science, anti-medicine to this degree, it's still not good for the profit margins, right? But it turns out there's nothing people can do. These guys are just going to do whatever the fuck they want. I cannot believe it. It feels so insane that this is the administration, this is the government, this is the president. These are the people running the FDA and the CDC and the HHS. This PhD organic chemistry guy says, RFK Jr. is set to announce Tylenol causes autism, and then it'll push the cure. Leucovorin, folinic acid. Who sells folinic acid? Dr. Oz's supplement company, iHerb. Sal baba. Ne? Eyvallah. Think about that. A government health official tied to the very supplement company that benefits from RFK Jr.'s bogus cure. This is in public health. It's corrupt. It's corruption dressed up as wellness. We're so cooked. We're so unimaginably cooked. Here's the most recent and largest study I could find. Folinic acid modestly reduced autism severity in a 2024 RCT with the biggest gains in kids with folate receptor autoantibodies safe, but the benefit, give or take 1 point on CARS, may be too small to be clinically meaningful. A 24-week double-blind trial tested high-dose folinic acid in 80 children with autism ages 2 to 10. Both placebo and treatment groups improved. A million studies that prove that Tylenol is the least consequential anti-inflammatory drug that pregnant parents can take doesn't mean anything. One study on the opposite side that says folinic acid could be helpful in reducing some of the aspects of autism, then, you know, all systems go. Fucking dope, man. I don't know. I just don't know what to say. What do you say to this? What do you say to this? What the fuck do you say to any of this? What an insane situation we found ourselves in. I mean, it's expected, but it still feels crazy when you're watching it unfold, you know? Let's see what CNN had to say about this autism shit.
The United Nations, France joining more than 140.
Never mind, they're talking about France recognizing
the Palestinian state.
The Palestinian state, which, of course, in and of itself is an important news story. We'll talk about that as well.
Kingdom and Canada announcing they too will now recognize a Palestinian state. The shift playing out as a humanitarian crisis in Gaza intensifies and as Israel tightens its grip on Gaza City. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insisting there will be no Palestinian state and that these countries are, quote, giving a massive prize to terror. Joining us now from outside the UN is the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. It's good to have you with us, Mr. Ambassador. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that he is preparing for Israel to enter what he calls an era of isolation. What exactly does that look like for Israel?
Well, we just saw what happened in the General Assembly. We saw the hypocrisy, the theater, countries coming and demanding demands from Israel, ignoring the reality, what's happening on the ground, the fact we have still 48 hostages in Gaza. But we are determined. We are determined to finish the job and to bring back all the hostages. You know, I listened very carefully to the speeches today. Many leaders said we expect Hamas not to be part of the equation in the future. But no one actually explained how it's going to be accomplished, because they know it's only on our shoulders. That's the duty to make sure Hamas will be out of the game. So we will continue, we will finish the job, and we will create a better opportunity, not only for Israelis, but also for the Palestinians in Gaza.
In terms of creating better opportunities, as you know, a short time ago, Emmanuel Macron of France announced that his country will officially recognize the state of Palestine. He said that this is, in his view, the only solution that would actually allow Israel to live in peace. And when it comes to Hamas, over the weekend, in an interview with CBS, he said he believes this move will actually help to isolate Hamas. Here's a little bit more of what he had to say.
Hamas is just obsessed by destroying Israel. But I recognize the legitimacy of so many Palestinian people who want a state, who are a people, they want a nation, they want a state, and we should not push them towards Hamas. If we don't offer them a political perspective and such a recognition, the unique answer will be security, and they will be completely trapped by Hamas as the unique option.
So as you hear him arguing there, when it comes to the Palestinian people, he's saying this is an important alternative to make sure they don't turn to Hamas and go with Hamas. Are you concerned moving forward here? And he points out he believes the continuing surge of Gaza could actually drive people to become not only more anti-Israel, but drive them to support Hamas. What is the plan to make sure that doesn't happen for Palestinians?
I don't think they can become more anti-Israel.
Well, I think it's exactly the opposite. You know, I think that what we are seeing, it's like virtual reality. You know, President Macron, he doesn't know the facts. You know, only yesterday, Hamas put a statement thanking him for convening this show at the UN and basically telling him that that's the continuation of October 7th. So when Hamas is praising you, one should know that there is a problem with what he's doing. And basically what we saw here was support for terrorism, not for peace. You know, we are a peaceful nation. We signed peace treaties with so many countries. But in order to do that, you have to sit down and negotiate, not to come to the UN and have empty declarations. And I would add my point, you know, in one of the interviews, President Macron mentioned that there is no Hamas in Judea and Samaria. You know, he's wrong again. Unfortunately, Hamas is there, and they are active there. And even the PA can acknowledge that they have issues dealing with radicals in Judea and Samaria. So maybe he has like a different aspirations for the region, but he has to face reality. We are there. We know what's happening on the ground. That's why we're committed to make
West
sure
Bank
that
as
Israel
well.
is a safe place, and Hamas is not there.
Sundown tonight, of course, will mark the beginning of the Jewish New Year. Hamas today released a propaganda video of a 24-year-old hostage, Alon Ohel, urging the U.S. to stop supporting Netanyahu's decisions. Now, the family has asked the media not to show that video. What is your message tonight to hostage families as they mark Rosh Hashanah, as they welcome in a new year without their loved ones?
We are praying for the hostages. You know, we know 2 years, it's a very long time. We know that the physical conditions of the hostages, you know, we cannot describe the details, unfortunately. And you mentioned the videos that we're receiving, you know, they want to hurt the families. But we are committed to bring them home. And I hope that this year, this Jewish New Year, will bring with it a new message that the hostages will come home. And we want to finish this war. Don't be mistaken. We have no desire to stay in Gaza or to prolong this war. We want to finish with it. But what we saw here at the UN, it's actually supporting Hamas. It doesn't support ending of the war.
Ambassador Denny, to know we need to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erica.
Dude, this is not news. This is not news broadcast.
Thanks so much for joining us here on The Lead. I'm Erica Hill, in today for Jake Tapper. And we begin with the news coming out of Washington. Plenty happening, of course, in the nation's capital. This hour, President Trump's message to Pam Bondi. It is a direct message. The U.S. Attorney General suggesting.
God damn, everything sucks so bad, dude. Everything is so fucking ass. It is crazy.
President Trump putting
yeah, we got Attorney General Pam Bondi investigating political enemies. I have Blowback's very own Noah Cohen coming on to promote the new season, the upcoming season, in a brief moment after I'm done eating this food real quick. And of course, there is a fuck ton more to talk about. But yeah, I guess we'll stay with CNN's coverage for now.
Or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it.
It is important to note, to stress, decades of evidence shows that Tylenol is safe. The head of the FDA will be here with the administration's new claim ahead this hour. Also, the fine for Syracuse University, accusing the team of faking injuries during Saturday's football game. The pitch is straight, though, to the breaking news out of the White House. President Trump's comments just moments ago linking children and autism to Tylenol when used by pregnant women. CNN's Kristen Holmes was in the room when the president made a number of incredible claims. Kristen, there is a lot of pushback on this announcement, but the Secretary of Health, the president, really standing firm there.
They are. And a couple of things to note here. So part of the big announcement was the fact that the FDA will now advise doctors that there is this link, they say, between autism and acetaminophen. They also said that there would be a warning label that was put on acetaminophen, which is essentially Tylenol, warning pregnant women of the risks of taking it. But we had a lot of questions that went unanswered. And yes, there is an enormous amount of pushback, but we still don't have entire clarity on the picture here. President Trump at one point saying that we looked at things differently than others did. That was something we also heard from the press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, that they were looking at things through a new lens. But some of what he said goes against so much of what we have heard. And I'm not just talking about the links to autism. That, of course, is something, as you mentioned, that there has been an ongoing debate about. We have heard from medical professionals for decades that Tylenol is safe, but this has been a theory and something that has been studied at length because of potential concerns. But there are also questions in what he said that go back to women getting pregnant and what we've been told by medical professionals for decades. One of them, for example, is that he said that women should just tough it out if they get a fever, that they shouldn't take Tylenol or acetaminophen under any circumstances. To be very clear, there is no alternative for pregnant women. Every other painkiller or fever reducer has shown adverse side effects. So Tylenol is the only option. Women are told that it is incredibly dangerous, particularly in the first trimester, to reach a high fever. It could lead to miscarriage. It could lead to complications for both the mother and the baby.
Just
and
tough it
President
out,
Trump
bro.
continued to say there was no downside to waiting through the fever, to toughing it out, to just not taking Tylenol. Again, that was the question that I would have asked had he taken that question. I think it's one that many women are going to be deeply concerned about. Of course, the other fear in this is that if women do get a high fever, that they won't take it because they're going to be afraid that it will lead to autism, but instead...
I guess technically if the baby dies due to incredibly high fever that is left unaddressed because of this newfound fear, technically that baby won't actually have autism. So in some ways, he's not wrong. You know what I mean?
And one point to make here is that President Trump and RFK, the HHS secretary, had promised that they would have answers on autism by September. It is now September, but big questions are, did the data change? What were they looking at that seemed different than the studies that we've been really discussing and have been in and out of mainstream media, Erica? It's not as though this has been some kind of just fringe thing. This has been something that has been under discussion for decades, but ultimately health providers said and ruled that it was safer to use Tylenol and that it was safe to use Tylenol in pregnancy, particularly if you needed it.
Yeah, there has been a significant amount of study, as you point out. Kristen at the White House, really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll also just a note, stay with us just ahead this hour. I'll be speaking with the FDA commissioner specifically about these new recommendations and what the science is behind them. That's still to come here. Meantime, in our Law and Justice League, President Trump is ramping up his attacks against his political enemies. At Charlie Kirk's memorial on Sunday, Trump taking a much different approach than that of Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk.
The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us.
That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica.
Well, the president's remark come just one day after he also publicly put pressure on the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, to prosecute his political enemies. In a Truth Social post directed at Bondi, Trump mentioned three of his adversaries, former FBI Director James Comey, New York Democratic Attorney General Letitia James, and Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California, and then added, quote, "We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served," as you see that last part there in all caps, now. I want to bring in now my panel of legal experts, civil rights attorney Maya Wiley and former Trump attorney Bill Brennan. It's good to have both of you with us. The White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about this repeatedly today as to specifically whether the president is weaponizing the Justice Department. Here's what she had to say.
We are not going to tolerate gaslighting from anyone in the media or from anyone on the other side who is trying to say that it's the president who is weaponizing the DOJ. It was Joe Biden and his attorney general who weaponized the DOJ. He wants accountability for these corrupt fraudsters who abused their power, who abused their oath of office to target the former president and then candidate for the highest office in the land.
Incredible. We'll get back to this in a brief moment. I am now calling Noah Colwin and Brendan of the Blowback podcast to talk to them about the new episode of Blowback coming out. Hello? Hey, can you hear me, Noah? Brendan?
Hey fellas.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the Hasanabi broadcast.
Thanks for having us back.
Yeah,
Later.
we got some return customers here. All right. So, as is tradition, whenever you guys have a new season that comes out, I bring you guys on to talk about all the things that you're covering, while giving as little spoilers as possible. What is this? What's this season going to be about?
This season, our 6th season of back, will be about the Cold War showdown in Africa. One of them, but probably the biggest and most vast, the Civil War in Angola, because that was a conflict that was pretty important. It the Cold Warriors in America didn't really focus too much on Africa until there was a real showdown, not only between Portugal, which was a kind of backward empire that was behind the 8 ball in terms of decolonizing by this point in the 20th century, but then South Africa, which wanted to spread the sort of apartheid mini imperium that it was building in southern Africa into places like Namibia, which was a neighbor of both Angola and South Africa, and elsewhere. And when they trained their sights on Angola, it was the Cubans, Fidel Castro and the Cuban leadership, sent tens of thousands of troops to go help defend their African ally from the apartheid government. And the Soviet Union joined in as well. So then it became this kind of real important aspect of the Cold War, where you had the CIA, foreign mercenaries, and South Africa on one side, as well as a very prominent warlord we can talk about in a bit, maybe, inside of Angola. And you had revolutionary Cuba, Angola, and the Soviet Union on the other. So it's exciting for us because we've never done a season on the African continent before. And it's also a return of a lot of protagonists from previous seasons and antagonists from previous seasons that I think people might be excited to see back.
And there's also, I think, a piece of the story that people who've listened to our show before, we sort of fill in, I think, in even greater detail, a lot of how politics and how American foreign policy changes in the late 70s and 80s in particular, through the Carter and Reagan White Houses, with a lot of emphasis on particularly the Reagan White House's approach to have kind of like world contras, to arm proxy fighters, whether they were standing armies of other countries or guerrilla fighters and rebels, who fought against wherever we thought Soviet communism was. And Angola is one of the more unheralded battlegrounds of that effort.
Yeah. Is there an Israel angle that you guys address in this as well, considering that Israel was also a very valuable ally to South Africa in these endeavors, both a valuable ally to the United States of America against rising tides of pan-Arabic nationalism that presented a significant threat to American interests in the region, but also an incredibly reliable ally to another apartheid, the South African apartheid system.
Yeah.
We know in our first episode, I'm glad you asked us on, because in our first episode, I'm actually currently, I was tuning into your stream earlier. I saw you're about to play the Twin Snakes. You're in the middle of playing Twin Snakes. I'm currently doing a miniseries with Felix, our mutual friend Felix Biederman, about Metal Gear Solid. And we like to drop in Metal Gear clips whenever we can into Blowback. And it was real easy this time because in MGS5, half the game takes place in Angola, or on the Angola-Zaire border region, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
And there's a really funny tape, because that game has so many tapes of, lore and background. There's a really great tape that Felix sent me that I'd forgotten about, where Kazuhira Miller, chatters and listeners, if you know, you know, he's talking to Big Boss and he's updating him on the geopolitical scene as you begin the game. And he says, South Africa has recently been making waves because of a nuclear test in the Indian Ocean. And it got that nuclear know-how from a certain ally. And the game doesn't say what that certain ally is. I don't know if the script originally did. And the, pressure to not state what, the open secret is, that Israel is a nuclear armed state with the know-how and the ability to proliferate nuclear arms. But with South Africa, Israel was, it unquestionably had a special relationship. It didn't just sell them conventional weapons, and I can throw that to Noah in a second, throughout the years. But yeah, we focus on not only its diplomatic cover for South Africa, because it did formally condemn apartheid, but it would duck votes condemning apartheid, just like South Africa would duck votes condemning Israel's occupation of Palestine and Palestinian land. But we try to keep tabs. It's not about Israel and South Africa wholly, although we have a bonus episode about it. But we try to keep tabs on this special relationship, which I'm sure Noah can, I can hand it off to Noah at that right there.
Yeah, so as Brennan
Wait,
mentioned...
no, before you continue, hold on.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're on the right source for your audio?
Oh, me?
Yeah, because you're not on a mic. It seems like you sound like you're coming from like a webcam mic or something.
I'm using AirPods right now.
Oh, that's probably why. All right, well, then it's all good.
Yeah. No, I apologize. I don't have my usual crisp audio setup. I'm on the road. The bonus episode that we have will go into a lot more detail about this. And the bonus episodes for our season, by the way, are behind a paywall. So if you want to know the full story, you got to go to blowback.show and fork over $25 annually. And that gives you our whole back catalog, the whole new season, all of it's ad-free, and the bonus episodes, because of some late-breaking interviews, are going to be ready on, I think, Monday is our goal. So the part of what will come up in the bonus episode, and what Brennan, to pick up where Brennan had kind of left off, Israel and South Africa were very, very good friends. I quote former Israeli ambassador to South Africa as describing the relationship as being very intimate. And it gets especially frisky in the mid-1970s when Israel and South Africa begin collabing on nukes. And they have this test. It's a big secret that then becomes a not so secret when it commences in 1979. And subsequent to that, Israel has this interesting relationship with South Africa where Israelis and a lot of people who journalists have interviewed from Israel about this, they kind of claim credit for having helped build the South African arms industry. They say that we were really essential in getting them, up and off the ground, because we had to do the same thing in the 1950s under similar conditions. And then you also have Israel sort of in this interesting relationship with South Africa as both buyer and seller. Israel was the one that would upgrade South Africa's fighter jets to be as modern as possible, because South Africa was still, as a result of being apartheid, this hyper-sanctioned pariah state that just did not have many friendly governments with whom it could openly ally and make these kinds of or pursue these sorts of advanced weapons technologies. And right up until the very end of apartheid, I mean, in the last couple of years, beginning in '89, the Israelis understand that, like, publicly, they've got to back off a bit. But pretty much up until the end of apartheid, Israel was one of South Africa's great co-conspirators. And because the war in Angola was probably the biggest South African military project of the final 15, 20 years of its existence, Israel was a part of that. Israeli advisors went to South Africa in '76 at the time of their invasion, or the immediate aftermath of Angolan independence, and even more so when when the Cuban troops and when others were pressuring South Africa militarily at the end of the '80s, when South Africa was like, well, fuck, we got to get long-range nukes to have like a really good threat, to make sure that we can make sure that we're not a direct threat. It was the Israelis who were helping to work to upgrade their arsenal, feverishly to make that possible.
What are the reasons as to why America was so tied to the hip with all of these nations, specifically South Africa, and the continuation of unjustifiable structures, whether it be the apartheid or just like wholesale oppression of the indigenous population?
Whether it's the Democratic administration under Jimmy Carter or Ronald Reagan, there was always lip service paid to the idea that apartheid is a disgusting system that someday on the horizon we should all hope is put to bed. And there was a lot of theater around that. But ultimately, especially at this point in the Cold War, the perception of the United States, and this is an older interview that we kind of re-injected into this season because it was so relevant, but in our season 2 bonus episode from many years ago, I spoke to the ambassador to Angola, Cuba's ambassador to Angola, a man named Oscar Ramos Oliva, and asked him directly about these types of questions, from the perspective of a socialist country defending Angola. Why was the United States so wrapped up in this nasty customers like apartheid South Africa? But at the time, the perception was that these liberation movements across Africa, there were too many of them that were openly allied with the Soviet Union, or at least neutral. There were some that distanced themselves and some that cowed toward American influence, including those who initially began as ostensibly socialist parties. But Angola was one that, under Agostinho Neto, who was the kind of most prominent and well-respected and fondly remembered founding father of modern Angola, he was someone who had no problem allying with the Soviets. And using whomever was willing to help to develop his country. And the United States didn't like that. It was a zero-sum game in many cases in the minds of the Cold Warriors. And so that meant dealing with apartheid South Africa. It meant with dealing with Zaire's dictator, Mobutu Sese Seko, who was sort of America's beat cop in Central Africa, who had been such a huge part of disposing with Patrice Lumumba, the popular leader in what is now called the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but under Mobutu became Zaire. So we had our beat cops, and it was Mobutu. It was a black leader who was nevertheless very anti-communist. And we had other beat cops who were white supremacists in South Africa. And then when you really get into this season, you see another one of our sort of contras, our contra leaders in the area, was Jonas Savimbi, an infamous warlord at this point, at least among, I would argue, most people, maybe not some people who still have fond memories of working with him back in the day. But he partnered with South Africa as a black nationalist because he said, hey, if I'm going to get my rivals overthrown through a white supremacist government to my south, who cares? His attitude was all's fair in love and war. So the United States was kind of a part of that coalition to stop any sort of progressive, Soviet-friendly black nationalist government in the area.
Usually in blowback seasons, you guys often have like a unique character that you highlight, oftentimes as responsible for some like comical developments. Do you guys have individually like a favorite character that you want to specify from this season?
I think Savimbi for me is the character that we clearly, there's just so much to talk about there because of the two-faced aspect of what PR firms in America, not to mention the Reagan administration itself, drew up on him. There was even a Hollywood, a potential Hollywood movie that ended up just being a South African production. Warner Bros. Dropped out, meant to boost his profile. I wouldn't call him he was a funny character in some ways. He was a very, very odd duck. He was a incredibly talented tactician and military strategist. He spoke, I don't know how many languages, was able to become the face of a rather unsavory movement when all is said and done, that was able to meet with presidents and prime ministers despite a lot of baggage. But we interviewed one former State Department official, Chaz Freeman, a lot of visits with Savimbi, who said, yeah, he was a very brilliant guy. He and this is his theory. I don't know if this has really been verified, But as far as Chaz Freeman told us, he was a really accomplished guy, very personally brilliant guy. He did have cerebral malaria. Made him murder a lot of people. And I was conscious of that when I'd go to bring him books, because he would always ask me for books when I came to visit. And as Freeman puts it, in order to get strangled, if he was maybe in a bad mood, I made sure I had exactly what he asked for from the DC bookstore I was coming from all the way over in America. So Savimbi's definitely a character, but as usual, I mean, you know, there's a lot of interesting types.
What about you?
Also,
You got someone?
It's Savimbi. Jonas Savimbi is the most interesting person this season as a character. But I want to add that the cerebral malaria piece of it that Freeman came up with is unverified, which we make a point of saying in the regular show, in the main episode of the show when we discuss it later. But it is sort of a good reflection of how a guy who was later accused of extreme personal brutality, people made excuses for him. They said, "Oh yeah, he had malaria that made him kill people," which just isn't
You're being ableist.
Possible. But yeah, Savimbi is
Burning,
it for me.
burning witches, you know, at the stake is something to do when you're really afraid. So it's not funny. But that was essentially the attitude. I mean, Savimbi's organization, UNITA, I mean, it was cast as this romantic liberation movement. But while there were, I think, patriotic Angolans who belonged to that movement, who, for whatever reason, for some reasons that are understandable, were suspicious of the Progressive Party that was actually the government, the MPLA, a lot of people were disillusioned. And ultimately, it was Savimbi that kept the war going for decades after it could have ended. But he was a tool of the Americans. I just want to throw in another thing about your question about Israel and South Africa. I don't want to spoil anything either, but one thing that was striking to us and that we were obviously conscious of while writing and recording the series, there are a lot of disturbing echoes in the coverage of the war in Angola that people may be unfortunately, familiar with in the news cycle we've experienced, or the actual news for the past 2 years.
What would be some parallels?
I wouldn't call South Africa's wars, Bush wars in southern and southwest Africa, is exactly the same level or nature of Israel's genocide in Palestine. There are some similarities, but there are also some serious differences. But we have South Africa bombing refugee camps and claiming that they were actually terrorist strongholds. And after international bodies either said that that is unproven or in fact disproven, South Africa would simply point to sketchy documents that showed there was some nefarious terrorist underground layer that they had managed to wipe out, when in fact it was refugees in tents. The nature of working with mercenaries from inside the enemy territory. I know that there's, obviously you've probably covered the reports of that happening inside of where Israel blames it on Hamas, but in fact it's actually collaborators that they're looking to stitch up their enemy. There are.
Oh, sorry. I was saying just like the ISIS affiliate drug dealers, Abu Shabaab and his clan, that has wreaked havoc in the Gaza Strip under the watchful eye of the Israeli state. They're not. I mean, they utilize the local forces.
Exactly, and there was a lot of that going on vis-a-vis South Africa. Savimbi would probably be the grandest example of that in a way that surpasses any kind of figure that you could point to right now in Palestine. But there are a lot of, besides the actual direct historical ties between Israel and South Africa, there are just a lot of similarities in what you see. And frankly, in our earlier episodes, we cover revolts, violent revolts, merciless revolts by the indigenous population. There were basically 3 uprisings in, remind me, I believe it's 1961.
It's actually, how does my audio sound now?
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now I cleaned it up.
Wait, no, it sounds like no. Actually, never mind. It sounds like a squirrel voice almost.
That's Noah's real voice. He's using the one mic that actually shows his real voice right now. I have to edit this when we do blowback. He sounds about 1 octave higher.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Hold on.
You sound like you sound squeaky.
I think you sound younger and more sort of full of life to me.
All right,
You
what about
sound
this?
Like, you sound like you're about to do a Young Americans for Freedom debate on a college campus.
Noah, can you say that's a fallacy real quick? Just to test
That's a fallacy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that tracks. You got the
Well, give us your give us your
Now
your
you get
slightly
a good microphone again.
Okay, great. But no, yeah, it was 1961, right? There was a series of uprisings, and this is the last point I'll make, and I'll shut up for a sec. But in which the indigenous population of Angola, this is not even to go into other uprisings at the time, they rose up against the Portuguese colonial authorities and the settlers, the white settlers from Portugal, and it was brutal. They killed men, women, and children. It was indiscriminate. They even killed some fellow Angolans. It was chaotic, but it was really one of many, many cases that you can find in a history of resistance to a colonial authority, which is not always something that you would personally want to be on one or the other side of yourself from the comfort of your own home. And I think that when it comes to the Israel conversation right now, there really has been this effort to turn October 7th, which we still hear is the justification for every single thing inflicted on Gaza and the West Bank. We still hear it as if it's this unique moment, this unique day in history, something that has never, ever happened before, ever. And I think, not that we haven't covered stuff like this before, but I think in the earlier episodes of this season, you'll hear exactly this kind of thing happening in a colony ruled by the Portuguese. And it's really not a mystery, and it's really not that unique. It's what happens. And similarly, at some point, the Portuguese empire that was ruling over the Angolans fell apart and packed up and went home. So there's a lot of echoes in this season all over the place.
I would say the one echo that I sort of think about a lot is one that Vincent Bevins, the journalist, put on Twitter that is really, really, really interesting, which is about how, South Africa also was the state that pursued in the years before it finally went away, that it pursued aggressive wars against Angola, Zambia, Botswana, not just against these nations as their governments, but you had South African forces, cooking shit up in all those countries, Mozambique and so forth. And it did all this not because it actually conformed to a real, an actual set of strategic threats to South Africa. Although perhaps from Angola there may have eventually been something like that, but really it was because of paranoia. It was because South Africa was paranoid and fearful, and that paranoia and fear made them launch all of these offensive operations, which ultimately stretched their military very thin and made it very difficult for South Africa to remain viable as a threatening, as the kind of a dominant military force in Southern Africa that it had been. And so when people ask the question of well, then how did this powerful state and system ultimately collapse? It was a consequence of decisions that they had made, that they had committed to, the offensive operations they'd committed to out of this paranoia and fear of living on a continent with black ruled governments as well.
Yeah. So a question for you guys, actually, and I don't know if this is pertinent to this season, but one thing that I was reading on was the efforts in the apartheid government in trying to find formal recognition and international recognition for the Bantustan structures that they had developed. And since we are, I don't know if you guys cover that at all or have looked into that at all, but something that I see that is similar to that in modern day, of course, is the now official recognition of Palestinian statehoods that are coming down from all of our Western allies. It's the last, holdouts basically around the world that haven't offered formal recognition to a Palestinian state. And this, of course, has been met with a tremendous discontent from the Israeli state, in spite of the reality that it seems like this would be beneficial for them in order to continue some kind of demographic majority, ethno-supremacist, ethno-state project that they want to without further incursions from the international community. So do you guys think that this is just simply another instance of Israel, for example, getting frustrated because they're incredibly entitled and incredibly arrogant? Or do you feel like the South African assessment at the time was also an incorrect one, and that it wasn't good to even offer offer recognition by the international community to the Bantustans?
I'm going to let you take that one, Noah.
Sure. I think one of the things that the context that's sort of important and relevant with Israel and diplomatic recognition in Palestine is that there was this process called Oslo in the 1990s specifically, where the Palestinians made a specific strategic concession to recognize the Israeli government with the expectation, misguided, that they would be able to negotiate in good faith with the Israelis through a U.S. mediated process. This is what the Oslo Accords set in motion, and it obviously failed.
Yeah.
And so the diplomatic recognition stuff is to me it's kind of like a revival of these 1990s ideals that don't really work right now. And it's a fig leaf for governments to just literally do anything but say we're not going to send arms, we're not going to have any military support. I mean, the United Kingdom's talking about recognizing Palestine, and they're we see the plain data about how they assist Israeli operations and so forth. I think in the case of South Africa, recognition of Bantustan territory, what comes up in the literature is not so much, again, that there was this ask for diplomatic recognition that could have ever been that effective, but it was more that there was this ongoing civil rights struggle within a country, and that the principle of equality among the people within that country was the call. And in the 1980s, when the international sanctions movement picked up steam, it became a lot easier for the, again, that principle of, I don't want to say one man, one vote, because it's a specific thing, but that principle of equal rights for everybody in the same land was pretty easily demanded, and easy to understand and articulate and repackage, as opposed to having to go through some territory to say well, what if we gave the people in the Bantustans more right, and so on.
Oh no, that's exactly what I was thinking as well, which is that it actually, from a legal standpoint, if there's additional international pressure, creates tremendous setbacks for a singular solitary state. If because it's much easier to make this demand in an apartheid structure where the full-blown sovereignty is in the hands of the Israeli state, as opposed to a two-state Bantustan structure that Israel seemingly is opposing quite vociferously. So I guess the question was do you feel as though this is a own goal in the long run for Israel? This idea that they want to complete their ethnic cleansing campaign, and therefore they're so busy with that they don't even understand that this is actually a fig leaf offered to them by Western governments that would at the very least complicate any sort of demand for one state with equal representation for all Palestinians living under Israeli sovereignty.
This is what I was talking about with the paranoia and fear in South Africa that motivated them, is that Israel psychologically, in terms of the outlook that is part of how they're determining their strategy at this moment, is also driven by this paranoia and fear. And the fig leaf that they're being offered, because they are so paranoid about what any empowerment, even the softest, most pillowy, slightest empowerment of any Palestinian political presence anywhere means for them. Like the paranoia makes them overly conscious of these things and unable to recognize, like a gift horse in the mouth when it shows up. They don't see what's in front of them. They don't see that this is actually like the Keir Starmer and Macron and all of them are like essentially offering them a way out. Because again, like and this is similar to apartheid South Africa in the final years of its life, the Israeli attitude is that anything that rewards Palestinians for anything, and that's how they view it. They view this as like Palestinians get a reward. We're rewarding them for October 7th by recognizing this. They view that as just like an incitement of more terrorism, which is, when you get down to it, like if you're watching news broadcasts or radio broadcasts from the apartheid era, that's when like the surreality of how similar it sounds starts to come in. Because that's what the South African government said. They just call them all terrorists. The ANC is a terrorist organization. Mandela is a terrorist. Terrorist. Have you heard that they're terrorists, by the way? It's not a novel playbook to like latch onto that stuff and reject all diplomacy.
One question.
We spoke about this.
Ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say last year when we came on to talk about our previous season on Cambodia, we also spoke a lot about what was going on at that point. I think Lebanon was on the menu. Israelis hadn't gone in yet, but they were just announcing it basically. And that had certain parallels to Indochina. But I remember at that point, our conversation was about how, not to put things in simplistic terms, but, at this point, I won't say that there aren't calculations and strategies and high-level discussions, that are guiding some kind of overall policy, and that it's just pure id. But in terms of international geopolitics and strategy, Israel has become something of a problem dog. I mean, it's rabid. And what we discussed last year was that is no longer even advantageous to many of the hardcore's fellow Zionists who want to simply manage an occupation and manage an exploitation and humiliation of Palestinians forever. This is, while it's a horrifying cost, it is going to probably speed up Israel's own crack up, which of course, we've discussed many times. And South Africa was rather more accommodating, I have to say, if for the very fact that we saw there were eventually reforms that phased the system of apartheid out.
One thing that Noam Chomsky has brought up when making this comparison always is that he has routinely brought up the fact that the South African apartheid structure actually relied on the black population, the native population, for cheap labor, as opposed to Israel, that has made it clear that they would make up for the lack of cheap labor by bringing in foreign workers instead, having their own, I guess, like kafala system, not dissimilar to what you see in other Gulf nation states. And therefore, they have no use for the indigenous population whatsoever, and that they are simply an aberration that must be excised. So from that perspective, it does seem like the apartheid structure in South Africa also had to coexist to a certain degree in this unjust two-tier system.
Great point. I want to stay far away from left sectarian politics as I possibly can in my life, as well as this broadcast. But there was a kind of reaction sometimes from, maybe old school lefties who wanted to talk always in terms of kind of surplus labor population being exploited by the colonizer or whatever, that didn't totally line up with what's going on in Israel and Palestine. And I think that is, as you perfectly laid out there, on full display. And it lines up way more with South Africa. This was a place where the white government wanted everything to remain more or less contiguous. Israel is operating on I think of a different logic, a logic of a different category. And it is a genocidal logic, which, as much as you can say, and maybe should history have turned out differently, South Africa would have gotten somewhere closer to where Israel is now, if not exactly where it is now. That is not how it turned out. And so you have to know where the similarities begin and end. But I agree, and I think that when I was there, however many years ago, this was a conversation at the time. You would just see that Israel really had no intention of even amalgamating its occupied populations into being a part of its economic engine in the way that they could just import labor and exploit labor. Foreigners. So yeah, it is a categorical difference. I would agree with you.
Yeah, but there's one other aspect of this story that I want to hear your perspective on, and that is, of course, the Cuban intervention. Now, one thing that I've thought about quite a bit was how different these anti-colonial resistance movements historically have been in places, specifically in Africa. And I think one of the most important factors there was not only that this was happening at the peak of the Cold War, so there was a different pole that like a different world power that these countries could potentially rely on, if not to simply leverage against the United States of America. But also outside of that, there was direct military intervention coming from this opposite bloc, right? And the Cuban intervention was quite significant. So one of the questions I have is, in the absence of that, like what are the like, is there anything even remotely similar in with respect to other regional actors and their involvement with Israel, and how that has played a role in this, how that has played a role in Israel continuing its genocide unabated and with full-blown Western support?
I will say that I think something that makes the Cuban intervention really special is that, and this is something a guest that we've interviewed has said, the historian Piero Glahesis, which is that the Cuban intervention is a unique example. There hasn't in modern history been an example of a poor country that is how to put it, there's never been a poor country that on the basis of an ideological commitment went to the aid militarily of another poor country, without being directly threatened itself. And I think that there is a real, there's not an easy example that comes to mind for how Israel might be restrained in the way that South Africa was thwarted at the time of the intervention, in part because the Cuban example was really that unique.
I guess Yemen would be the only comparison, and yet there is no direct intervention beyond blockades and maybe lobbing a couple missiles in Israel's direction every now and then.
I was about to say Yemen. I mean, it's what Yemen is doing, but Yemen, Cuba was a poor country. It was a country that itself was very reliant on the Eastern Bloc and direct aid. Union. These are networks and alliances that just don't quite have exact analogies these days. But Cuba was still a pretty robust state in terms of its military experience, the military experience of its population, the strategy for actually working with fellow progressive and revolutionary states. One of the reasons why Cuba felt like things might be possible in working with Angola in Africa was because it was a hell of a lot less risky than incurring the wrath of the United States in Latin America. Because at that point, several attempts at a sort of spreading a militant version of revolution in Latin America had simply fizzled out, more or less. And the Americans weren't getting any friendlier to Cuba because of those attempts. So when you saw this invasion by South Africa happening toward a friendly state in Angola, which had had dealings with Cuba in the past, Cuba said, hey, look, we have a good military for a small socialist country. We have the know-how. We know how guerrilla war works. Let's go help. There, as Piero Glahesis, really just the top-notch historian on this issue that we were fortunate enough to have extensive conversations with, 2 whole bonus episodes with, and he's in the main series. He, in his opinion, which I find persuasive, it is a pretty much the pure case of revolutionary idealism in the case of Cuba. I mean, there was a pragmatic reason why they could operate in Africa as opposed to Latin America, but they had muscle in a way that Yemen, while admirable, doesn't have the same amount of muscle to actually send tens of thousands of troops. And that made all the difference. I mean, they saved Angola from a South African invasion, not just a South African invasion, but also the fellow nationalists that were opposed to the MPLA, backed by Mobutu, not to mention foreign mercenaries and the CIA. There's really no analog to it. And it cost Cuba a lot. Cuba did not get some diamond contract that was a big payday for them. They did not get some kind of, exploitative rights or mining rights with Angola. And that is not to say that the 2 countries are on the same footing that they were way back. I think that they've drifted a bit, probably geopolitically. Angola is now looking to be a power player in Africa, or like a place where other countries can take their disputes, and it can be a sort of middleman. It's trying to balance, like many countries are, the contest between China and the U.S. But in that period, Cuba's efforts were, I would say, unprecedented and remain unique.
Yeah, no, but it was, the question, I guess, is like, was it pivotal in terms of ensuring that there wasn't additional support from South Africa in this? Like in the development of the modern Angola that we know.
It was absolutely pivotal, and not only the kind of canned history, even on the left, is that the Cubans went, or in some left-wing version of this, you could say, is the Cubans went in and the Soviets didn't want them to, and it was like, not only are the Cubans not the Soviets' puppet, the Soviets were cynical and unmoved, and the Cubans were the real socialists. I mean, you could put it that way, I suppose, because Cuba didn't ask for permission from the Soviet Union, which, sort of knocks down the argument that they were a proxy of Moscow. However, the Soviets did, after maybe expressing a little bit of frustration that Cuba didn't even give them a heads up, they did immediately, having already recognized the MPLA, government in Angola, the progressive government, they supplied weapons, advisors, pretty much everything they could do short of their own military involvement, which they thought would be needlessly provocative, especially since the Cubans had already jumped in. So yes, not only did the Cubans themselves move the needle, they persuaded the Soviet Union, which was obviously a far more powerful resource for both Cuba and Angola, to come in as well. And that really tipped the scales. I mean, Angola was getting billions of dollars when all was said and done in today's money, thanks to the efforts of the Cubans and the Soviets together, not to mention weapons. And it was absolutely pivotal. I don't think anyone would really argue Angola had a chance if the Cubans and then moreover the Soviets hadn't gotten involved in stopping this.
Noah, are you going to say something?
Yeah, no, I'm just worried about my mic.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. It is what it is.
No, the only thing I would really add to what Brendan said there, I mean, it's because I do think it was the pretty good and comprehensive summary, is that all of the parties who are, like the Cuban role in Acquito Cuanavale and of stopping, which is the decisive battle in the fight against South Africa. The Cuban role, a lot of people that we've spoken to, at least that I spoke to, interviewing Piero Glahesis and an Ethiopian American filmmaker, Nagash Abdurrahman, who made a short film about Cuba and Africa. And they feel that Cuba's role is not adequately played up. And I think that there is a really, there's like an important case to be made that, if anything, like Cuba's, the decisive role of Cuba's intervention has been underplayed. And I would add one other thing, which is that the sort of ultimate part of what made Cuba's decisive action or what makes it stand out in relief was, to emphasize something Brendan said, was that it was against the advice of the Soviets. It was against the advice of the benefactor in the Eastern Bloc. It was against, you know, what a lot of realpolitik would have advocated at that time. You know, it was a sense, it was a feeling, it was an impression that apartheid was vulnerable. And then at the right moment in the late 80s, it was the Cubans who had the initiative to say, no, we need to strike now, and we can achieve something here.
I've seen a couple chatters and he's saying the Cubans were unwelcome in Angola, and that someone said Che wrote that in his diary. Okay, Che was long dead by this point. You're talking about the 1960s, which was an earlier era of cooperation between Cuba and Angola, which was, you know, moderately successful, although not completely. This was 1975. Che was not around. It's a totally different world event. And the Cubans were invited. In fact, the Angolan government begged them to come and then begged them to stay once they were there. There was decades of cooperation, even after Agostinho Neto died. I don't know if you know who that is, but that's who was in charge when they were there. Even after he died, the Cubans said, we will not leave, we will not bring home one soldier until you are completely comfortable with the threat from South Africa. And this is important to note. They were not there to necessarily fight the war against Savimbi and the rival nationalists to the MPLA, the rival Angolans. The Cubans were always saying, that is something you're going to have to take care of whether we're here or not. We are here to guarantee your safety against South Africa, an external threat. And there were actually different military debates, and at times it got pretty hostile between the Cubans and the Soviets, and what strategy they should be pursuing against the enemies of Angola. But the Cubans kept their word and only left once they had performed a pretty impressive military comeback in, as Noah mentioned, the township of Cuito Cuanavale, which was not only a turning point in the war in Angola, but as Nelson Mandela put it, a turning point in Southern Africa, if not, you know, the world, because a white supremacist army had been defeated by a collaboration between Soviets, Cubans, and native Angolans. And they were driven out, and it meant that the negotiating table was suddenly far more a far more welcome place for the Angolans and the Cubans. And that's how Angola was kicked out, which, by the way, also resulted in the independence of Namibia, which is a country that in our season, but it plays a big role in what happens in Angola, because South Africa is basically using Angola as a way to control Namibia, or a way to retain control over Namibia. And so it was military strength. I think it really must be stressed. It was military resistance that created the opportunities at the negotiating table. And the Angolan government was insistent that the Cubans stay for decades. This we will outline for you if you listen to our season. It's very clear in the records.
To add more into the conversation about like Cuba acting independently of the USSR's directive, it seems to me like the Americans also thought that this was done at the behest of the USSR and went directly to the USSR to intervene, and they were positively flummoxed by the fact that it was outside of their control, that the armed intervention was unsuspected, unexpected, and also independent of the USSR's goals.
Yes, and it's worth emphasizing there that this is a much larger, this was how the U.S. understood Cuba throughout the Cold War. The U.S. repeatedly misunderstood how people in the U.S. consistently thought that Cuba just takes direction from the Soviet Union. Fidel is this authoritarian strongman. They don't have an independent set of ideas about how they want to engage the world. And so whenever we see Cubans show up somewhere, it's Soviet communism, putting its tentacles around some poor country. And as a result, it meant that, it was really not until the late 1980s when the Cubans had started to have some real military victories in Angola under their belt, that the U.S. began negotiating with them, at the table like adults. And I think that there is a real, it's I think a really sort of kind of telling failure of American policy, but also Like, we didn't want to negotiate with the Cubans, and we've never wanted to negotiate with Cubans. We want to destroy the Cuban government. And so it's always a lot easier when, like, that's been your position, is this sort of almost like posture of total annihilation. Then, well, you know, like, why would you bother caring what they think? Why would you bother talking to them? You know, because it was not just in one administration that the Americans went to Moscow and said, hey, can you get Fidel to back off? And then Moscow says, we don't control him. They're our allies. We support them, but we don't control him. And the Americans didn't get that. Because, by the way, maybe that says something about how we view our allies, especially these days, in terms of what alliance means and whether it really just means doing what the U.S. tells you.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, some conversations were taking place where America was also trying to make it seem as though they were not as involved with the South African government, despite offering material support to the South African government, and made it seem as though they were an independent entity acting out on their own desires, which I guess there is some truth to. Do you feel like the American involvement there was simply giving as much control to South Africa as possible in the region in an effort not to let this resource-rich region fall into the hands of the Soviets, or do you think there was more interest beyond that?
I think that there was interest in, you know, American access to the markets like diamonds and oil. One really key thing we should mention here that's actually kind of a big paradox for anyone who's a little bit too dug into, you know, one ideological side or the other in the Cold War.
Get ready for your dogmas to be broken.
Is yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to over egg the pudding here. I'm just trying to sell the show.
Get ready to be
Is that that during this entire conflict, Cuban soldiers were guarding an oil refinery in the north of Angola for the socialist government that was run by the American firm Gulf Oil. And it was the pro-South African, American-backed rebels that were attacking Gulf Oil on behalf of Savimbi. So this is where things, you know, you got to kind of step into the real world a little bit and things get a little messy because there were American interests in both directions. Gulf Oil just wanted to work with whatever the government of Angola happened to be. And the Angolan government was fine with that. They were a developing country. They had oil. They wanted to sell it. Gulf Oil was as good a customer as any, or as good as a partner as any. Then you had the, you know, ideological arm of the American state working to sabotage that kind of relationship. So I think that there is a complicated relationship between America and the desire for control and exploitation of Angola. Oscar Ramos Oliva talked to me a bit about this as well. But the Europeans definitely were interested in those diamonds and in that oil. And of course, South Africa, if it had its day, wanted probably not a white government in Angola because that you know was just so far from the ingredients they had at their disposal, but probably a friendly government by a black nationalist organization that would, you know, cut them into Angola's resources. And so when it comes to America, I think that it absolutely was partially a anti-Soviet measure. I think it was partially a commercial and imperial, you know, grubby measure. And then it's just sort of, we also must remember post-war.
Yeah, that was what I was going to emphasize.
Yeah, Noah, feel free to take it away.
Yeah, the thing with like 75 and when the U.S. because essentially the U.S. starts supporting Savimbi and UNITA and the other and a third resistance movement that later kind of falls off called the FNLA, but they end up getting involved in Angola in a big way in 1975 when it's starting to look like oh shit. the Angolans, Angola is going to be it's the Portuguese Empire is over, and the group poised to take control of Luanda is Marxist. Oh fuck, this is bad, and oh this is really bad. And not only is it really bad in a vacuum when communism wins anywhere or threatens to, it's also really bad when it's happening right at the end of the Vietnam War. And it's happening at the moment of like the greatest American humiliation since, who could say when? And Cambodia has fallen to the Khmer Rouge at this time, and even though America will later be friends with the Khmer Rouge, that's in the future. And so the U.S. sees Angola, and Henry Kissinger sees Angola, and they see a battlefield. They see an opportunity to fight what they view as like Soviet influence, but more than anything to bog them down, to demonstrate that what America really cares about is the show of force. And so a lot of what America begins Americans' involvement is wanting to show that even after Vietnam, we can still fight communists, even if there's no good reason for it. And moreover, that like kind of cynical basis for the policy, ends up being something that persists from the Ford years into the Carter years, and then in the Reagan years, it becomes a little less cynical and just openly crazy, or at least enthusiastically bloodthirsty, however you want to put it. But it does begin with this very specific set of political circumstances at the end of the Vietnam War, and as Brendan was getting to say, post-Watergate, where there was a very real kind of delicacy to how will the U.S. be able to, do covert ops at the one time during the Cold War when there was real domestic political pressure in the mid-'70s to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this all the time. Maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe this is destroying our soul. Maybe we shouldn't be, in Angola, when in the revelation of American involvement in Angola also produced that kind of scandal as well. So it has a kind of, it's not just like, oh, this was a battleground that, Congress and everybody said, oh, we're fighting there now. It has controversial origins, and the cynicism that was our basis there, not with any real plan or anything. It endures for 15 years of a pointless civil war.
One last question that I have for you guys, and I feel like the last season also was highlighting China's L's here, but how much do you guys, I'm assuming you talk a bit about Chinese involvement here as well, and their personal ambitions at a time when, I guess at this point, they too also represent like a different force than the USSR in the global stage. And they have their own personal interests in all of these regions, including Angola. What do you think about everyone is hitting the dang, or no, not the dang, that's the Xi Jinping one, the social credit meme in the chat going, cut it out. But how does Chinese involvement look like in Angola?
Actually,
China support? Sorry, go ahead, Noah.
There was just a quick way of sort of getting it. Brennan can go into a bit more of like some of the earlier history of it, but something that I didn't want to lose is that at this particular moment, part of like what has defined China's approach in Africa is not like obviously the scare headlines about debt traps and stuff like that, but it's China wants to do deal making. They have a lot of manufacturing capacity and development infrastructure, Belt and Road and all that, and they want to bring it to Southern Africa and so forth. And that's their interest. They want to cut deals, and that's, they're not, it's not, there's not like a grander, more nefarious set of circumstances to it that Americans put in there. But that sort of approach is, I think, also sort of been reflected, like it's not a novel way that, like since the 1990s, essentially, since the Cold War ended, the ideological stakes of this conflict, even though, as Brennan will say, like China did get involved with apartheid South Africa and UNITA before that period happened. But to give an example of not just China, but to bring back Israel for a second, Israel was obviously this huge ally of apartheid South Africa in the 80s and in the decade prior. But in the 1990s, when diamond mines went back into control of the government, and Israel is a major diamond trader, particularly at that time, it became way more advantageous for Israel to work with the MPLA, to work with the former Marxists in control of Angola. And I think that it's helpful for people to think perhaps of like this, not just this region of the world, but the post-Cold War reality for a lot of third world countries as being about figuring out like, who are my business partners? Who can I work with to develop, to make money, to encourage economic growth and things like that, as opposed to thinking about it in terms of these ideological, moral, philosophical stakes that are guiding people's decision making. And I thought that like the example of how, China is sort of, that was their approach now, but then also how Israel seemed to have been on both sides of the 90s is a good reflection of that, or at least something that made me think about that reality as we were researching and writing this season. And so it was just a bit front of brain. Sorry to have cut in front of you there, Brendan.
The discussion of China at the time of our story, which is in the 70s and the 80s, and China now, because we've entered a completely different era and a completely different leadership and philosophy of development and international relations for China. What I would say is, as far as China then, having somewhat recently, come off of the Sino-Soviet split, China backed the same people as the United States.
Yeah.
They backed Savimbi. They backed Holden Roberto, who was related through marriage or some in-law relationship with Mobutu. And much like they did in Afghanistan, they were there for anyone who was fighting the USSR, not to oversimplify it, but certainly in this case. And that was simply the strategy at the time. China was, I think it's fairly easy to argue, more antagonistic to the USSR at this point than to the United States. You only have to look at the common interests and or common clients that both China and the United States backed, Savimbi being one of them. In fact, China caught flack for not speaking out against the coalition that included apartheid South Africa during this moment, whereas the USSR was always opposed and stood with the Cubans and the rest of the Eastern Bloc. We should also say the Soviet Union and the Cubans. East Germany was very helpful to the Angolans and supplied a lot of materiel.
Czechoslovakia as well.
Czechoslovakia was the earliest, I think the earliest arms transfers from the Eastern Bloc came from Czechoslovakia. So that's where China was back then. We don't focus a ton on it this season because they're not driving the action, but they did pick that side. When it comes to now, okay, sorry, do you want to add to that the first?
Yeah,
part
just
of
to
the
say
timeline
that they did back away. They did eventually leave to, like, Chinese support was not like a permanent fixture of the entire time of you need a civil war. There was, I think, a point in like the late 70s or the very early 80s when China also said like, we're like our playing this angle of it is done.
Do you feel like this was a byproduct of like America's or specifically Kissinger's involvement with China as well, where like you have the Sino-Soviet split on the one hand, and then on the other hand there are gains being made for China as like official recognition as opposed to the ROC, the People's Republic of China gaining official recognition and legitimacy in the global stage, and then a developing China wanting to be a global player instead of consistently going against the United States of America is like playing ball to some degree as another alternative force of I guess like some developing socialism that isn't the USSR.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Reginald Vell Johnson here. That little book, Stasi State or Socialist Paradise, that is a good book. If people want to check that out, it's a nice primer on East Germany, just because East Germany does play a role here in Angola. But yeah, Hassan, with China, I would say, I mean, this is where I should plug our fifth season, because we really dive into what happened there in the fifth season. It was in very many ways connected with the question of Vietnam, Cambodia, not to mention tons of other things, of course. But China felt as though we could go into so many things with the Sino-Soviet split, but that essentially China had more to gain from its own development, from its own standing in the world, by standing apart from the USSR. I'm the of many in the Chinese leadership not playing second fiddle to the USSR as the other, largest communist country on earth. It felt it had more to gain from a partnership or a tacit partnership with the United States. And that's certainly how they operated for several decards.
I mean, it was
then the
successful.
USSR, it was successful, and I think it made sense. You could argue it's ideological or moral or whatever points, but it was successful. I think, look, China's still here. The Soviet Union isn't.
Yeah.
So
and not only is it still here, but it was able to make domestic interventions without, or it was able to make domestic decisions in terms of developing a centrally planned economy while still simultaneously having a flow of foreign capital come into the country without American intervention and American demands that have existed in other places. I feel like it gave itself leverage in the global stage that allowed Chinese development to take place in the way that it did without as much foreign interference.
No doubt, and that was one of the reasons Gorbachev and the kind of new thinking, it was called, in the Soviet Union in the mid '80s. Really, that's when the Soviet support to the third world began to completely dry up. Castro had a big problem with this when he met with Gorbachev. He was not, he was a huge recipient. Cuba was a huge recipient of that support. So was Afghanistan. So was the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Gorbachev, again, historical figure of great importance, whether you think something's bad. It was a blow to the Soviet network of fellow socialist regimes, not just the Eastern Bloc, but communism worldwide, for him to have said, we got to focus on the domestic side of things and stop cutting checks to everybody all over the world who want to fight the Americans and support us. What I would say is that they attempted the same thing in the Soviet Union that China did. Maybe it was too little too late, day late and a dollar short. I don't know. And the Soviet Union still collapsed. But anyway you slice it, you have to fast forward a little bit to talk about China today, which is, of course, many, many decades after the events of this season we're covering. But we do talk about it in our final episode. And I'll just say that to echo Noah a little bit, the contest between China and America at this moment in Africa, there's a ton of propaganda around it. I know the Western propaganda around it more than I know the other side, perhaps. But most scholarship that I find persuasive disputes heavily the idea of debt trap diplomacy and some kind of neo-colonial project of China to do what the European empires did to Africa back in the day, or what America did in a more limited way in the 20th century. And so I think there's a very different approach. It's not to put on total glasses. These scholars we cite say it's case by case. One day a Chinese oil firm is operating without a permit. The next day, a Chinese construction in a totally different part of Africa is helping to rebuild in a way that is essential, in a way that the West is not helping out. So, you have to really kind of get into the weeds about it. But it is a very, very different relationship that China has now than it did in the 1970s, specifically toward Angola, that we cover in this season.
And the one last thing I would touch on that with is that a lot of the story of this season involves countries who are very actively seeking better relations with the United States. Cuba is sort of always and kind of is always trying that and always wants it, but is in the doomed position of abiding by in the case of Angola, a moral code that makes that kind of peace more difficult to achieve. But these other countries like Angola, for example, they want to join the IMF, for at different points in years. They want to be plugged into the world. They want to
okay, Ron DeSantis is getting his notes from this, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but this is Ron DeSantis. This is so informative. Oh my God. Now I know where the Ron DeSantis is getting his shit from. I'm saying it. All right. The conservative plan to take over the country. This is the new Leisure Miller video. Everyone keeps asking me about what the 2025 project is, and I'm unfamiliar with it. I think it's some like silly ass like conservative think tank that brought this up or some shit. Maybe it's like their own World Economic Forum style takeover or whatever. Okay, it's the Heritage Foundation. Yeah. So let's see what Leisure Miller had to say about it. She's great.
That means that it is not illegal.
It's a thing called Article 2. Nobody ever mentions Article 2. More importantly, Article 2 allows me to do whatever I want.
Our common theme is to take down the administrative state, the bureaucracy, preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
For the last 18 months, conservatives from every corner of the far-right establishment, from extremist think tanks to former members of the Trump administration to tenured academics, have been working both publicly and privately on a new project. The project's goal? To rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, uniting the conservative movement in the American people against elite rule and woke culture warriors. And the stakes are high. According to this group, if we fail, the fight for the very idea of America may be lost. Last month, this group of far-right leaders, known as Project 2025, released a—
Like, how fucking greedy can you be, dude? Like, how greedy can you be that, like, your profits are higher than ever before? Wages have not kept up with our productive output by any means. Labor has lost the war against capital many years ago. Okay, so much so that like even a crumb of symbolic support is super meaningful. And you still are like, it's not enough. We need to kill literally every leftist. Like, we just have to do fascism. We have to just be fascist. We have to be more fascist. It's like, dude, what do you want? You got everything, man. And these fucking monsters are still like, oh, no. No, the left still controls everything. It's like, no, it doesn't. What does the left control? It controls nothing.
It's a 920-page manifesto titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. In it, the document's 35 different named authors, united and copyrighted by the far-right Heritage Foundation, lay out an explicit, comprehensive plan to completely overhaul the U.S. government from the inside out, with the ultimate goal of furthering far-right wedge issues and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Project 2025 is touted as the ultimate solution to paving the way for the next conservative administration, which they believe will take power in January 2025.
Some might say the final solution. You know what I mean? I mean, who? Conservatives are so good at recycling talking points. That's it. That's the only thing that these motherfuckers conserve and recycle is the talking points of prior fascist coalitions. You know what I mean? And former. And current, sorry. Yeah, like the radical left has a grip on power in this country. The radical left doesn't even have a grip on reality in this country. The radical left doesn't exist as a legitimate formation. There is no political power that you can attribute to the radical left because that's not a real thing. Solidarity of this sort under capitalism has to be built. Okay? You can't just like engage in collective bargaining out of nowhere. It doesn't just like materialize. You have to work towards it. You have to build the structures that allow you to have some kind of leverage, some mechanism of pushback, okay? To claw back even your profits that you generate, right? So we don't have that. We don't have labor unions. We don't have workers' councils. We don't have any unions whatsoever. There is no unified radical left. There's no structure for it. Meaningless talking points. Yay. I radically left my job just to watch the Hasanabi stream all day. The final solution to the Jewish question was a Nazi plan for the genocide of individuals they defined as Jews during World War II. Yeah, I know, chatter. That's the joke I was making. That like the current fascist leadership is trying to hit the authoritarianism button even harder, like and saying that we need a different solution.
5. While the entire project mimics the same talking points that Trump has harped on throughout his presidency and current campaign, the leaders of this project make clear that the plan is not dependent on a specific person winning the Republican nomination and ultimately the White House. Instead, it's a blueprint for the next conservative executive, whoever they may be, to push the limits of presidential power so far that they will answer to no one, wreaking havoc on the delicate balance of our 3 branches of government that have allowed us to function as a democracy for nearly 2.5 centuries. This is the conservative plan to take over the country. Roll the intro.
Listen, just going back to the radical left, someone in the chat said, oh, well, didn't the UAW and WGA just get like some level of amends from their bosses? And it's like, union participation in this country is 10%. Okay? It's crazy. 10%. Also, unions aren't even like radical leftism. Unions are radical leftism is like, what are you doing, the business plot? Like, what the fuck do you mean unions are radical leftism? Like, people are talking in a transatlantic accent in here, like they're fucking cigar smoking, monocle wearing tycoon owners. You know what I mean? Trade unionists are radical leftists. We must stop them. Like back then they were a little bit more radical. You know, they had militancy, they had labor militancy as shit. That's right. It's time to put a stop to the radical militancy of the labor unions.
A lot of you like to assume that lawyers universally are millionaires. And while it's true that there are quite a few millionaire lawyers, many of us are just swimming in cesspools of debt that we had to take on to get these degrees in the first place. So it may come as a shock to learn that I am, in fact, in so much debt. On top of that law degree, I also have an undergrad degree and a house, and I've started a business, and I've taken on more credit card debt than I care to admit to. And with rising interest rates...
Wait a minute. She has a house? Yo, what the fuck am I doing? Watching a content creator with a house, dude? I didn't realize she was fake. A fucking homeowner? Get the hell out of here, dude. Anyway, we're going to watch her ad because there's a new video. Actually, this just came out 3 hours ago. Maybe I shouldn't watch this video yet. I feel like it's a disservice to her. And I kind of don't want to watch it yet. I'll watch it tomorrow. I'm sorry. Or maybe in a couple days. Yeah, y'all need to stop sending me fucking videos that come out immediately and like expect me to immediately react. Anyway, let us talk about the conservative plan to take over the country. You need to know about this from Leisha Miller, okay?
Thanks, PDS Debt. Launched in April 2022, Project 2025 is the brainchild of the far-right think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which deserves its own entire video for all the shady shit that they've been up to over the last 40
I'm surprised she hasn't done one, to be honest, on the Heritage Foundation.
plus years. Project 2025 is systematically building the future of the conservative movement and promoting policy objectives that would have devastating consequences not only in our government, but for...
No, not the female Johnny Harris. Come on. I watched her videos. That's ridiculous. Like, I don't think she's like a Marxist-Leninist or whatever, but that is so inappropriate. That's insane. I can't believe you just said that. She's like very well thought. Her videos are incredibly well thought out. They're super well fleshed out. She literally directly engages in materialist analysis when covering a lot of the stuff. I don't know if she's like a Marxist or anything like that, but I don't give a shit. She does a great job. Johnny Harris's coverage is oftentimes like just super surface level, rarely ever diving deeper into the background and the minutia or why certain things happen throughout history. That's crazy.
for every person living in this country. That might sound hyperbolic, but I'm telling you, I cover a lot of batshit stories about conservatives, and this one has me spooked as hell, y'all. Their plan to further these goals has 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 is the policy, embodied in that 920-page manifesto they dropped last month. Pillar number 2 is the personnel database, described as the conservative LinkedIn. The objective of the database is to collect resumes and information for thousands and thousands of conservatives from all walks of life and industries in order to source the best candidates to pack every branch and administrative body in Washington and throughout the states. To ensure that this database of personnel and the chosen warriors who will infiltrate the government at every level are properly prepared to represent the conservative goals set forth in the policy, Project 2025 relies on pillar number 3, train.
Yes, we have the PragerU Zoe B video as well. Don't worry, we're going to cover that as well. I'm excited to cover that too.
Through an online institute, Project 2025 will prepare the foot soldiers of the conservative agenda to push their policies from day one. And because they've been preparing for years, they will be ready on day 1 of the new conservative presidency, thanks to pillar number 4. Pillar number 4 is the 180-day playbook, the step-by-step guide for the next conservative president to implement the policies laid out.
When people were bringing this up, I thought that Todd Howard calls out encumbered Starfield hoarders. No, you don't need the trays and the pencils. Yeah, this is such a dumb fucking aside that I'm not even going to get into, because like, why does it automatically join the inventory on your fucking spaceship then? I don't, but it's very stupid that like I literally will sell the dumbass shit and then it just rematerializes in the inventory again and again and again. So yeah, I don't want to have all that dumb shit on my spaceship inventory. So why does it keep rematerializing in my spaceship inventory? Perhaps, maybe what you are saying does not actually work with what you have done. Okay? I don't want to have left slipper in the inventory. It just keeps existing in there every time I sell it. And it's not even like a fucking infinite money glitch, because you make like not even half a cent. You would spend literally 3 hours, like piece by piece, selling all this shit, okay, and barely make $54. So it sucks. It's not even worth the time it consumes. When you make ship changes, it grabs shit from these modules into inventory. I know.
Out in the manifesto as quickly and systematically as possible in the first 180 days of their term. Through these 4 pillars, policy, personnel, training, and the playbook, Project 2025 aims to overhaul the entire U.S. government from the inside out, putting in place draconian policies and gutting important government agencies, all in the name of the Constitution and good, white, Christian family values. Let's take
when I first encountered the 2025 or 2024 project or whatever it's called, I thought that it was like the WEF, you know what I mean? Like Project Reset or whatever the fuck they call it. Like more fluff than any like tangible, clear-cut, well-defined policy goals and positions. I'm still not entirely convinced, despite the fact that I know that Republicans are much better at like eviscerating the federal government, gutting it, destroying it, and deregulating at the behest of capital owners. So I am a little bit more fearful of it, but I do still think that it's still kind of like overblown maybe.
Each pillar in turn, though we will be spending the bulk of our time on pillar 1, the policy, because we have 920 pages to cover, and it is the most fleshed out and horrific part of the plan so far. Project 2025 published their 920-page Mandate for Leadership Policy Manifesto as a free PDF on their website. I considered getting a physical copy to be able to wave around for you just to see what it looks like printed, but that would require me to give $35 to the Heritage Foundation, so digital will do. That being said, I did not, unfortunately, read 920 pages of this thing, though I don't think it's a bad idea to do so. I did, however, read the first 50 pages of the PDF, including the list of organizers, authors, the introductory note, and the foreword, to get a good flavor of what's going on. And frankly, entire books could be and have been written on some of the batshit theories and doctrines they rely on just in the introduction alone. So we have plenty to dig into. Plus, the work of journalists who have pored over the manifesto at length will help us in our dizzying tour of the policies laid out in this manifesto. So let's get into it. The policy book is divided into 5 sections. 1, taking the reins of government. 2, the common defense. 3, the general.
I just don't get it, because it's like this already happened. You know what I mean? Like Republicans have already done, like what more are they going to do with the control that they have? Like at that point, it's just for funsies. I guess they just want to like kill trans people for fun. Like, is that what they're going to do? Like, it's kind of like when Republicans end up accidentally or deliberately instituting a reversing Roe v. Wade and creating a process in which in many red states where abortion was already pretty much not illegal, but like very hard to get, now it's just completely illegal, right? Like you just created a structure that will galvanize your opposition, and it is so entirely unnecessary. That's part of the reason why Republican Party currently is suffering from its own success, as I say all the time. So, like, what more do you want to do? Like, what will have you not enacted, at least at the state level in this fucking country? State level that allows you to take it all the way up to the Supreme Court with all the courts that you have stacked to the brim with Federalist Society perverts. Like, what more do you want out of the situation? Are you so horny that you want to, I guess, like create concentration camps or something? Like, what's the reason for this? It doesn't make sense. They have everything. They have effectively, over the course of the past half of a century, been able to gut the power that Congress held. The legislative body is completely neutered, okay? They moved over to power to the state legislatures where they actually win even when they lose the popular vote because of districting, okay? Which another W for them. They've also basically padded every single level in the court system with Federalist Society perverts all the way up to the Supreme Court. They have a Supreme Court supermajority that is seemingly permanent unless, like, you know, something really funny happens and like all of the conservative, like the young conservative Supreme Court justices like die in like a fucking plane accident or something. And so what more do you want? That is precisely the reason why they can get away with doing incredibly unpopular initiatives that hyper-focus on 1% of the population that most people don't even give a shit about, right? For example, all of the anti-trans legislation. Like, there is no real momentum towards anti-trans legislation. There is not really anyone on the ground who's like, this is really going to improve my material conditions. Like, this is, wow, I have a lot of economic anxiety, and like, if only we could fuck over some trans people. Like, only the worst perverts fucking despise trans people to that degree. But they can do that. They can actually push that legislation every day. How can they do that? Well, they can do that because they own the states. They own the state legislatures. So I guess the next step in this process would be to move away from a federalist structure to one that actually gives more federal control to the executive, that and then they can just like implement federal bans at the federal level and start enforcing their agenda on blue states, which are the economic engine that drives the country in most cases. And that's their final goal, I guess. Like, because I'm thinking, like, what is the one area that they haven't been able to like enact their agenda? And I guess it's like blue states, right? So maybe they want to enforce their perspective on blue states as well. What? Soros AGs blanket the country. Just look at all the big cities and criminals that get turned loose. Yes, dude. I would also agree with you if I was a schizophrenic, a weirdo who literally was perfectly fine and had a healthy brain and then read too many posts and became schizophrenic. It can happen. Sometimes it's hereditary, and in other instances, it's just like I read too many posts, and now I believe that fucking George Soros is blanketing the country with George Soros-backed progressive district attorneys that are letting criminals go. A statement that you can only put out there, a statement that under any other circumstance would be considered so insane that you can only hear it from a dude standing on top of a soapbox outside of a metro station in one of these big cities with these progressive DAs, right? And yet now online, I can get that hand delivered to me by like not just one person, but a bunch of people who can, under the guise of anonymity, act like they're actually brilliant and not just completely batshit insane. Anyway, let's continue.
Welfare. 4, the economy, and 5, independent regulatory agencies. The note at the beginning of the paper, authored by Project 2025 director Paul Dans, a former Trump official, lays out what's at stake. The long...
FYI, I'm not sure if anything has changed, but Zoe B does not seem to appreciate React content. This is unlisted. How did you find this unlisted video? I am not watching the Zoe B video at all. Thank you for sending that to me. We are not watching that video. I'll just fucking watch PragerU Kids on my own. There's plenty of coverage that I've done on the matter. But thank you for finding the video. She unlisted it after the drama. All right, let's continue.
March of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. The federal government is a behemoth, weaponized against American citizens and conservative values, with freedom and liberty under siege as never before. The task at hand to reverse this tide and restore our republic
Barbara Streisand effect in effect. Wait, what?
to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the...
What does he mean by original moorings, I wonder? Oh, for the record, the reason why I watch people like Leisha Miller, or even in that situation, Zoe B, is not to like run, is not to basically like allow time to go by as I sit there and not do anything. I like using them as a vehicle to deliver the exact same narrative that I'm going to deliver regardless, for those of you who are unfamiliar with what I do here. And I like giving them a platform while doing so, because this is much more entertaining and enjoyable to consume than for me to just go to the website and read out the exact same things and probably come to the similar conclusions that she's going to come to here. I find it to be a win-win situation. A community of content enjoyers now are more aware of someone whose content I appreciate and enjoy, and also she gets to summarize this information that I would be reading out from a website anyway. If, however, some of these people that I do look to in times have an issue with me reacting to their content, despite the fact that I do offer additional commentary, I don't just like play it because I don't know Leisha personally, right? So I wouldn't just like play it and walk away. But if they do have issues with that and they feel as though I'm not giving the full-throated reaction necessary, you know, I will just not watch their videos in the future. However, I'm still, I'm still doing a ethical react in this regard.
Collective action of our movement. With the quickening approach of January 2025, we have 2 years and one chance to get it right. The language throughout the policy manifesto and the Project 2025 website is militant, clearly meant to play into the fears and the patriotic duty that far-right constituents feel so strongly, the same militant language that led to the righteous anger of the January 6th insurrection. The report starts with, "We want you." The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now a part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these pages will be those of the 47th President of the United States, and we hope every other reader will join in making the incoming administration a success. And I know this, it's not explicitly about Trump, but listen, we all know that man is not reading a 920-page manifesto in the unlikely chance that he does take the White House in January 2025. Get real. But you get the vibe. This is positioned as a mandate, making readers, ostensibly the conservative foot soldiers who'll do their bidding, feel like they're in on a top secret mission. Like this is...
Okay, for the record, most Republicans, even in these photos, are not capable of reading 900 pages in a row. But you know who does? The producers at Fox News, the producers at Daily Wire, the producers at whatever the fuck Steven Crowder is doing now that haven't been sexually harassed into quitting their jobs. Okay, if he still has producers, that's probably what they're doing. They're reading this. So those guys always read this shit. That is why I always say when you talk to a conservative, you are basically addressing the exact same talking points, no matter how clever or how stupid they are, because they're very good at getting the talking points to be disseminated both through mainstream media with Fox News and also through independent outlets online through PragerU and Daily Wire and the entire conservative circuit. We do not have a similar thing on the left. We do not have the think tanks because obviously think tanks would need some level of consolidation of wealth to be able to launch that sort of thing. So you can't really do that. There's no business interest backing big left, right? The closest you can get to would probably be labor unions funding something like this, but labor unions are too busy fucking fighting fighting to claw back some level of labor power that was stolen from them over the course of the past couple of decades, if not century. So they don't have any time and opportunity to do so. I try to do this as best as I possibly can with the limited amount of time that I have. There's only so many times in the day. But there's a reason why, down to the fucking gray name that comes in here to say, herder Trump, he's the best, you fucking suck. Whoa, bet you have nothing to say about Hunter Biden getting arrested, right? Like, you fucking idiot. You love Joe Biden. That guy got that talking point without even realizing it. He didn't read the fucking, he didn't read the Heritage Foundation footnotes. He just got that talking point through the conservative media machine that is a very well-oiled machine that runs every fucking day, okay? And it works to disseminate that information from the tippy top, from the think tanks all the way down to the average gray name. The advantage, of course, is that if you know those talking points, you can immediately destroy them, and it doesn't matter how brilliant the other person is, because it's usually always the same talking points. That's why I can always pre-watch videos without actually watching them, because I've duked it out against those talking points for 10 years.
Some G.I. Joe mission shit, because the authors know that that is the absolute conservative wet dream, and they're playing into it. The foreword includes a tidy summation of all the conservative wedge issues and talking points that have been flying around over the last few decades, all of which are addressed at length in the document. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets, drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism, with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries. Overseas, a totalitarian communist dictatorship in Beijing is engaged in a strategic.
Okay, I'm beginning to realize what the issue is. They realize that, like, conservative policies are not exactly popular, because a lot of people mistake the conservative agenda happening whether they voted for it or not with it being popular. That's why there's the meta of the silent majority, right? That's not the case. Is the can't shut the fuck up minority, but they think they're the silent majority, right? When in fact they are not. So instead, now they're just going, yeah, we realize that, like, there isn't really a lot of interest on the ground for a lot of the things that we're pushing for, and people kind of look at us as though we're gross, and we can't brainwash enough people in short time. So we should just, like, do the same thing that I've been describing. I, Hassan Piker, have been describing about how they manipulate state legislatures to make it seem like there is actual support for these positions. And just take over the entire government.
Cultural and economic Cold War against America's interests, values, and people, all while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to that growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government dependence.
They're getting that good. They're addicted, I would say, to government dependence. Me, I'm addicted to Snap, man. It's so sick. I'm addicted to EBT, where I'm just drowning in it too. I'm like, oh no, I'm buying so many fudge rounds, dude. I'm 5'4", 320 pounds, and I'm fucking buying all the goddamn fudge rounds, baby. I'm addicted to fucking child tax credits.
Elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of 1970s radical chic to build the totalitarian cult known today as the Great Awakening. Most alarming of all, the very moral foundations of our society are in peril. The foreword goes on to list the 4 broad fronts that the policy mandate will cover. Those are: 1, restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2,
protect our children by dismantling child tax credits. That's what we need to do. Protect our children by also dismantling any number of regulatory mechanisms that prevent them from working in grueling conditions, doing labor that, cause them to be injured permanently at such an early age. I'm talking about the mines, okay? I'm talking about how the children yearn for it. I'm talking kids need to fucking figure out where their bootstraps are, okay?
Until the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. 3, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats.
Bounty.
4, secure our God-given individual.
They're coming for our jalapeno poppers, brother. They're Mexicans. They're coming over the border. Our bounty, brother. What bounty, man? Have you seen America recently?
Rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. And the manifesto goes on to lay out over 920 pages in 5 sections how they plan on furthering those 4 fronts. Chief among the policies promoted in the manifesto are a gutting of the administrative state and furtherance of the unitary executive theory, which we'll get into what those mean. Plus,
Okay, so yeah, it is. It is like Dick Cheney, George W. Bush, or I mean, it's the unitary executive theory has been around for a minute now. It's not like necessarily new. So they are trying to, first, they dismantled legislative power. I would say that this accelerated under the Obama administration. Like they were testing the waters, and basically they decided like, oh, we are not getting punished for obstructing. You know what I mean? Like we're just not. The parties are completely polarized at this point, and it doesn't matter. There's no like geopolitical interest that differs between like the Southern Democratic Party and the Northern Democratic Party. If you're a Democrat in the South, you're voting Democrat. If you're a Democrat in the North, you're voting Democrat. There is no like genuine regional interest at play here. So, so what we must do is, or what we can do is get away with being obstructionist. So much so that they're even obstructing themselves right now with the looming threat of a government shutdown. So I guess now that they have decided obstruction is not punishable, they destroyed, effectively dismantled the legislative body. No more confidence there at all. And now they use the state legislatures to enact their agenda. But finally, the last piece of that puzzle is beefing up the executive, the powers that the executive office holds, so that they can have like a permanent tyranny, I guess, and get like way more ruthless about social issues.
Anti-globalist and anti-environmentalist policies to protect from infiltration of Chinese culture into American life and continue the flourishing of American commerce, plus draconian anti-LGBTQ+ policies and a centering of religion and the traditional family unit in every aspect of governance. Yeah. It's bleak. Let's get into it. By far the scariest aspect of the policy, and the one getting the most critical commentary, is the absolutist commitment to gutting the administrative state and concentrating power into the hands of the president. The administrative state is sometimes called the 4th branch of government, and there have been debates for centuries as to whether it's constitutional. You know, all those agencies like the EPA, Social Security Agency, HUD, FEMA, the Fed, the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, all those governmental bodies that manage the administration of day-to-day operation of the country and promulgate regulations for everything from transportation to healthcare to food to clean water. That's the administrative state. It's not technically in the Constitution, but that doesn't.
This is what Vivek is talking about too, I guess. I was unfamiliar with this. Like I didn't realize that's what Republicans were referring to when they talk about the 4th branch. Okay, now I know. See? This is great. Thank you, Leisha Miller, for teaching me this. Also, everybody go give her a like and subscribe. She's great.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's not constitutional. And listen, most law students take an admin law class, and I can tell you right now that shit is dry. I barely could keep my eyes open during that class, so I won't bore you with too much detail, but this issue does take on a new and much more important meaning when you learn what Project 2025 wants to do about it. So here's some Admin Law 101. Admin law governs the structure, decision processes, and behavior of administrative agencies. Those agencies are created by statute, executive order, or by state constitutions. Admin agencies are also referred to as commissions, boards, authorities, bureaus, offices.
So what? They just want the president to do fucking everything? Or are the conservatives about to rediscover the delegation of tasks and division of labor? No. They want the president to do nothing. They want the president to do everything, but also simultaneously, they don't want the president to do anything. Because if you don't have the EPA, the president can't fucking literally like deal with the things, the day-to-day of the EPA or the Department of Education or the Department of Transportation or the, housing, urban development. Like these are all government agencies that are working to make your lives bearable and livable on a daily basis. Things that I talk about all the time about why the government is so big and why that's actually not a problem and actually a good thing, okay? Like every little thing that even private corporations take advantage of, like one of the greatest examples of this from Adam Conover's G Word, something that I've talked about quite a bit is like the military's meteorologist department, right? Like the satellites that are in orbit and also the planes that fucking fly into goddamn hurricanes and shit. Like all of that stuff is being controlled by the government that private companies take advantage of and basically reskin and repackage and sell to you as though it's totally separate and totally their own doing. But that's not the case. The government is back there working. Okay? Just like, for example, when you go to the grocery store and you buy a fucking slab of beef, or you buy 2 pounds of chicken because you love eating straight white chicken breasts because it has the highest protein. Okay? And you go there, you know full well that like that chicken is going to be up to standards, right? You're not going to eat the chicken and automatically die. You're not going to eat the chicken and automatically start hallucinating that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break. Okay? Like this guy didn't even care. He just said top of the hour. At that point, you're not even trying to debate me. Okay? What is going on here? You just said top of the hour. That's what you just said. You didn't even say anything else. No, didn't even try. Anyway, he's fucking min-maxing. The amount of government activity required for any commercial aviation to occur is crazy. Exactly. We just like kind of assume that that stuff is happening and we take it for granted. And it's incredibly stupid. The AccuWeather CEO is lobbying the government to prevent the NOAA from releasing their forecast to the public for free because that would basically make AccuWeather a non-entity. So anyway, like I was saying, though, all that stuff, including the top of the hour, is real and it's happening all the time. You might not recognize it because maybe you're subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or that you've gotten lucky and gotten gifted a sub. And that's why, you don't see the top of the hour ad break, but it's here and it's now. And here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue. But yeah, all that stuff the government does and we just kind of take for granted, but it's a very important part of our day-to-day existence.
Departments, divisions, etc. They're created by executive order, meaning when the president says so, or by Congress. Say Congress passes a law saying something is illegal. In that same law, they might say, we also create this new agency, and this agency is tasked with overseeing and implementing this law. For example, the Federal Food and Drug Administration was created by the Pure Food and Drugs Act of 1906.
I hate that. The FDA, I hate that, man. I don't want the food and drugs to be controlled by a government agency. That's communism. Bathtub meth. Bathtub penicillin. I want bathtub insulin. Why is the government stopping me, an entrepreneur, from making insulin in my bathtub? Fuck you. Okay? Food safety inspection, more like food socialism inspection. Yeah, that's right. I changed the S from safety to socialism because that's socialism. Socialism is when you can't do bathtub fentanyl, and the government comes in and tells you can't do that, and then you have a massive 10-hour standoff because you have a bunch of guns because you love the Second Amendment, and then they end up tossing poison gas into your home, and then your babies die, and then you go to federal prison. Okay, but ultimately, if the FDA didn't exist, I should be able to do bathtub meth. I should be able to do bathtub fentanyl. I should be able to do bathtub insulin. Coffee pot cooked chicken in public schools.
To oversee the implementation of that law. The main functions of
Yeah, this is what happens without the FDA. Libertarian dream equals everyone gets botulism. Yes, dude. Botulism is when your body is too weak to withstand parasites, okay, and other bacteria. Excuse me, a little bit of botulism actually made Steve MRE 1987 stronger, okay, and not weaker. Weak ones die, the strong ones survive. That's how we become stronger as a nation.
Administrative agencies are to investigate, make rules, and adjudicate. That's why there's administrative law courts. They're not state or federal courts. They're separate, less formal courts where agencies can conduct hearings and enforce the regulations that they write and promote. Those admin law rulings can be appealed up to state and federal courts, but most of the day-to-day workings of administrative agencies happen within the agencies
At this point, why not just call anything good government stuff socialism to get normies on board? Hello, because normies hate socialism more than they hate anything else, because there's a little thing called the Red Scare propaganda. What you are describing, even though you are a very nice person, but unfortunately a little too naive, is exactly what the Republican Party does every election cycle. And they are very effective at gutting all of those institutions by calling it socialism. I'm not even kidding. Like what you're saying is the Republican Party's like strategy.
And their courts. That doesn't mean, however, that there is zero oversight of these agencies. Like I said, rulings in the admin law courts can be appealed to state and federal courts. Congress can pass laws like the Administrative Procedure Act to rein in administrative agencies, and Congress also still controls the purse strings. The first federal admin agency was...
You said normies hate socialism more than... Outside this chat, most normies hate socialism? My friend, in this chat, normies hate socialism. What are we talking about? Even socialists hate socialism half the fucking time. It's just like, there are so many people that come in here always and are just like, oh, I'm a socialist, but I just hate whatever you're preaching.
The State Department, created in 1789 when Congress was still chock-a-block full of original framers of the Constitution, I might add, which does back up claims that the administrative bodies are implied in the Constitution. The idea behind creating these agencies, instead of having Congress or the president alone in charge of implementing the laws, because it turns out it takes a lot of work to run a country, and agencies are in charge of creating a lot of regulations. Further, agencies are staffed by subject matter experts, at least in theory. So, for example, the people in the EPA...
Putting Betsy DeVos. So Betsy DeVos is technically a subject matter expert, just in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? It's like putting Mohammed Atta in charge of the FAA, okay? Like, he is a subject matter expert, it's just in the opposite direction. And that's precisely what Betsy DeVos did as well. Betsy DeVos is the Mohammed Atta of education. She spent her entire life and all of her family's dumbass money basically destroying, doing a 9/11 on Michigan schools, only to then be rewarded with the position of Secretary of Education so she could continue doing a 9/11 every day from the Department of Education, as a matter of fact. So, you know, she does have subject matter expertise, which is precisely why I said, like, in a sea of contenders, like Vivek Ramaswamy doesn't make the cut. When you got dudes who have made it their whole lives mission to like blow up the Department of Education, like a guy like Vivek is not going to be able to like whisper sweet nothings into Trump's ear and then automatically get that position, when there are plenty of other like billionaire psychopaths who want that and have way more experience doing those things. Yes, her brother is Blackwater's Eric Prince, or you mean Academy, or you mean whatever the fuck it's called now, because they can't stop doing war crimes. Anyway, let's continue.
At least in theory. So, for example, the people in the EPA have spent their careers learning about environmental policy and regulation and are therefore much better positioned to implement a law than the lone president or Congress people. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the constitutionality of administrative agencies and tends to give a lot of deference to their decisions because they are the subject matter experts. While Congress often creates the agencies, most of them technically fall under the purview of the executive branch, of which the president is the head, because the Constitution vests the power to faithfully execute the laws of the country in the president in Article 2. Admin agencies do just that. They execute the laws, and they oversee said execution in a way that a single executive couldn't, and also in a way that ensures extensive checks and balances over executive authority. But this is why the president typically appoints heads of all these agencies, because they're technically part of the executive branch. But while the heads of those agencies come and go with the politics of the time, the people operating under them are not tied to politics or a president and tend to make careers out of working in those agencies. This again,
or a career out of looking in the other direction, and then finally, after many years of working in that federal agency, leaving the federal agency to immediately go and work in the private sector, with a insane salary, which is also known as the revolving door. So, yeah, they go from lobbying to being on the agency to only go back to lobbying once more. That's just how it works, which is unfortunate. However, there are still beautiful, wonderful, brilliant people out there who are actually pushing the cause forward and do legitimately believe the things that they are that they're advocating for and pursuing with the limited amount of power that these federal agencies currently have. Lena Khan comes to mind over at the FTC. As you guys know, we covered some of the stuff that she's done extensively. She's currently suing Amazon for being an e-commerce monopoly. So yeah, technically there are a lot of people that get sucked into the revolving door, because why the fuck don't you want to be a cynical piece of shit that makes, you know, $1 million a year at the same company that you never actually regulated when you were supposed to. The other part is the NLRB, of course. There's another group of awesome guys over there doing the most. Some of the agencies have people that have to do the good work. FDA has a bunch of people that have to do the good work. Other aspects of the FDA are, of course, susceptible to regulatory capture. You know, there's the good and the bad. Same with the EPA. Some of it is due to genuine limitations in funding, genuine legal limitations and legal hurdles placed in front of them by Congress or the Supreme Court. And others are a lack of interest in actually implementing any of the regulation that they're tasked with, because they know full well that they'll get the fucking bag when they inevitably move over to the private sector.
Creates a modicum of separations of powers and ensures that people with subject matter expertise are staffing these agencies. So sure, you can appoint the Attorney General as president, but you can't fire all the prosecutors who don't agree with you. I was working at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston the day that Jeff Sessions was fired, and the jubilation some of those lawyers felt, it was palpable. And they don't have to worry about losing their job because of that. Or at least not for now. Okay, so this is why administrative law is considered the fourth branch of government. It wields a lot of power. Some would say too much power, which is why Project 2025 is so dead set on gutting administrative bodies. Are we on the same page? Great. You are now more of an expert on admin law than 99% of the US population. The foreword in Project 2025's policy manifesto lays out their objections to the current state of affairs. Congress passes intentionally vague laws that delegate decision-making over a given issue to a federal agency. That agency's bureaucrats, not just unelected but seemingly unfireable, then leap at the chance to fill the vacuum created by Congress's preening cow.
It's like, God, I hate these fucking monsters, man. The worst aspect of this is that the guys that are typing those fucking words and their children are not going to be impacted by the water supply getting filled to the brim with toxic pollutants, because they'll go and they'll, knowing full well that that is happening, they'll either A, move to an area where that is not happening, okay, because they're not living in fucking Flint, Michigan or Pittsburgh, okay? They're living in an area where that is not that big of a problem. Or if that does become a big problem because, you know, EPA has no control over it whatsoever, then they can just buy the fucking top of the line filter. You know what I mean? They always will have money in the upper middle class and above to avoid these issues that they are causing.
Cowardice. The federal government is growing larger and less constitutionally accountable, even to the president, every year. Okay, so they're saying there's too many bureaucrats and the president doesn't have enough power. It continues. The conservative promise lays out how to fire supposedly unfireable federal bureaucrats, how to shutter wasteful and corrupt bureaus and offices, how to muzzle woke propaganda at every level of government, how to restore the American people's constitutional authority over the administrative state, and how to save untold taxpayer dollars in the process. So they're basically Ron Swansoning the government, attempting to put people in places of power to dismantle federal agencies from the inside. Except it's not a fun joke about a lovable libertarian with a mustache. It has far-reaching consequences that are made all the more dire when you learn about the unitary executive theory, the theory upon which many of the Project 2025 recommendations rely. Okay, we got admin law, unitary executive theory. We are getting into some deep constitutional law principles today, my friends. And if you want even more of a primer on constitutional law, check out my free 2-week email course called Smartass Civics. Sign up to receive daily bite-sized morsels of con law delivered straight to your inbox. You'll be beating your racist Uncle Rick at arguments by Thanksgiving. Link in the description. Okay, so unitary executive theory. It's this batshit theory that has only been made up in the last few decades. In fact, we have our good...
Which is like 90% of Republican strategies made up by like pointing to some fucking 17th century misunderstanding of the law to be like, no, this is what the founders actually intended. You don't understand. And it's always post hoc rationalizations for like a concept that at least like is supposed to be offensive to like the core of what it means to be American, which is an authoritarian singular leader that controls all aspects of your lives that you pay taxes to. It's kind of like how we designed this society. It's the one good thing that like the American Revolution did.
Good old friend Ronald fucking Reagan to blame once again for its proliferation, because of course. The theory came to prominence during Reagan, but really put down roots during the presidency of George W. Bush. Basically, the theory rejects the idea of 3 equal branches of government put in place to ensure a rigorous system of checks and balances so no one branch becomes too powerful. Instead, the unitary executive theory says actually, inherent in Article 2 of the Constitution, the president has complete control of the executive branch. So Congress can't create all of these agencies and put power in the hands of agency heads to make decisions. That power is supposed to be concentrated in the hands of the one singular executive. Reagan's lawyers came up with the idea in order to push deregulatory efforts. Bush Jr. used it to lend validity to his exercises of power after 9/11. While Obama expressed a more modest view of presidential power initially, he too exercised authority that circumvented Congress in several policy areas, especially in the deployment of U.S. military forces overseas. And then Trump, of course, came in and was like, hold my Big Mac. Let me...
The bipartisan, the bipartisan cause, baby. It's apolitical. You know what I mean? It's apolitical, you know. The one area where we will always do our very best.
We try this, and he frequently tested the bounds.
Oh my God, I got a message. Oh my God, chat at 2:30. I got a message from the Trump campaign. Join President Trump at Carvel, 11037 Santa Monica Boulevard in 30 minutes. You don't want to miss this. Trump is currently, I guess like at 3 p.m., he was at Carvel on Santa Monica Boulevard. Carvel Ice Cream at Santa Monica Boulevard, which is funny because I've been to that ice cream shop before. I used to live near it. That's so sick. Oh my God, I could have been there. Oh my God, if I got that text, if I looked at my text messages earlier, I could have fucking been there. And I had the chance to do the funniest thing, dude, which is kiss him.
Of acceptable exercise of executive power, from Muslim bans to the border to threatening sanctuary cities, he declared over and over that his authority extended to overriding congressional laws and funding authority. As one judge stated in response to Trump's threats against sanctuary cities, the separation of powers acts as a check on tyranny and the concentration of power. If the executive branch can determine policy and then use the power of the purse to mandate compliance with that policy by the state and local governments, all without authorization or even acquiescence of elected legislators, that check against tyranny is forsaken. Trump considered himself and his presidential powers not only beyond the bounds of Congress, but even beyond the bounds of judicial review, arguing that his travel ban was unreviewable by the federal courts. The judge in that case declared there is no precedent to support this claimed unreviewability, which runs contrary to the fundamental structure of our constitutional democracy. Even scholars who are in favor of wide-reaching executive power are appalled at Trump's behavior. John Yoo advocates in favor of the unitary executive theory and famously wrote a memo defending the legality of waterboarding under Bush. But he
Fuck, I missed this, man. I missed that big, beautiful boy, baby. I missed him. I could have been there. Oh my God. California is Trump country, says Carvel Ice Cream. That's so sick. Fuck, that's so sick. Yeah, this was perfectly explained in the movie Vice. This is how Dick Cheney did so much bullshit. Exactly. The OOC lawyer that told Obama he was cool with the drone strike of Anwar al-Awlaki spoke to my class the other day. My professor said it was too pointed to ask the guest whether he regrets war crimes. Well, the answer is no anyway. All right, let's get back to the video.
He also wrote a New York Times editorial entitled Executive Power Run Amok, saying,
Adam McKay's
even I
Vice in
have
the
grave
movie.
concerns about Mr. Trump's uses of presidential power. Yikes. But it appears that Project 2025 is supporting the idea that the president should constitutionally be entitled to vast levels of control over all administrative agencies, what they do, and who runs and staffs them from the top down, and Congress should have no ability to check that executive authority. Many constitutional law scholars argue that this is beyond the bounds of the Constitution, no matter how you look at it. But
Yeah, except it doesn't fucking matter because constitutional law at this point is just, again, totally partisan and totally vibes based. and there's not really much you can do about it. It kind of always has been that case. We just kind of make shit up as we go along. Much like the unitary executive theory, another completely made up concept of like strict textualism is another perfect example of conservatives just looked at something and were like, let's just make something up to not show our naked partisan efforts. Okay? It is literally a made up legal theory that they teach in schools like it's fucking legitimate. It is completely ridiculous. Okay? All matter of like conservative analysis over legal text oftentimes revolves around like a goal that they have as they like post hoc rationalize the goals that they have and try to justify it. As Democrats go, oh, but what about the norms? Oh, well, I guess you're still working within the bounds of the existing system. Of course, if you are an institutionalist, like a real one, and you genuinely care about it, well, the reality is, you know, those who don't care about it and just want to get their power across will do everything they can to destroy those institutions.
First administration of Donald Trump, whether or not there's a second, has already done the damage. As Jeffrey Crouch writes in his 2020 book on the unitary executive theory, yes, there are entire books about this, once precedents have been established for presidents to exercise expansive presidential powers with little pushback, future chief executives will be less likely to feel responsible for dialing them back.
Nah, I could see pussy ass Democratic Party members being like, no, we should push this back and only allow conservatives to expand on it, only for us to just like dial it back again every time we're in power. So functionally, all you're doing is ratchet affecting the executive unitary theory as well as all other aspects of American civil liberties.
And Project 2025 is betting on just that, with its expansive overhaul of every administrative agency in the country. If he does get back in the White House, Trump has made clear that he'll finish what he started, declaring he will find and remove the radicals.
I mean, they have a canceling student loan debt, right? Yeah, remember when all the student loan debt was canceled, which, by the way, wasn't even executive unitary theory in that situation. It is quite literally government debt owed to the executive. So it's not like it's a little bit different than that when you say, oh, student loans that we are offering, we can cancel or forgive. And guess what? It didn't fucking happen anyway. So it doesn't matter.
Who have infiltrated the federal Department of Education and promising to demolish the deep state.
We will expel the war.
Like that wasn't executive unitary theory. That was actually constitutionally afforded a constitutionally afforded right to the executive office. And even then, SCOTUS was like, I don't give a shit. Fuck you. You're not allowed. That's it. That's literally what happened there. It wasn't like a erosion of civil liberties, of course, or it wasn't like overreaching and doing something that's not completely in your control. It was literally within the purview of the presidency to do so, and yet they just didn't let it happen. Supreme Court was like, no, you can't do it.
Warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country.
He plans to do this in part through what's been called Schedule F, a plan that Project 2025 appears to adopt as well. In the waning days of Trump's presidency, he passed an executive order called Creating Schedule F in the Accepted Service. This order removed employment protections from career officials, those who work in government agencies in a non-political, non-appointed position, deeming them Schedule F employees who may be fired at will by the president, presumably if they don't show sufficient loyalty or execute the duties of the agency in the way the president deems necessary, effectively stripping any sort of checks or balances on the president's ability.
Yeah, like when the president says, like, let's say the president has some really cool ideas about bleach, okay, killing COVID. Let's say the president doesn't just like bring that up in conversation when he's delivering an address to the nation as he was doing during, I don't know, like a pandemic or something. Let's say he follows through on that alongside hydroxychloroquine as being an effective way to, defeat COVID in the body. And then members of the administrative agencies that are supposed to say, hey, I'm a scientist. That's insane. You would kill people if we were to like push this out from our agencies as though it's the most effective way to get rid of COVID. You could just go, you're fired, and then fire them, and then be able to continue hiring whoever the fuck you want to that position that will actually go, yeah, you know what? That is true. We should do the bleach thing.
To control federal agencies from the top down. In fact, 2 former Trump White House aides, Johnny McEntee and Russell Vought, who were instrumental to Schedule F, are also involved in Project 2025, indicating a continuation of the policy by whatever conservative president next takes the White House. McEntee is quoted as saying, "Our current executive branch was conceived of by liberals for the purpose of promulgating liberal policies. There is no way to make the existing structure function in a conservative."
He means, and this goes to the heart of the matter, the Hasanabi truism. Conservatives want bad things and they hate good things because they think good things are liberal and bad things are conservative. That is exactly what he's doing here, where he says the EPA, the Department of Education, like all matter of federal agencies that have to exist for you to enjoy living in civilized society in the way that you currently do, even though they oftentimes don't do enough. All of those things are bad, actually. And what would be good is if we destroyed them. Those are liberal and bad. Clean water, liberal and bad. In knowing full well that like, or at least having confidence in the meat that you're purchasing, that is not going to poison you. Well, that's bad, actually. That's bad and it's liberal and I don't like that. We should destroy that, actually. It's pussy lib shit.
Manner. It's not enough to get the personnel right. What's necessary is a complete system overhaul. And that is at the heart of Project 2025's plan. None of their policies and wedge issues work without gutting the administrative state and concentrating more power in the hands of the president. Of course, their goal is also to pack Congress and the courts.
So you just brought something up that's interesting. They want regulatory agencies banned so that Congress can get clogged with enforcing regulations, except here's the reality, okay? Those regulatory agencies were created out of necessity. Every single piece of regulation or every single regulatory agency was built with blood, okay? All of that ink was written with blood. It's not like someone was like, I'm a gay communist pussy-ass soy lib, and I want fucking the environment to be protected because I'm gay as fuck, dude. Like, that's not what Richard Nixon said. You know what I mean? Like, it had to happen. So it's not like, yeah, Triangle Shirtwaist Factory or issues such as that did not just, you know, these things, these protections, these regulations, the ink is with blood. And it's not like, and a lot of that, a lot of these regulations were not created, designed single-handedly by, again, some gay-ass lib who is in a position of power, who is the president, but instead by Congress to again, do what the Congress or previous Congresses had decided is a necessity for survival, okay? You get it? So, like, technically, you know, you can gum up the works all day, every day inside of Congress, but, you know, this is all of these agencies were already built by Congress anyway.
With as many conservatives as possible, but that's less of a problem when you establish an executive with unchecked power. And through that unchecked power, the new conservative executive will be able to gut agencies and put people in place to further conservative agendas. Those include a push away from environmental protections in favor of becoming a fossil fuels industry leader, a move away from what they call globalism, including encouraging corporations to bring jobs back from overseas. And the foreword to the manifesto declares, those who run our so-called American corporations have bent to the will of the woke agenda and care more for their foreign investors and organizations than their American workers and customers. Today, nearly every top-tier U.S. university president or Wall Street hedge fund manager has more in common with a socialist European head of state than with the parents at a high school football game in Waco, Texas.
Yeah, again, we need to do like sanity checks. Like, you need to do a critical sanity dice roll before you get to write stuff, I think, for a think tank. Like, if you think that Jeff Bezos is more in common with a fucking socialist than, ironically, the guy writing this article, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, dude. Like, Jamie Dimon is like, man, we really need to fucking we really need to have a violent revolution to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, you know? He's always saying that.
Many elites' entire identity, it seems, is wrapped up in their sense of superiority over those people. But under our Constitution, they are the mere equals of the workers who shower after work.
There's nothing funnier to me than a guy who says those who run American corporations are bent to the will of the woke agenda and care more for foreign investors, and they're closer, they have more in common with socialists, when like your job at the Heritage Foundation is quite literally to make sure those woke socialists get everything, okay? They run society and they get everything. I think some of these guys actually forgot that wedge issues serve a purpose. I think this feels like these guys, even at the place where they churn up new wedge issues, the think tank that is designed to specifically create wedge issues, to drive a wedge, to keep people hyper-focused on like idiotic culture war battles, have forgotten why they do those culture war battles to begin with. It is so that shareholder profits are seen as absolute and the most important thing possible, and that we can erode the regulatory agencies specifically so that those socialist guys can make as much money as they possibly can. They want to max out. I don't know what the fuck these guys are talking about. This is like a very Ron DeSantian take. Very Ron DeSantis tries to use big government initiatives to bully Disney approach, really. You're forgetting that, you know, at a certain point, you're supposed to scale back on the culture war stuff because that's just simply supposed to be a distraction.
Instead of before. And while that passage is absolutely unhinged for many reasons, there are a few things we can agree on here. American corporations absolutely do care more for their foreign investors and organizations than their American workers and customers. And yeah, they hide behind woke language like DEI while also being awful for workers, the environment, and equality writ large. But I think conservatives genuinely think that corporations actually believe the DEI bullshit they spew, and that it's not just a way to avoid lawsuits. Like,
yeah.
Come on, guys, I thought you were a little smarter than that. Also, I would wager a bet that the framers of our Constitution, largely products of the Academy, did not consider themselves equal to laborers who showered after work. The policy also shows an outsized obsession with China, another popular conservative talking point, saying that China is a
Well, it's a liberal talking point, too. Well, everyone's a liberal, and liberals are conservative, so that kind of makes sense. But, like, you know. Also, yeah, remember when Chatter called her Johnny Harris? Johnny Harris would read this and go, well, this part is actually correct.
totalitarian enemy of the United States, not a strategic partner or fair competitor, and that America's elites have betrayed the American people. The solution to all of the above problems is not to tinker with this or that government program to replace this or that bureaucrat. These are problems not of technocratic efficiency, but of national sovereignty and constitutional governance. We solve them not by trimming and reshaping the leaves, but by ripping out the trees, root and branch. The report goes on to say, illegal immigration should be ended, not mitigated.
It's so funny. There's nothing funnier to me than like being endlessly butt mad about China just fucking ripping us in our own game. It's like, pick your poison, brother. You made it happen. You know what I mean? It's so funny. It's literally a fascist manifesto. Yes, but also at the same time, it's somehow nerdier than like a lot of these like weird 4chan fascist manifestos where they're like, because they're a think tank, they have to get like, they have to still use like academic language. You know what I mean? So it comes across as like very liberal and very butthurt and very upset and tries to very nerdily dismantle the federal government. And
the border
agencies.
sealed, not reprioritized. Economic engagement with China should be ended, not rethought. Our manufacturing and industrial base should be restored, not allowed to deteriorate further. Confucius Institutes, TikTok, and any other arm of Chinese propaganda and espionage.
Okay, this is Ron DeSantis. Okay, Ron DeSantis is getting his notes from this. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do legitimately think that conservatives who are normally very good at like finding new things to get mad at maybe are suffering from their own success a little bit. This is Ron DeSantis. This is so informative. Oh my God. Now I know where the fuck Ron DeSantis is getting his shit from. Because I was wondering, Felix tweeted about this the other day too. Like, remember when we looked at Ron DeSantis like standing in front of a podium that read CCP, where he was talking about how he's like eviscerating Confucius institutes in America? Yeah.
Should be outlawed, not merely monitored. Another area of grave concern for Project 2025 is the proliferation of LGBTQ ideas and transgenderism, suggesting draconian measures that many critics are saying would effectively criminalize LGBTQ expression. As the foreword to the manifesto says, the next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. It goes on to say, pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are
They write stuff like, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. That's, yeah, shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
Child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be in prison.
Zoomers shouldn't read this. They're going to be like, oh, I agree. On God, for real, W.
Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders, and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. As far as I can tell, to them, pornography.
Okay, first of all, yeah, if you show pornography to your classroom, yeah, you probably will be labeled as a registered sex offender. What the fuck? I think they just mean like if you do sex ed when it's if you do sex ed that's not abstinence only sex ed, then you know you're going to jail. I think that's what they mean. They're labeling any trans person. Yeah, that too. So here's the thing. Is 2025 a step towards central planning? Yes. But the unfortunate problem here is that it's pushed by conservatives. So it's not like centralized planning of the economy for the entire nation to prosper. It's like centralized planning of the entire economy so that like the minor benefits that you get from the civil libertarianism that exists in the United States of America, that can only exist in the United States of America due to America being the hegemonic superpower. We want to take those away too. Like no more treats, okay? You can't have like a little bit of sexual liberty as a treat. You can't like be trans in public as a treat, you know, for all of the death and destruction that we deal worldwide. So that's it. Like whatever like crumb of social autonomy that you enjoyed that allowed you to even for a brief moment forget that this is a shithole, okay? We're taking all that away from you. And there's really no reason for it either. Like, I think a lot of these people forget that, you know, those things are what keep people dull. Those are the things that make people feel like they have freedom. I myself included, for the record. I often joke about how pornography being banned in Turkey is somewhat a part of my advocacy for First Amendment rights and free speech, or why I wouldn't live in China because pornography is banned in China. Like it's mostly a joke, but it does have broader implications, right? It's not just pornography being banned at that point. God, he's so whack.
Pornography includes any discussion of being transgender or really discussion of sexual and gender identity, period, based on their reference to educators and public librarians who've been under attack for allowing children to check out such psychologically destructive books.
It's funny because like hip firing the 50 cal is actually easier. That's why he's hip firing it. It's not like he hit a target, so he doesn't give a shit about hitting a target. He hip fired it because he's too scared that it's gonna fucking pop his shoulder out of its socket if he fires it from the ground.
Books as And Tango Makes Three, a book about gay penguins, and Sparkle Boy, a book about a little kid who wears
The real actually fucking hardcore thing to do would not be to hip fire it, but like to actually aim down the sights and shoulder fire it while standing, which, let's be real, he ain't doing anytime soon, because that would probably fuck him up. Despite the fact that everybody would say, despite the fact that everyone would say, oh, you don't understand, it actually has really good recoil protection. It's like the technology on a Beretta 50 cal is perfect.
There's a tutu. But the rape and murder in the Bible is fine and definitely requires zero therapy later in life. A later chapter in the manifesto on the Department of Health and Human Services advocates that the president should direct agencies to rescind regulations interpreting sex discrimination provisions as prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, sex characteristics, etc. This would strip protections for LGBTQ folks, as well as women, it seems, given that gender identity is listed, effectively making current regulations around sex discrimination fully obsolete. The chapter further states that the next president should require agencies to maintain a biblically based social science reinforced definition of marriage and family, meaning the next president should push to remove protections for same-sex marriage. And that's not the
Like this kind of shit you would never be able to get because there's no popular support for it. So they have to do it by you know, authoritarian mandate. And it's just so odd because like it's not hurting anybody. You know what I mean? There is no real material benefit to doing this. Like there's no capitalism reason for it. At that point, you're just like being a bully for the sake of being a bully. Very odd.
The only reference to the Bible or the sanctity of the family in the policy document. Its 920 pages are littered with references to the Bible and Christianity and the traditional family unit. The foreword declares the most important community in each of our lives and the life of the nation is the family. Today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of Black children. There is no government program that can replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father, which
I legitimately feel like they wrote this so that liberals would go out and vote, and even like leftists would go out and vote in fear that like Republicans will come and do the things that are like comically villainous.
First of all, that's some old school Republican language. The loud welfare queen wolf whistle of Reagan rings on into the night, I see. But also, frankly, as someone without a dad, I can confirm that actually the health insurance I had through the state as a poor, recently graduated 22-year-old paid for the therapy that I needed to fill that hole. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. But that's not the point. The point is to demonize single mothers, especially.
Yeah, but you're a libtard, so that's bad. You know what I mean? Fucking got him. That's what happens when the state gives you funds to get therapy.
Especially Black ones, and place the blame of all of society's woes on the backs of individuals who just need to work harder to maintain their traditional family units, and not on the system that leads to impoverished single mothers in the first place, like, I don't know, the mass incarceration of Black fathers, for example. One of the main stated goals of the policy is securing our God-given individual rights to live freely against the woke agenda. The opening note of the manifesto states, "Today the left is threatening the tax-exempt status of churches and charities that reject woke progressivism. They will soon turn to Christian schools and clubs with the same totalitarian intent." In the chapter on COVID-19 policies, the author asks, how much risk mitigation is worth the price of shutting down churches on the holiest day of the Christian calendar and far beyond as happened in 2020? What is the proper balance of lives saved versus souls saved? And the fact that these people think that the federal government should be concerned with saving souls tells you enough about the belief system of the people who want to overrun our government. government. The chapter on the U.S. Department of Labor states, God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest, and until very recently, the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day, and blames consumerism and secularism for the decline in Sabbath observance, calling on Congress to encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours worked on the Sabbath, which sounds kind of nice except for the whole Christian nationalism thing. The chapter on the U.S. Department of State says that special attention must be paid to challenges of religious freedom, especially the status of Middle Eastern Christians and other religious minorities, as well as the human trafficking endemic to the region. But of course, we know which religious freedom they're concerned with.
Who wrote this, man? It's like so nutty. It's so weird and specific, and I'm not entirely certain how you could sell this to the broader majority, but I guess you kind of don't have to. I mean, they're doing this for two reasons. One, because they do want to disseminate this in the form of propaganda through like Fox News and everyone else, but also I guess like they want the foot soldiers to know like this is our next step. It just, did the 4chan and Reddit groypers all get jobs in think tanks? I think they did. I'm not even kidding. I think like a lot of those guys that spent, you know, the early 2000s and, you know, the early 2010s when they were like 20 to 25 years old, they finally got to the age group where they can like get these think tank jobs. And that's why that's how they're operating. This guy's still chirping. Protecting kids is not bullying. Oh, now it's about her. What's wrong with traditional family? Ah, observant you are. People on TikTok and Reddit claim the plan calls for camps too, with open-ended definitions of who goes to them. I just don't understand, like, what more these fucking freaks want. You know what I mean? They're like, we have to ban trans porn because I can't stop jerking off to it. Like, that's basically half of the fucking article. You know what I mean? Like, they've dedicated entire pages to like how hard they nut to trans porn and why it must be banned. Like, what are you doing? The fuck? You're so weird, bro. Keep that shit to yourself. You know what I mean?
Here. In all of this, Project 2025 essentially creates a blueprint for the proliferation of a Christian nationalist agenda at every level of government. You guys, that's just one pillar of Project 2025. This 920-page manifesto is pillar number one, but it is the most extensive because it lays out the foundation for everything to come and how the next president should go about pushing every conservative talking point imaginable, all with the backdrop of eviscerating federal agencies and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Pillar number 2 is the creation of a personnel database, what they're calling the conservative LinkedIn, which sounds like hell on earth, from which to pull qualified conservatives to place at every level of government. They have an application to be part of the personnel database linked on their website. So I thought, hell, maybe I'll apply. People are always telling me that I should get involved in government. They even had boxes I could check saying that I'm liberal and progressive, so it seems like maybe I'm welcome too. I just answered a few questions, and they were all interestingly worded as though they were trying to woke bait me, like, the gender wage gap is the result of prejudice and discrimination, agree or disagree? Or, the US needs nationalized healthcare, agree or disagree? I answered honestly, attached my resume, and submitted. A few minutes later, I received a confirmation email that my application had been received. We'll see what happens next. Seems like a good way to keep abreast of developments. Seems like definitely something that could easily, I don't know, be overrun with liberal and progressive applications. It would really be too bad if, like, every person who watched this video submitted an application to be added to the database. Seems like it would make their job a lot harder to find the good conservative.
Damn, if only we had like a coder in the community who could fast track and streamline that process so they could like flood fake applications into it. I mean, surely that'd be terrifying. That'd be terrible. And I hate that. And I don't want that. Shonda Black. I would never want that to happen. You know what I mean?
Candidates in all those applications. I mean, that's just like something I was thinking about. I'm just spitballing here, okay? I left the link to the application in the description just so that you can do your own independent research and form your own opinions. The third pillar of Project 2025 is training. According to the Project 2025...
It's not actually. I feel like it's not illegal. I think it's like frowned upon, but I don't know if it's illegal. I don't think so. If that was the case, then Sean would be in prison. He has done this so many times, like nonstop, is what I would say if he had done it. But of course he has not. because I would never harbor criminals in my community.
Website, the Presidential Administration Academy covers topics ranging from how to identify appointee positions for which you qualify to navigating the necessary background and security.
Yeah, we unintentionally and not deliberately DDoS the fucking applying site by just simply watching this video, but
Security clearance processes to recognizing and addressing the dangers of the administrative state. Potential appointees will learn the intricacies of the federal budget process, how to work with the media, managing congressional and stakeholder relations, the federal procurement process, and dozens of other topics that provide the knowledge and skills you'll need to be an effective presidential appointee. Current certificate programs offered are called Prepared to Serve, Conservative Governance 101, and Conservative Governance Advancing Policy, with more on the way. It appears that the application to take those courses is the same one to be added to the personnel database. So if you, for some reason, decided to, I don't know, submit an application and overwhelm their personnel database, maybe you would also be given access to these courses. I'm not sure. Definitely do your own research. The final pillar, pillar number 4, is the 180-day playbook. This appears to be yet to be written, but according to the website, the playbook would include a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for every single federal agency to implement in the first 180 days. This mirrors the plan that the Heritage Foundation gave to Reagan when he entered office, allowing him to hand off vetted conservative policy initiatives to each agency without having to do much work on his own. The Heritage Foundation, which is the creator of Project 2025, is seeking to redo what they did with Reagan, but put it on steroids. That 920-page manifesto is a good indication of the types of recommendations that they'll give to each agency. Okay, so I hope that I have sufficiently communicated the gravity of this plan. If a Republican wins the presidency in 2024, they will be handed this plan. They, of course, aren't required to do anything with it, in theory, but given that Trump and DeSantis, the two frontrunners for the nomination, are both batshit fucking off their damn rockers, it seems likely that whoever wins the nomination would wholeheartedly back most, if not all, of the policy items put forward.
yeah, I mean, this is already like the strategy. You know what I mean?
By Project 2025. Lord knows Trump isn't going to read any of this, so he'll likely just hand it off as is to be implemented by people who can read good and stuff. So what do? We make extra damn fucking sure that the Republican doesn't win the election in 2024. This is an all hands on deck situation, my friends. Do I want Biden? No, but he is once again the best choice that we have. You also need to vote in Democratic senators and representatives as well. You need to bring your roommates and your partners and your family members and make sure that they vote. You need to call them ahead of time and be like, hi, what's your plan for voting? You need to be thinking about this early and often. You need to be just a little bit scared. Not to be fear-mongery, but this is genuinely a terrifying prospect for our government that feels really, really imminent. Of course, any of these unilateral actions that a Republican president could theoretically take could then also be challenged in courts, but he's packed the courts, including the Supreme Court, and the result of attempting to implement all of these new policies in the first 180 days would be sheer chaos. John F. Kelly, Trump's literal chief of staff, has said it would be chaotic. It just simply would be chaotic because he'd continually be trying to exceed his authority, but the sycophants would go along with it. It would be a nonstop gunfight with the Congress and the courts. Even if the theoretical Republican president couldn't get through all of these policy proposals, it would still create a level of
The dumbass anti-electorals Mandy's in the chat will hate this. Do we even have any fucking anti-electorals Mandy's at this point in the chat? I think everyone is just done. They're fatigued. Like, even the anti-electoralist guys are like, I don't really care, whatever. Like, people don't even care enough to make to have a position on, like, urging people to not vote. You know what I mean? Because the number one anti-electoralist body is the Democratic Party, okay? There is nothing better than putting up a 800-year-old man as like the singular force that can defend American democracy and defeat Donald Trump, knowing full well that by his second term, with, by the way, no acceptable substitute, Kamala Harris is not that person, and knowing full well that like he is not going to make it past the finish line, right? They did that shit and they made their bed and now they're going to fucking lay in that bed. So,
chaos that could further undermine trust in the government as a whole. The good news, if you could call it that, is that Project 2025 is radical. It does not comport with how the majority of Americans feel. 71% of Americans support same-sex marriage. 85% of Americans believe abortion should be legal under at least certain circumstances, and only 13% say it should be illegal under all circumstances. 69% of Americans believe that the U.S. should take steps to become carbon neutral by 2050. The number of adults in the U.S. who identify as Christian has fallen by 25% since the 1990s. For most people, Democrats, centrists, and even some Republicans, Project 2025 goes way too far. And
yeah, but it doesn't matter because this is not about democracy at all. A lot of Republican initiatives are not about democracy. It's directly about eroding the democratic process while also trying to make it seem like it's the most democratic thing you can do. That's precisely how they operate, right? Like, ain't nobody's asking for like fucking making it illegal to be like a trans 14-year-old who attends a swim meet. Like, who the fuck is like, this is my one issue, dog. You gotta do this. Okay? It's so dumb.
and represents an upheaval and existential threat that is beyond what most people want to see in the US government. So my hope is that the more people who know the actual contents of the Project 2025 plan, the more people will get out and vote to make sure the hellscape it presents never comes to fruition. Sharing this
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's in many respects, like, unless the Democratic Party does a better job of getting people motivated to vote and stuff. Oh, Brant, by the way, there needs to be a recognition that maybe you were wrong. The highlighting of your left flank as the real scary enemies is directly a consequence of your own petty grievances. What is this? I am an anti-fascist, okay? This administration is a fascist one. I am an anti-fascist. What doing? What's next? Are they going to openly go, nope, we are a fascist government now? They're going to just say that? Is that what we're doing? Because anti-fascism is just fascism. Bro, don't say that right now. Oh, what? Out of here, dude. Listen, you need to understand something, okay? These people are not strong, weak. They fear you being united, okay? We have the numbers. There are Americans of good conscience everywhere. And because they're so fearful that if the people stand united, that they'll be defeated, they try to pick apart. They try to divide the masses. They try to make an example out of people. And when institutions don't actually respond in defense of the citizens, in a country like the United States of America especially, if institutions don't respond, if people don't respond, if they actually obey in advance, then regardless of how weak they are, regardless of how fearful they are, they win. And it doesn't stop. When they get a victory, they do not stop. That just emboldens them to dig deeper. This is how it works. There is a lot of discontent against this administration. They do not have the numbers. They can't even get the National Guard to be deployed everywhere. They can't do that. And even if they were to do that, there is no guarantee of success because the National Guard is also comprised of your there's no guarantee that those guys are going to be like, all right, well, we're loyal servants of fascism now. I've seen it. I saw the 29 Palms Marines when I went out there at the ICE protests in LA. They didn't want to be there. They were just getting around. They were sleeping on concrete floors because the administration is so goddamn stupid. I know Trump says he will designate Antifa as a terrorist organization and launch a probe into it. I need you to understand, they are weak. These are the actions of a weak administration. These are not the actions of a strong administration. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to stamp out any sort of discontent. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to try to put the fear of God in your hearts, in your minds, in your soul, to stop you, to make you think twice before you engage in any sort of anti-fascist action, before you engage in any sort of demonstration, because they are afraid. It is upon all of us to make sure that we don't stand down. I am an anti-fascist. Damn, I popped off on that one. That's crazy. I guess like one of the worst aspects of this, one of the scariest aspects of this change this attitude change from the administration is that they're like leaning more comfortably in the fascist direction, or at least like openly recognizing that they are fascist. Because that's what comes next. This has been the most like I told you so for years week in my career, I think. Whether it be all of my warnings towards liberals and their lack of anger and lack of discontent against censorship when it was like annoying pro-Palestine campus activism, or whether it be all of the centrist political content creators that I kept saying were aligning themselves with right-wingers in an effort to deplatform people like myself. I kept telling them, it's not going to stop with me. It will eventually come for you as well. Because the goal here isn't just to eradicate the radicals. And also, make no mistake, nothing I'm saying is radical anyway. I think it's more radical to be a fascist. I think it's more insane to be an administration that ran on mass deportation in a country that is comprised entirely of migrants. We are a nation of migrants. No one here, with the exception of Native Americans, who withstood the genocide of the genocide from the initial pilgrims, the settlers, no one here is a Native American, you know? Everyone's an immigrant. We're descendants of settlers and then descendants of immigrants. So the notion that we're going to do mass deportations in the country is so insane. It is un-American. It is anti-American, right? Opposing that, resisting that is a moral imperative. It's not just a political stance or a political ideology. It's the right thing to do. No matter how much these guys try to stamp it out, no matter how much these guys try to attack it. And those who actually tried to present a centrist position for the longest time, those who sat on the fence for the longest time, are now suffering the repercussions themselves. I've seen it. One example that I will obviously get to, one example that I'll talk about is the whole, hold on, is the Destiny stuff that's taking place right now. You know, this guy used malicious smears and clips out of context and even aligned himself with right-wing heads for the longest time to try to actively deplatform me. And now those right heads are coming after him too and are successfully deplatforming him. Yeah, and using Dan Seltman's dumbass website as a reference. Bro, I don't think you guys understand. It's not even just Dan Saltman. Like, Destiny has an entire Wikipedia page designed to literally tar and feather every single prominent leftist account. They literally compile opposition research that the free press has used, okay? They straight up compiled opposition research on me and every other person to the left of Destiny for years and years, and now the right-wingers are using that. But it's ironic because they're also going after Destiny as well. If you had any decency beyond, you know, the CSAM distribution and whatnot, he would delete all that shit. But yeah, I saw the whole, like, he's announcing he's retiring from politics stuff. He's not going to do that. But again, this is something that I warned about for so long. It's something that I warned about over and over again to people in my community. It's something that I warned about as like a broader trend, a broader problem if left unaddressed. And the chickens are coming home to roost right now, and it's not good. Let me tell you, it's not good. He still believes you should be deplatformed, so I don't have sympathy. That is insane. So in this moment, in this very moment, when all of the right-wingers are up his ass and have successfully gotten him to be demonetized on YouTube, this dumb motherfucker still thinking I'm the problem? Oh my God, brother, I cannot believe it. I mean, hey, have fun. Have fun with your, wait till they find out about all the pedophilia that you've done. Wait till they find out about, like, I don't know, a million other instances where you've said unimaginably violent. He got only a fraction of the return that he has tried to deal my direction for years and years at this point. God damn, dude. He doesn't think you're the problem. The dude is jaded and a jealous boyfriend. What point will his community understand, like, because his community is not that big. But his community is like very, very dedicated, right? They love doing troll ops. They love doing like smear operations. They can do a sophisticated smear campaign, right? They can do a sophisticated smear campaign. So the very fact that they're not actually using all of their effort and all of those initiatives against the right, even in this very moment, and still at the mercy, at the whims of their cult leader who just despises me is crazy. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let me blast off and then let's keep going. It's the same with Klein. Like, it's so obvious. If you are at this very moment when fascism is at our doorstep, or okay, when it's here, and it's not only like, you know, knocking on your door, it's knocking down your neighbor's doors, and your only opinion as a super wealthy guy living in a Bel Air mansion is like, you know who's really at fault here? This guy that I personally hate. Your audience needs to snap out of it, dude. You got to snap out of it. You got to snap out of it. I know those guys won't because they're just petty, narcissistic. They're deeply unserious people. Speaking of people who are aligned with one another, of course, there is Sex Pestany, right? He has, alongside Nooks Taku and numerous other like supposedly apolitical slop tubers and VTubers alike, have found himself in a little bit of trouble. Here's how it is. Some of you know this. Many of you might not know this. Maybe you saw like clip slam dunk compilations of Sex Pestany for the longest time and you don't fully understand what his worldview is. The easiest summarization of this, of course, is that he just despises me with his entire soul and will go to any length to try to either deplatform me or have me killed. I mean, he has actually issued death threats against me in the past, only a month ago, as a matter of fact. And he has aligned himself with neo-Nazis such as Sam Hyde when he was doing his whole, like, I'm going to do Hassan Piker shtick. Again, another file neo-Nazi. He has aligned himself with Nick Fuentes in the past as well, openly talking about how he actually gave Nick Fuentes a platform.
And the and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why he would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him about anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, like, bro, like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the f you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're so stupid.
And how Nick Fuentes, who is also a neo-Nazi and has gone on dates with cat boys and things of that nature. So, you know, he's a furry neo-Nazi kind of. I don't even understand how that works, but whatever. Just so you understand, the alignment is all over the place. Destiny himself also obviously is currently engaging in a legal battle against his numerous victims, some of which he filmed without consent, some of which he did film with consent in sexual acts, but he distributed that footage to another minor that he was trying to actively have sex with. That guy, he also hates me. Anyway, he has been a major advocate to try and deplatform me for years. He has overtaken major subreddits like Livestream Fails and has been launching this conquest against me. And despite the fact that he doesn't have like a massive audience or anything, he does have a very loyal following. A lot of jobless motherfuckers sit around and basically make websites full of clips out of context. So if you see like a lot of clips out of context flying around and you're like, how do I deal with this? Where is this coming from? A lot of that has come from his community. And in the process of their deplatforming initiatives over the course of the last 2 years, post October 7, they built another website where they would try to get me deplatformed with false smears of me being an anti-Semite. And they found some groups, some advocacy groups with a little bit of institutional prowess and a little bit of institutional persuasive capabilities. The Anti-Defamation League, I like to call them the Apartheid Defense League, and numerous other Israel advocacy groups. They aligned themselves with these advocacy groups to try and actively deplatform me and many other pro-Palestinian content creators. They even went so far as to align with my former podcast co-host, Ethan Klein. You already know all of this stuff. But now, also known as Dan Saltman, are now coming after Destiny. And there have been numerous updates on this front, and it has actually backfired on him spectacularly. I'm going to start off with this point here really quickly. What is this? Hassan's haters are so stupid. This website about Hassan's anti-Semitism uses an image of a little girl lighting lamps. This is the image has nothing to do with Judaism. The makers of this website don't give a about anti-Semitism. Yeah, Hamas Piker Fund for Israel. Fight back against the anti-Semitism of Hamas Piker and his friends. Make a donation in honor of Piker today. Stock photo of a girl making rangoli and decorating oil lamps for Diwali. So if you want to understand, like, these guys don't give a about Judaism anyway. But yeah, they made entire websites with dedicated clips out of context, all this stuff. They have been engaging in this deplatforming. They are incredibly committed to this deplatforming initiative and this smearing initiative for many, many years. And it only actually expanded after October 7, okay? And they found a unique partner in this with the Israel lobby. They found a unique partner in this with the Israel lobby because those guys are the only ones crazy enough to continue trying to actively engage in this deplatforming initiative, because I'm one of the most prominent critics of Israel on the internet and perhaps even in North America. And these guys have all the smoke. So in that endless initiative, Destiny's podcast co-host, Dan Saltman, went to Washington, D.C. on numerous occasions, okay? He did. By his own admission, he went to Washington, D.C. and lobbied Republican Congress members because he realized that Republicans would be the only people that were insane enough to try and engage in this deplatforming initiative. Remember, these people build themselves as liberals, okay?
You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward with Twitch?
I have congressional meetings set up. Okay.
Oh, Alex.
So that's like with more than one dude. Republicans, obviously. Shifted.
What's a congressional meeting?
Oh, you're such a big.
Well, I guess it's when there's with multiple congressmen, and it's like a fact-finding mission for them, where they go and they.
Oh my God!
Oh, stop the video. Sorry.
Rolling super hard right now.
Okay. All right. So congressional video is where not congressional video. A congressional meeting is where there's multiple of them, and they have their aides with them, their chiefs of staffs with them, and then they're trying to find out, like, okay, explain this to us, everything from start to finish, and they're taking notes, and then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that, based on the information of what you give.
So those very same Republican groups, of course, got very mad at Destiny, because Destiny never holds back and has no interest whatsoever. He wears it like a badge of honor to say some of the most unhinged things you've ever heard, okay? And that he keeps the same energy when he's talking about people to his left flank, and it obviously makes things a lot easier when he does that, but he also keeps that same energy and the interest in dying on any hill, no matter how unhinged it is, when he's attacking the Republicans. So he started, obviously, the Republicans in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, including saying things such as, the Republicans need to be in an environment of fear. Some of the things he actually said that people are yelling at him over weren't even unreasonable. He talked about how the president should be lowering the temperature. I agree with that. But of course, Republicans don't agree with that. So they've been coming after him and using at least some of the clips, many of it accrued over his almost 15-year broadcasting career, against him now. But now Dan has backed away, even though he kept repeatedly making calls for my deplatforming over and over again, every single day over the past 2 years, as a matter of fact, tagging Leo Terrell, tagging Laura Loomer, tagging prominent Republicans in Congress over and over again, where he said, Dan Saltman just told Hassan Piker he played no role in lobbying Congress to enact censorship on Twitch. Here's Dan Saltman talking to Lonerbox about how he set up a meeting with multiple Republican congressmen to talk about cracking down on Twitch. I am not sure if Hassan is trying to blame myself or, in parentheses, Jews for this, but for clarity's sake, I have not talked, emailed, DM'd, or had any communication with anyone involved with this directly or indirectly. They chose to investigate Twitch all by themselves. I had no idea this was coming or even in the works until it hit the news. Here he is crying that the clip was from 10 months ago, but here's where he explains his motivation and takes credit for creating the circumstances for the crackdown. I may have pushed this snowball to the top of the hill, but the avalanche is out of my hands. Now, what's really interesting about this statement is that this has happened in the past as well. Like when Twitch banned the word Zionist. That was also at his direction. That is something that he petitioned for. That is something that he campaigned for. That is something that he worked alongside the ADL with to accomplish. And when it happened and people got mad, he said, oh, I didn't do this. I don't even think it's a good idea. He says, this is on 2025, 9/15, okay? I have no control over it, meow, but the avalanche is out of my hands. Gulag, I may have pushed this snowball to the top. I laughing, I just woke up, lol. My single issue, TTD, which means total Twitch death. I'm a single issue voter. I can focus on my one thing. Other people are focused on very important things. Kaiser, one enemy at the time. I have a different view on effectiveness than Destiny on this. Look, I understand the pushback. The more we ignore it, the more we lose. My plan is an accelerationist view that the faster the mainstream media can eject far-left radicals, the stronger and better the Democratic Party will be to win. And if our shoelaces are tied together, we are from the start. But it's like we need to get dressed and put our boxing gloves to do it. And I want to fight it. I'm not R-worded. I understand who's in charge right now and what's going on. Yes, this person is also 50 years old. I know I read it in the wrong order. It actually is bottom to up. Okay, this is in the private chat room that they have that is DGG. They're probably watching right now, as a matter of fact. They watch my stream probably more than they watch Destiny's own stream, as a matter of fact. All right, anyway, here he is, also trying to reveal, also trying to, again, defend his position after actively agitating and actively demanding that this happens. Okay, here he is. I want to explain why I'm particularly focused on Twitch and its promotion of extremist left voices, even as other pressing issues demand attention. While there is substantial work being done to combat fascist rhetoric from the far right, where is that, by the way? Where is that happening? I haven't seen it. I'm doing that. You're focused on me. I believe that extremist leftists, tankies, and Marxists pose one of the greatest threats to the Democratic Party's ability to unify and govern effectively. Their influence, though not backed by significant democratic power, has been corrosive, alienating average citizens by prioritizing ideology over practical solutions. What's ironic is it's actually the opposite. It's the Democratic Party's inability to actually lean into their left flank and boldly and proudly proclaim progressive policy positions that would be real prescriptions to the issues that average Americans feel that has caused them to lose. The Liz Cheney dynamic is the perfect example of this. You run around with Liz Cheney, you lose the election. It's that simple. So he is, I don't even think that he is being, I'm going to entertain charitably that Dan Saltman literally believes this, okay? I'm going to entertain the notion that he actually subscribes to this policy, this principle, the notion that, like, it's actually the tankies that are the reason for the Democratic Party's demise, right? Maybe he genuinely believes it. Maybe he genuinely believes it. The irony, of course, is that it's wrong. And the past election has proven this to be wrong. Zohran Mamdani has proven this to be wrong over and over and over again. This is the reason why the party has failed. This is the reason why there's so much discontent at a time when the Democratic Party, as the left flank, as the counterbalance to the growing discontent against the Republicans that are in charge, should be super popular, but they're not. And it's because of this, like, centrist presentation that they're not. For Democrats to successfully unify and fight against the rising tide of right-wing extremism, we cannot afford to have our own efforts sabotaged by agitators within our ranks. These individuals are not interested in compromise or success. They seek only to see the party fail so they can smugly say, I told you so. If that was the case, I would not be actively working within the Democratic Party in ways that are infinitely more meaningful than whatever this dipshit is doing, where he aligns with Republicans to deplatform me. I'm the one who's going out and trying to get people to door knock for Democrats. He's the mother who is, again, aligning with Republicans to deplatform me. These guys love talking about how much work they want to put in to fight the far right, but then they align with the far right. How the f does that work? Twitch plays a uniquely harmful role in this dynamic. Unlike platforms such as Twitter or Reddit, where multiple viewpoints can circulate, Twitch disproportionately amplifies far-left voices while suppressing others. This is also incorrect, and this is the reason why they have coped themselves into aligning with Asmongold and even Tectone. They know that there are far-right voices on Twitch, okay? They know that. Actually, as a matter of fact, they've designed it so that there is at least a lot of pressure on Twitch to amplify right-wing voices. Asmongold hasn't been streaming because his dad recently passed away, but Asmongold, until he stopped streaming for the past month or so, was literally the biggest political commentator in North America, and he very much had a right-wing position. He was pro-Trump. Yes, rest in peace to Asmon Dad, of course. Twitch disproportionately amplifies far-left voices. They led the troubling incidents, such as silently blocking Israeli signups for a year. He still keeps bringing up this false, fake bullshit and hosting anti-Semitic content at official events. He won't say what it is. He's talking about the Sabra hummus tier list. That's what he's saying is an anti-Semitic event, an anti-Semitic incident. Of course, he'll never openly say that, because if he were to openly reveal that that's what he was pushing for, then people are going to be like, that's a laughable notion. Shut the up. The platform's influence among young audiences makes this even more concerning, especially given the CEO's stated goal of reaching children as young as 8. When extremist voices are elevated for clicks and moderate voices are ignored, it creates a deeply unhealthy and dangerous environment. This is the same dumbass right-wing perspective, which is, why are our voices not popular? Why is Hutch not a more popular voice? Okay, I don't know, but I think you should probably think about that on your own time instead of actively trying to silence dissent against that position. Okay, maybe it's because he's wrong all the time, and people go, I don't really want to take my notes from a guy who's wrong all the time. I respect and trust the ongoing efforts to combat the far right. He doesn't, but I believe it's equally critical to address harm caused by our size extremists. If we do not remove these voices from positions of influence within the Democratic Party, we will severely undermine our ability to tackle larger political challenges. We cannot go into 2026 with candidates campaigning on unrealistic policies like forced gun buybacks or universal health care. Universal health care is an unrealistic policy. These unattainable goals only solidify our losses. At the moment, the right is targeting far-left influencers like Hassan Piker. If their efforts render these extremist policy toxic, politically toxic, I see no reason to intervene. As Napoleon famously said, never interrupt when your enemy, when he is making a mistake. Every day, puff pieces are published celebrating these extremists and pushing them as the left Joe Rogan. This is a mistake. They should form their own party and leave Democrats free to focus on achievable pragmatic goals. We need social Democrats, not democratic socialists. He literally just said universal health care is an unrealistic policy, then claims that he's a social Democrat. What are you talking about? It's the most pivotal achievement of social democracy, and it exists everywhere. Half the time, it feels as though we are arguing with, and that is because we are, okay? I'm starting to suspect he isn't very smart. He's not. Exactly. He does this every time his campaign to bash the left backfires and inadvertently furthers right-wing causes. He pretends that he had nothing to do with it and cries that people are blaming him. Yes, they have done this over and over again. Whenever their active deplatforming initiatives actually successfully roll back some semblance of free speech and free discourse, and it actually harms left creators and even liberal creators, as a matter of fact, like queer creators and whatnot, he turns around and goes, oh, I didn't want this to happen. You did. What policies does he want? What the politics? His policies are just anti-left. His goals are just anti-left. That's all it is. And for the record, this is what actually ended up happening. So a lot of Destiny's old clips and new clips about Charlie Kirk and about Donald Trump and about political violence was then highlighted by the same Republicans that Dan Saltman had aligned himself with to try to deplatform me. Okay. And lo and behold, those guys obviously got excited to attack Destiny as well, because they see him as a liberal voice. I mean, he's been on CNN, right? As like the heel to Charlie Kirk, right? They even went so far as to bring his name up in the congressional record, claiming Destiny a week prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination said Charlie Kirk is a demonic entity. And even it was such an idiotic thing to put in the congressional record that even Jim Jordan turned around and said, well, tough the First Amendment, which is true, by the way. It is such a stupid take. It blows my mind that people would get mad at that. Like, what are you talking about? We can't say that our political opposition is bad. What are we doing here? Which is, of course, the goal of the Republican Party, the goal of a fascist administration. Oh, sorry, Jim Jordan didn't say that. Jerry Nadler did. Sorry. I thought it was Jim Jordan that said that. But in any case, in that environment, in this misinformation environment, Destiny, who is a rapacious troll, turned around and brought up his former Twitch ban. He was banned from Twitch a very long time ago, in like 2022 or something. Okay, he posted that and said, "Oh no, your cancellation efforts have actually harmed me. I've lost my platform on Twitch." And what's ironic is that because Republicans are so stupid, they thought that was a major victory without actually fact checking whether or not he was actually banned. And that was even talked about on Fox News. Jesse Waters did a news hit on it, said this far left violent man got banned off Twitch. But I suspect because that happened and because there was a lot more pressure, it seems that Destiny was actually demonetized on YouTube. Okay. So what ended up happening is what he was trying to do to me for years and years and years has, with his own allies, as a matter of fact, partially because of his own allies and their endless interest in aligning with fascist Republicans who want to take out any kind of opposition, any kind of discontent, no matter how liberal, no matter how moderate those voices may be, they ended up targeting him successfully and taking away his one of his revenue streams. That is where we're at. And that's the reason why Dan Saltman has been talking about how he had nothing to do with this. He said the Yaz 2027, Trump is on life support, but still wheeled out for TV appearances. The U.S. has been in civil war for 60 months. Food is scarce, medicine and ammunition hard to come by. Dan is tweeting about Hassan. He's even Dan. The only other community we had a bridge with torches it because Ethan's a spineless hack as well. Just such pathetic state of affairs of everyone over here. Adam Mockler is the only exception to what I said. Everyone else is a loser. See ya all in the camps. He also revealed that he no longer wants to do politics, which he's not going to do. Destiny announces he's retiring from politics and focusing on gaming. Look at how they stick together. Unreal. I think I might do this event and retire to gaming for 6 months or indefinitely. I think it should just be a conservative fascist government. People like Hutch, Pisco, CNN, etc. can do their thing. It's just way too many with zero spine. There is no point. To which this subreddit apparently called DGG Snark, I didn't even know that there was snark for DGG, of former Destiny fans. Destiny has been harassing and stalking Hassan and other pro-Palestinian streamers for 2 years to bring attention to himself. Now he's received 1% of the vitriol they have received and immediately gives up and succumbs to fascism. This is liberalism in a nutshell. Yeah, I mean, look, they're going... Alex Jones is doing full clip compilations about Destiny. Shocking violence. Watch leftist mouthpiece Destiny brag about planning to murder a family. Blame President Trump for Charlie Kirk's assassination. Call for more conservative deaths at rallies. Wish for the death of Devin Nunes. We are live breaking it down. Now, of course, he's not a leftist at all, but it doesn't matter to these guys. Just like I've always said, they say Nancy Pelosi's a communist. You guys are stupid. If you're a liberal and if you hate the Republican Party, okay, if you hate what the Republicans are doing to this country, if you hate the erosion of civil liberties, any moment that you spend attacking your left flank, many of which are actually out in the streets before and after the takeover of the fascists, is idiotic. It's unproductive. And there needs to be a recognition that maybe you were wrong. Okay? Maybe you were wrong. The highlighting of your left flank as the real scary enemies that are at the doorstep is directly a consequence of your own petty grievances. That's all this was, always and forever. I would go so far as to say that his fucking pro-genocide position was directly tailored off of my anti-genocide position. Like, it's all spite-based. It doesn't make any sense. It's just so incredibly dumb. Here he is, the moment of recognition where he's been demonetized off YouTube.
I feel like my YouTube is going to get permabanned soon because I got like broad demonetized yesterday for that didn't even cite a video. So I don't know. I'll appeal it. We'll see what happens. But I mean, if Kimmel is getting canceled from ABC, I don't know.
I said this for years. Here's Dan bragging he took 7 figures from you. October 1 to January 1 should be 50% of all revenue for the year. Lamau, you are such a Hassan writer. Remember that even if you got hit by a truck today and died, your daddy Hassan has lost his 7 figures in ad revenue because of me, and you can't about it. Remember to let Hassan know that he lost 7+ figures of revenue from me, which is ironic because, once again, the only reason why I ever ran ads was because I had a contract from Twitch. Twitch doesn't offer those contracts any longer, and therefore I don't run any ads any longer. And even after that, that wasn't enough, of course. They still tried to attack the platform. So Twitch made a decision to create a new category, a political content category, which I'm on, right? So therefore, you don't see ads. My revenue stream is not off of ads. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. Your voluntary subscriptions keep me editorially independent. That's it. They only ended up hurting a bunch of small streamers in the long run. Okay? It's that simple. Knowing full well that because my political perspective is not broadly reflected by any mainstream party, I have always relied on my community. Okay? It's grassroots. It's always been grassroots. You cannot be a leftist and demand contributions from billionaires and millionaires. You just can't do that. The more right-wing you are on this political spectrum, the easier it is for you to get money from shadow donors and very wealthy people. A liberal has an easier time getting big donors to defend them and getting big institutions to defend them and getting big donors to give them money than a leftist does. And a right-winger has a much easier time getting those shadow donors than a liberal does. This is how it works. This is how it works. No billionaire is going to fund a prominent content creator who says billionaires should not exist. You stopped ads a month or two before October, pre-cock Piker. Yep. What? A few seconds following the clip from earlier. He explains how justice works and, of course, is anti-Semitic.
And then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that based on the information of what you give, essentially. That's how justice works. Some Jew in Miami Beach gives a PowerPoint and then the company gets brought to its knees.
So you're the one who's presenting your case against Twitch?
Yeah.
If your worldview is entirely around petty grievances that one streamer has over another, of course you're going to end up doing some idiotic in the process. Idiotic shit that ends up harming you in the long run. This is where we're at. And it's ironic because I always mention this. I mentioned this for the longest time. I said, look, if apolitical and liberal adjacent content creators are consistently focusing on their left flank and attacking their left flank and smearing their left flank, then obviously there's going to be a lot of people who associate the left flank with those smears. And you might find a little bit of success in that process. You might actually humiliate leftists and Marxists or present them as these like scary people. But what you're doing in that process is you're legitimizing the people to your right flank, because now the people to the right who might despise you in other circumstances are now aligned with you in attacking the left. So even if you actually achieved success in that process, even if you've completely eradicated the left, okay? Even if you completely eradicated the left, then the right is going to come after you. And we are there now. The left is not actually successfully defeated, but it doesn't matter. You're still attacking the left. These people present themselves as like these brilliant people, these skilled political beings, but they focus on petty grievances. It's all about ego. That's all this is. He felt, this man right here, who has done a ton of awful nonsense, attacking anyone to his marginally leftist position, for daring to ever criticize him, has spent most of his career in the last 6 years actively going after the left. And at times he goes after the right as well, but mostly he's spent his time opposing people like myself. That hasn't actually given him any sort of prominence whatsoever, because there is no world view. There is no real future that you want. There is no perfect society, a perfect design that you have in mind. It's just pure reactionary bullshit. This is a problem with centrism in general, okay? This is why centrists lose to the right all the time, because the right, even if we disagree with them, and I certainly do, have a worldview. They have a grand design, and they are constantly advocating for said grand design. They are not directionless. They are moving the country towards that project. It is a fascist project, and they are successfully moving this country in that direction. And we're there now. But centrists look to that and say, you know, extreme right and the extreme left are just the same. I am the moderate here, not realizing that year over year, the right gets more reactionary, more radical, and pushes the Overton window further and further to the right. So the centrist position becomes more and more right-wing. This is the issue.
Actually caring about deplatforming, or do you think, I mean, I'm going to be honest, your community, your podcast host, Dan Saltman, has been involved in mass letter campaigns to people like Richie Torres to get people deplatformed, and I'm obviously referring to Hassan. I agree with you on some things, I agree with Hassan on some things, I'm kind of in the middle on that progressive end. However, I do feel like there's been some content creators, Asmongold, H3H3, all those kind of.
This is the thing that I never understand, by the way, because it's like, when people say I agree with Hassan on some things and I agree with Destiny on some things, I will never understand it because, like, the things that you agree with me on, if you're progressive, you probably just agree with me and that's it, right? Like, what could you possibly agree with Destiny on? Because everything that he has designed when he has tried to create this, like, unique space in the progressive side of politics is just anti-me. Like, what? To be able to say the slurs or something? I don't know. I don't really get it.
Who have all been involved in this push to deplatform people. And I feel like it's now coming back to bite you in the butt, for example. I mean, your name is being mentioned in congressional hearings now. I'm just wondering, do you feel any responsibility for that?
I think there's a huge difference between deplatforming somebody by pressuring a platform to take action on something versus like the FCC and
yeah, except he also mentioned Richie Torres. Dan Saltman didn't just try to do a deplatforming initiative by using the ADL, which is ridiculous, because the moment that you use the ADL, you're not pressuring the platform directly. You're pressuring a advocacy group that has a lot of institutional persuasive power because they have congresspersons that they can rely on. So that in and of itself is a redirection that does not make sense.
Trump pressuring organizations to do things.
We agree on that, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think people have a right to have their voices heard on things. People who have to be deplatformed from things, you know, whether I agree or disagree. Sometimes, it is what it is, but I think it's fundamentally a different conversation than what we saw happen just recently with Kimmel and the entirety of the Conservative Party supporting it. I think is a very scary thing. Yeah, but I mean, like. There are some things that people think they have like an absolutist position on, but their position is a lot more malleable. They just haven't seen it like tested yet. Like all of us agree in some level of deplatforming, right? Like if some guy were to go live on a YouTube stream and he was just abusing dogs all day, just like, you know, punch him in the head, I think everybody would be like, well, this guy should probably be banned. Like there's going to be some level where we're all like, well, this is probably not.
Yeah, except you're talking about someone who has an anti-Israel position. I agree with that. That's my position as well, okay? Also, one is a criminal act, for the record. It's an illegal criminal act for good reason. What's crazy is I'm not doing that, and you're equivocating my commentary that is now the popular commentary, that is now the popular position, for the record. You said the term top speak the other day. Could you define that? I have no idea what that is. I don't think I've ever said that unless I misspoke or you misheard me. What the top speak? You think cop speak? Is that what you did say it? Why? Why is it that you immediately go, you did say it? I think you misheard me. I said cop speak probably when referencing the Tyler Robinson text messages where he says where he calls the police vehicle a squad car, or even refers to his own car as a vehicle, like saying things along. Why is it always us mishearing and you never misspeaking? Well, considering that I also first said I probably misspoke, you are literally mishearing. And this guy also misheard the other chatter. Yes, cop speak. I didn't hear what the chatter said. I thought he wrote cop speak. So maybe both of these instances, an unfortunate byproduct of mishearing, including but not limited to the fact that I already factored in that I might have misspoken first. That's the first thing I did.
Okay, like watching Hassan, clap and share with his chat when Houthi are hijacking ships in the ocean and saying that they're based in Awesome, I think is an insanely unhinged thing to watch on
Oh, is it? Is it? That's interesting, as opposed to what you do, which is watching Israel do a genocide and go, it's based and awesome. I think the anti-genocide position, which is, luckily, I don't even have to say that this is like just not only the moral position, but now I can say it's the popular position as well. The anti-genocide position is the popular position. Yes, the only foreign nation in the region that is actively trying to penalize Israel for doing a genocide is on the right side of history. It's that simple. It's that simple. The biggest problem here for Sex Pestany, aside from, you know, his proclivity towards engaging in really horrible actions on that front in his own personal life, is that he chose the wrong horse to back. He thought he could just maintain the pro-Israel position, the pro-genocide position, and he would never actually arrive at a unique moment in time where the large majorities of the public would say, hey, that's really up. He thought he could gesture vaguely at pre-established American foreign policy positions and say, Israel is doing the right thing. It's not a genocide. And anyone that actually is trying to fight back against Israel's genocide is actually morally not in the right, but in the wrong. And they're all terrorists. He backed himself into a corner. And in the past, instead of offering like a nuanced perspective on any given issue that pertains to American foreign policy, and be able to bastardize his opposition's position, mine, like when it came to Ukraine, and falsely claim that I was actually against Ukraine or I was pro-Russia, all these different things, he was able to get a lot of mileage out of that. So I think he did that with Israel as well, thinking that he would have the same kind of support. Of course, not only was that a bastardization of my viewpoint on Ukraine, even though he did get a lot of mileage out of that, and a lot of people still to this day, especially on Reddit, think I'm like pro-Russia, which is so insane, but what are you going to do? Genocide is so black and white that his perspective on Israel, the unconditional support to Israel, became unimaginably unpopular.
Media platform, especially by their own rules, to say you can't champion terrorist violence. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be some level of like obviously disagreement that people should be allowed to have across social media platforms, but I think it's gotten really extreme on a lot of them right now.
So
yeah, he said my contextualization of the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen's actions against the genocidal state of Israel is akin to animal abuse. Okay, that is what he just tied this argument up with. At some point, people have to recognize that this is not good argumentation whatsoever. Okay, just because the speaker is confident doesn't mean that the contents of the things that he's saying is actually appropriate. You should be able to think and reflect and think critically on what he is actually saying. It's just debate, bro, through and through. That's why I've always said he's like the left's Ben Shapiro. Well, not even the left, but like a liberal centrist Ben Shapiro. We are at the mercy of madmen. Once again, the dumbest, most hysterical losers in American society are getting their wishes be heard and turning it into government mandate. That's what this is. They're literally giving red meat to like key constituencies of their base, and they all happen to be schizophrenic hallucinators. All right, now we're getting to the real fascism.
And it's not that everything's
Here it is.
100%
The moment you
understood or
waited
known,
for.
but I think we've made a lot of strides. Wish it was done a long time ago. Today, we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and public health professionals as we announce historic steps to confront the crisis of autism. Horrible, horrible crisis. I want to thank the man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? it's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from. And he and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think. And I say we think because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew. Thanks as well to the director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Acting Assistant Secretary of HHS, Dr. Dorothy Fink. So thank you all. Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, you know, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that. It used to be 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now it's 1 in 31. But in some areas, it's much worse than that, if you can believe it, 1 in 31. And I gave numbers yesterday. For boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California where they have, for some reason, a more severe problem. But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31, can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000 and 1 in 10,000. And now we're at the level of 1 in 12 in some cases for boys, 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this complex situation. And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000 and then you go to 12, you know there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism.
That's not true.
That have no autism.
If you're less likely to take a vaccine, you are infinitely less likely to go get diagnosed by a medical specialist to see whether you have autism or not. That's it. That's the only reason. Oh my God.
The Amish, yeah, virtually. I heard none. See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say.
Great. Yeah, you're only the fucking
Amish
president.
as an example.
It's good that you're careless with your
essentially
words.
No autism. First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen.
Oh, God.
Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol, during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's decision because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire. And you shouldn't give the child a Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to that child. All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all. But if you can't tough it out, if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it.
Why
the
are
other
they?
thing that I can tell
I don't
you
even
that
know.
I'll say
I
that
don't even understand what the purpose of this is. This just like
later date.
this is just a way to people over. That's it.
Over a 5-time
It's just
period.
pure bad.
Take it
I
over
can't even
5
see any
times
like
or 4
profit
times,
upsides for any company in this process. You know what I mean?
smaller
Only
doses,
downsides.
And you
It's
spread
just
it out over a period.
let's f it up. Let's f it up
They pump so much
aggressively.
stuff into
Who
those
gives a shit?
Beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping. It looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines. I guess 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So, ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol, and on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff. You'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel.
What I feel. My feelings.
Measles. And all the 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while, it really was bad. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B. And I think if you do those things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better. And in some cases, maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a tough situation. Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. When the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, Let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to take one because there's no alternative to that. Sadly, first question, what can you take instead? It's actually, there's not an alternative to that. And as you know, other of the medicines are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the advils and others, right? And they've been proven bad. So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words, and then Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, followed by two incredible mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol.
Lawsuits for him using the Tylenol
I mean,
brand
there's a
mainly
rumor,
for this.
and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that one.
What? They have paracetamol, dude. They have a paracetamol substitute. What the?
Autism. That tells you a lot. And I want to say it right now. And you know, the way I look at it, don't take it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on the subject for a long time. You know, life is common sense, too.
It can only good
And,
happen.
there's a lot of
but
common
my
sense
autism
in
is the
this, and
problem.
I wish things like this were brought up, and this group has worked so hard on it. But I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation, because there's no harm in going
Dude,
quick.
this is so
At
cooked.
worst,
We are at the mercy of madmen. We are at the mercy of madmen. Once again, the dumbest, most hysterical losers in American society are getting their wishes be heard and turning it into government mandate. We are at the mercy of the most insane people, dude, whether it be evangelical Christians when it comes to abortion and numerous other hysterics that this administration listens to, or whether it be all of the anti-vax cranks and their consistent advocacy that has led to RFK Jr. becoming a permanent fixture of the administration. That's what this is. They're literally giving red meat to like key constituencies of their base, and they all happen to be schizophrenic hallucinators.
Genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH has been doing for 20 years. As a result, we don't have an answer to this critical question, despite the cataclysmic impact of the epidemic on our nation's children. We are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized science and corruption with evidence-based medicine. NIH research teams are currently testing multiple hypotheses with no area off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing two important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know as they make these decisions. First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies that suggest a potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis for ADHD and autism.
What do I say, man? What do you say to this? What do you say to this? What do you say to this? It's so cooked.
We have also evaluated the contrary.
This is so dumb. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. We're literally, his brainworm is running the health initiatives in this government.
Pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. HHS will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform families and protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment in the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy, by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration and only when treatment is required.
Oh, so they can have a little bit of
Furthermore,
autism, I guess? Is that what it is?
Of science. The safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated. Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses. FDA will drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin. I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. This announcement also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on underlying causes of autism,
beacon of health, baby,
for prevention and reversal. Finally, autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial etiology. We are continuing to investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines.
You want to know the worst part of this? People are talking about his hand, right? These assholes never actually take the anti-science, anti-medicine rhetoric to heart. When doctors come to them and say, this is what you got to do, they don't go, no, actually, I'm going to inject bleach. That's the worst part about this, because they don't even practice what they preach, bro. Because if they did, they wouldn't be here for long.
These mothers for 3 decades.
RFK does? Yeah, well, he's on the verge of collapse. Exactly.
Has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what.
Out of these through this piece of shit, by the way, is a real doctor. So for him to also play this song and dance is, of course, expected, considering if you know his background, you know that he was already prosecuted for selling snake oil. Okay, but he's a real doctor. It's crazy. He knows exactly what these kinds of idiotic decisions are going to lead to. But he doesn't give a because I'm sure he has a stake or something in whatever they're presenting as the cure to autism.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy, and thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud to announce today that the NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative to turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional $50 million to the cause of studying autism. Nearly 250 research teams from across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior. Given this wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches.
They're gonna fucking AI it.
The prevalence of autism deserves
machine
an
learning.
urgent
Oh,
response by the
lordy.
scientific community. As Bobby said, the NIH has invested a lot of money to study autism over the years.
Oh,
but the research
brother.
has not produced the answers that families and parents of autistic children deserve, and autistic children themselves deserve. For too long, it's been taboo to ask some questions for fear that scientific work might reveal a politically incorrect answer.
Oh my God.
Because of this restricted focus in scientific investigations, the answers for families have been similarly restricted,
from
often
autism
pointing families
research.
to behavioral therapies that don't work for every kid, or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over just a few decades, as the president said. In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do, I can say as a scientist myself, it's really tempting to delay, but but in face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. But we will not delay before telling American people about what we find, and we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases of autism. I'll leave the good news on these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Ross. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, who will tell you about these announcements of practical help for families with autism.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture. This administration is working together to ask big questions about why our nation's children are getting sick.
He ain't wrong. It is. It's just not in a good
Medicine is
direction.
doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew. But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we are not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch. Kids get frustrated, they get angry, they can be crying because they want to speak and they can't speak. It's hard to watch, and it may be entirely preventable. For an epidemiologist, that child is an expanding statistic, but for a child,
Also need to understand something here. Not only is this like not a curable disease, but it's also not like a severe setback. So the way that they're presenting this as a curable disease is only going to stigmatize people with autism further. It's nutty. This is just like, it's just eugenics, it seems like.
Between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism. And the Nurses' Health Study with researchers from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard looking at 9,000 kids found that acetaminophen use in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental disorders.
What if they find
4
autism
weeks
to be
ago,
inherited?
a
I
Mount
mean,
Sinai
it is.
Harvard
It
study
is.
reviewed all
It is inherited. Will they start a sterilization campaign?
Overwhelming body of evidence points
Hope
to an
not.
association. Sure, you'll be able to find a study to the contrary. That's how science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, there is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen use and neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. We cannot wait any longer. And honestly, there's been this perfunctory, reactionary, mindless practice in medicine. I learned it in medical school and residency. Just treat all fevers, low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing? A study out of Hopkins actually showed that treating a fever can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding an infection.
Wait.
When my wife was pregnant,
This guy's a doctor. Ain't no way. How? How is that possible?
She said no, and then they looked to me and I said, absolutely new. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the
Is he a
FDA is
Christian
filing a Federal
Scientist?
Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to a autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway.
Bro,
Again,
some
we have a
fevers,
duty to
if
let
left
doctors and the public
unaddressed
know we're
with
gonna
medical
change the label to make it
intervention,
available.
can cause permanent brain damage and even kill people. What the f are we talking about, dude?
Folate deficiency.
What are you
Two-thirds
talking
of kids
about?
with autism symptoms had improvement, and some marked improvement. Mr. President, you told us to do what's medically right, to go bold, and not worry about the corporations and the lobbyists. So that's what we're here doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion in the president's voice. We've been hearing that since the inauguration. In fact, even before the inauguration, the president was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made it his life's work to address some of these challenges with autism, they challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power. If we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion, in a very accelerated manner, we have a response today to the autism crisis. It is the first of several chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you.
I can't believe how many people are television guys, by the way. Dr. Ross, even RFK Jr. Like, this is the podcast, their television administration
is approving prescription leucovorin for treatment of autistic children. Now, if you're following the script, there should be two questions that you have, two questions that should come to your mind. The first is, how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how. Over half of American children are covered by Medicaid and CHIP, government health insurance, over half.
Well,
therefore, because they're covered
too.
in Medicaid and CHIP, upon this label change by Marty, state Medicaid programs in partnership with CMS will cover prescription leucovorin around the country. It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication. States will also have tools to monitor its use and ensure appropriate utilization. That's important for a bunch of reasons because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective treatment, you need a physician to prescribe the medication because it's on prescription. Second big question. How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the president is asking and the secretary insists that we offer? CMS is also issuing guidance to convene states and existing research networks to support NIH and FDA in their research efforts of prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries. Collecting real-world data, which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community, is fast. It is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the president and by the secretary, have already identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism.
Motherfucker's falling
It is the first
asleep.
of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary. The fivefold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response.
Face of autism,
The
simply
average
terrifying.
clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the president and the secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science. They restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. Let me introduce Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator, and after Dr. Fink, we've got some wonderful women, Jackie and Amanda. I know it's going to be tough, but if you can make some comments about this.
Bro, they're
historic
talking
day. God
about
bless.
autism like it's like AIDS. They're talking about autism like it just like kills you. If you have the TISM, you're cooked.
As a pediatrician and
and
mom,
not just like have, you know, varying degrees of hyperfixations on trains and shit. You know what I mean? Or you're like a numbers guy.
of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy. It's hard to hear information
look at
that
kids with
challenges the status
autism.
quo. We are sharing this information not to confuse, but to
Same with
empower
men
parents to make the
kissing.
best choices when taking medications during pregnancy. We are all
Please
stop
stop.
about
Some
the
kids
rising
have it
rates
worse
of
than you know.
neurodevelopmental
Shut the up. I do know. That's why I said to varying degrees. It can be debilitating, but it's simply not a disease. Okay? Oh my God, chatter.
We are also sharing this information with our nation's doctors. And we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you. All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby. As you heard today, pregnant women who need high fever or pain reduction during pregnancy should take the lowest effective dose of acetaminophen for the shortest possible duration. Most women will not meet these
Yelling at
indications
us on
during
One
their
Hope when you have the
pregnancies.
president and staff up there straight up lying about it.
I am encouraged by these developments
The
today.
administration is
because
like
it is
one
another
step removed from putting all autistic people that they've branded as autistic into camps where they sterilize them by force. And there are parents in here with autistic children yelling at me because I didn't like sufficiently talk about some of the worst aspects of this spectrum. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and team, for all your work. This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is profoundly autistic, and you've probably heard if you've met one autistic child, you've met one autistic child. It's a spectrum, which I don't think the spectrum is helpful, but that's another conversation. He is an amazing little boy.
She's just
blessing.
dunking on her kid, bro. I got a 5-year-old with the full-blown autism.
He's marvelous. He can count to 1,000. He knows all of his letters and the sounds they make and a word for each one. But he also has a lot of obstacles. He is nonverbal. He can say those numbers and letters, but there's no communication. Unless you've lived with profound autism, you have no idea. You have no idea. He, like you said, he will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just doesn't understand what I'm saying. He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. That's the discipline. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism so you have these behaviors. And it's a very hopeless feeling. It's very isolating being a parent with a profound autistic child. Even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, 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 and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just helpless and you're just trying to protect your kid. So it's just better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard. This is amazing that we're here today. And no one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it. And you can't point to that and say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I'm completely open, not blaming anything, but I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done to find answers. I'm very grateful. I was already excited to vote for Mr. Trump anyway, Mr. President. But when we got word of RFK doing his work, I was ecstatic. I could not wait for this work to be done, that somebody would try to find us some answers. I'm just very grateful. I pray for my son
According
every
to
day.
Trump, it's because you ate Tylenol when you were pregnant. How does that work? Yeah, you did this seemingly horrible thing to your child because you presented as this horrible disease that you've inflicted upon your child.
So extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here and share my son's story. My son is Eddie. He's 11. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum from what Amanda just explained. He's considered high functioning. He was not always high functioning. He was nonverbal till the age 4. We've had quite quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful to President Trump and the entire administration for finally listening
High
to
functioning, low
moms
functioning is the
who have been
older
crying out for
terminology they used to be
answers for
used. I
years.
think they changed
I've
it.
met
There's
so
always
many other
patches on
moms
this
with
stuff,
children on the
but
spectrum, 9
it just
years
means
since
that
my
like
son's
high functioning just means that you don't need like a lot of
and they all have
assistance
very
in terms of
similar
like
stories,
socializing.
and they've all
You don't have like
just wanted
significant
somebody to
medical,
listen,
significant dietary
not
restrictions,
ridicule
things of that
them
nature.
Or look at them like they were the crazy people. It's hard when you don't have doctors that take the
I
time
think
to
the
really
new meta is to say like support needs or something, right?
And it's just
Back in my
I've been
day, it
praying
was
for
high
this day
functioning, low
for 9
functioning.
years, and I'm so thankful to God for bringing the administration into our lives. And I'm speechless. This day is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things that no prior administration had. So I'm just here to express my gratitude, and I am looking forward to what
full-blown
comes
read a health
from this,
journal.
and hopefully
Yeah,
we just get more
full-blown
answers.
autism.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Full-blown autism.
So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference. So it's essentially Tylenol. And I just recommend strongly.
What's the smoke that these have for Johnson & Johnson, dude? They're just like, seems like they're just singling Johnson & Johnson out. It's like
Maybe
Tylenol
10%
making you
of the women that are
autistic. Don't
pregnant
take it.
are, would perhaps be forced to use it. And that would mean you just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group, because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say, I want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it.
There's other acetaminophen generics out there.
Fight like hell not to take
Like,
it.
I have it right
There
here.
may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself.
This
So
is why
don't take
I have the
Tylenol.
full-blown
Other
tism.
things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway, is, and it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest pile of stuff you've ever seen in your life going into the delicate little body of a baby, even if it's
Delicate
2
little
years,
body
3
of a
years, 4
baby.
years. You just break it up into, I would say 5.
doing
but
it.
Let's say 4
I'm
visits
doing
to the
it.
doctor instead of 1. And
my
certain things
neck
I think
pain.
you should do. We've already taken out and are in the process of taking out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury is. You know what aluminum is. Who the hell wants that pumped into a body? And there were rumors about both of them for a long time, but we're having them taken out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines.
And guess what?
Hepatitis B again.
I'm pregnant. I'm pregante. I'm mpreg. And I just took some acetaminophen, dude. God damn. You already know. I'm trying to make sure my next of kin, this baby that's coming out of my butt, is going to be the most
Common
autistic.
sense. And they have that too.
Mega autism.
They have that too, a lot. But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12. Sexually transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old. And there are a lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. Doesn't seem to be a problem at all. The MMR and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular shot, but the MMR is not. And I've heard for years that there's a problem with it. But they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together. So an MMR, go out and do it separately. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Now, Tylenol is fine for people that
Don't
aren't
do it, baby.
pregnant,
Don't
that
do it,
aren't
baby.
in a
Tough it out,
situation that
baby.
we're talking about one very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all, unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't
What
do
is
it.
this?
Break
Was
up
that
your
even a
visits
part?
to the doctors.
Was
Break
that
them
even a
up.
part of what the doctors were saying? Or, I mean, I made the mistake of claiming the doctors are saying
You're going to
this.
go back each year for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years. Just break it up. Break it up because it's too much liquid. Too many different things are going into that baby at too big a
many
number.
liquids are going
the
into the
size of this
baby.
thing, when you look at it, it's like 80 different
freestyling.
vaccines and beyond vaccines, and 80.
Too many liquids
And
to
you give
the
that to a little
baby.
kid. I mean, I can tell you that I had a woman who worked for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower, and she had the most perfect child, beautiful, just perfect.
But then the baby
And I
was
remember
hit
this
with
little
a
blonde-haired
full-blown
boy running around the
autism.
lobby of Trump Tower, so healthy and so vibrant.
And then he got
And
the
I said, "That's
Tylenol,
great."
one
And one
Tylenol,
day,
and the baby is
I came in and she
autistic.
was crying her eyes
He
out
keeps
behind the
talking
counter.
about trains and planes.
She was she worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never, as much as I've ever seen anyone distraught, she was. I said, "Are you okay? What happened?" My boy, I've lost my boy. What does that mean, your boy? My boy, you know him, sir. You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. You know, it goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. You know, we hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very high. And it's fried. They get fried. She said, I took him, he developed an unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And then I saw the boy. It was so tragic to see. That was the following day. After the vaccine. And I've seen it 2 other times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other times where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot. The kid is, badly hurt. Let's be nice, badly hurt. And just do it. Break it up into 5. Break it up into 4. Break it up into 3 if you have to.
What
but
is
go to
this
the
guy
doctor 4
saying?
times
Like,
instead
this
of
is
once,
literally
or 5 times
the president
instead of once.
making.
And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body. And
Giving
maybe that's the
medical
drug
advice
companies that make more money that way,
as opposed to
maybe
the
it's
doctors.
because they don't want to be, doing this
And
so
he's just
much.
talking
Maybe
out of
it was-
his ass.
maybe
He's
it's the doctors. They
freestyling.
get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is? Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life with a lot of other things, you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give them a couple of Tylenol. They give them a shot. They give them a vaccine. And every time they give them a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And it doesn't hurt not to do it. It doesn't hurt. There's no downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem. But for years, we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination.
No,
and I'm
we
very
haven't.
happy that you broke out chickenpox because that was
we
really
haven't.
a problem.
No, that's not
there
a
are
thing
other
that we've
things.
been
It's interesting
hearing.
because there are other things.
Hear other things.
We're talking about other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some
God.
reason, with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol.
Trump used
There's
platform
no
of presidents to
downside.
promote unproven
Don't
testing,
take it.
Tylenol vaccines, autism without new
You'll be
evidence.
uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And don't give it to the baby after the baby is born. And you know, we have more than 3 years left. And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this, I told them that this is the number one thing I want to do from you. And you know, we have something else called Favored Nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500, 1,200. We're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called Favored Nations. We're going to be paying what the right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, or we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud of my first term that for the final year, drug prices went down 0.25%. And I was so proud. I said, why? I'm the first one to do it. I think it was 28 years, they said, where drug prices went down from the beginning of the term to the end. And I was so proud. I called a news conference. I said, you know, drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have them go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill. From $1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or the fat, I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me.
Oh
but they pay $1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, what's this all about? We're subsidizing the rest of the world stupidly because we have a lot of stupid people in this country running things.
Okay.
And how
He's
big
never
is that?
coming
But
after
to me,
Zim
that's
'cause he
nothing compared
consumes
to
it.
autism. I see that gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You know, you bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay? A big one. I saved it for you, okay? Because I heard you were coming. Look how beautiful he is. So that's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it. And we're going to have, I think, really, if you do all the things that I say, break it up, just break it up, break up the shots with the doctor. MMRs, as I told you, separate, separate, separate. Chickenpox already separate. You do these things. I'm telling you, I want to, when I leave office, I don't want to have, it's going to be the kind of number that we're hearing where it's 1 in 32 or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's get it back to maybe 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000 or maybe none in 20,000. And the only way you're going to do that, because this is artificially induced. This is induced by something. You don't go from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000, then to 1 in 10. That means you're taking something and something's wrong. And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we're going to have a tremendous, this is the most important thing. There's nothing more important than me. We cured inflation that Biden gave us. He gave us so much inflation, the biggest ever in history. We got inflation done. We brought prices down. We gave you the largest tax cuts, all that stuff. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what we're doing today. This means everything. So we're going to save a lot of children from a tough life, a really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents from a tough life. Okay, how about a few questions? Let's just make it on this subject. This is so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, you know, some nonsense on the economy.
This is so important.
And
Don't
I will
make
say
me
this,
ramble. I
the
will
economy
ramble.
is unbelievable. The stock market just hit another record high and all that stuff. this means more to me. Yeah, please.
I have one on your announcement, one on vaccines that's also related.
Yes.
Why do you think we haven't heard more previously about the tie to
Woke.
autism in acetaminophen?
Nobody knows. I don't know. Not only that, when you say it, you get attacked. I was saying something similar, not as strongly, because now facts are on our side. But I was saying it with Bobby 20 years ago, and I was attacked. I said, whoa, what was that all about?
Trump has always been a vaccine skeptic and talked about how too many vaccines is what causes autism. He used to say that all the time.
Drug companies, doctors, I don't know what it is. All I want to do, I don't care. I don't care about being attacked. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that the numbers at the end of our term or shortly thereafter could be really phenomenal. I want it to go up just like it came down to this horrible level. 1 in 10, 1 in 12. I was told 1 in 10. I was told 1 in 12. Today I heard 1 in 31 if you add the girls and the boys together. It's crazy. And it was 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 20,000. It's not even sustainable for a country. You want to know the truth. And there are other places that don't have it.
That's not true.
And they have things in common.
That's not true.
And that's called medical
That's literally
research.
not true. If there are no autism diagnoses taking place, that is a matter of diagnostics, not a matter of there's no autism in those countries. And considering that this is seen as a spectrum in terms of like the social component, okay? Many people that have it, including like older generations of people that have it, might not even know that they have it. They're just, back in the day, look, this is broad. This is very broad, right? Back in the day, when someone was autistic, they would just go, he's a little weird, okay? That's it. Especially if they were like low needs or low support needs autistic. They would just go, that guy likes math. That guy's a little weird. It is what it is, okay? That's it. And then they would lobotomize the people with high support needs, okay? That's how they used to do it back then. Now, obviously, that wasn't great either, okay? But that was it. They would just be like, oh, he's eccentric, you know? Yeah, your grandmother that collects spoons, just a little eccentric. Your uncle that loves model trains, just a little eccentric. That's it. The idea that this is like not seen elsewhere is just a matter of diagnostics. And considering that this is not like a disease or anything, like it's just more so a matter of normalizing. It's just more so a matter of normalizing the way that the way that people deal with autism that they have, and also other people that have a better way of socializing with people who have autism.
How do you clear establishment? That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups. And you know what? Maybe they're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the facts bear it out at all. They're fighting for something that, in my opinion, they shouldn't be fighting for. But here's the thing. There's no downside to doing, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out a little bit. There's no downside to doing this. It's not like, oh, if you do this, you're going
there's
to
no
die.
downsides
no
to
downside.
the unlimited amount of unsubstantiated medical skepticism that we just presented. And also the fact that I even doubled down on another unsubstantiated, totally ridiculous statement about vaccines. No downsides whatsoever to vaccine skepticism, except for previously combated diseases coming back because people are just not going to get vaccinated for it.
And there's no downside to doing it. Everything I said, there's no downside to doing it. It can only be good. And I think you're going to see very good results. That's establishment stuff. And we've been reading that about a lot of things for years. And you know what's happened? We've gone from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 32 to 1 in 10. Think of it. 1 in 10 or 12 or 1 in 31. Think of it. 1 in 31 people, young kids, get autism. What is it, Jeff?
My question is about leucovorin. You mentioned that as part of your plan. That is also a chemotherapy treatment. Have you been in touch with the drug companies to
Why don't
increase
I have the
production
doctor
about
answer
that?
that?
And just, I'm going to throw in my follow-up at the same time. Dr. Oz mentioned that this will be available with CHIP, children who are on CHIP. But the big beautiful bill reduced funding for CHIP and Medicaid by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Are you concerned that that will impact your ability to get this drug
I'll
out?
explain it to you in a second, but please go ahead.
Thank you. Leucovorin is not a chemotherapy, but it is a vitamin given with chemotherapy sometimes. And the idea here is that the folic acid receptor in the brain is blocked by some antibody response. It might be 20, 40, 50% of kids with autism. And leucovorin will bypass that blocked receptor. And that's why so many doctors are probably seeing so much clinical improvement on kids with leucovorin.
So are you going to increase production?
Yeah, we've been in touch with the companies, and they are prepared to ramp up production. And we actually talked to them about a month ago.
And on your second part of your nasty question, the number is that the great big beautiful bill, which is the greatest, I think one of the best things ever passed in the history, with the tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of the things it does, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, all of it does. It also gives $200 million, as just explained by Dr. Oz, and I'd like you to explain that to exactly what you're saying.
The Big Beautiful Bill actually increases Medicaid spending projected over the next 10 years by $200 billion. There's also a $50 billion Rural Health Transformation Fund, which will allow a lot of these programs to get in the rural parts of the country that the president and Congress are handing to governors to start distributing. Those grants have already gone out. The money will be allocated by the end of this calendar year. And I want to point out that the ability of NIH to do research that feeds and hands the ball to the FDA, which then can change labeling to allow Medicaid programs in states to fund this program, will ensure that the things that President Trump and Secretary Kennedy desire are financially affordable for the families around America.
You mentioned CHIP, that's why I asked that question. You mentioned that CHIP would fund this for children.
Well, most of the kids are on Medicaid, probably 43% on Medicaid, another 8-10% on CHIP, and all the programs in general are being evaluated. Most of what the One Big Beautiful Bill was seeking to do was to remove fraud, waste, and abuse. But the programs themselves should stay financially intact for the people for whom they were designed, and in this case, for children.
And the only thing we cut, so that's 200 billion positive. The only thing we cut was for fraud, waste, and abuse, of which there was a lot in this country, and nobody minds that. Yeah, please.
You said that there was no reason to give newborn babies hepatitis B vaccines. But hepatitis B can be contracted not just through sexually transmitted diseases, in terms of needles, open wounds. So when you say you feel, is that appropriate to be telling?
I think it's absolutely appropriate. I think they should wait till they're 12 years old. Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you all for being here. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines. Would you like other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
What is this again?
You've been talking.
What is speak up, please?
You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines.
Right, correct.
Would you like the other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
I would say yes, but that just is, for me, it's a lot of common sense involved in this. It's a process, but we're looking, but it should at least be given separately. Now, it's possible that you can reduce them and give it, I'd give them in small doses, but it's possible maybe in that particular case, the MMR wouldn't work in small doses, but you can certainly give them as separate shots. It's been proven to be very safe when you give them in separate shots instead of mixing. So I don't think there's any reason to do that. Do you agree with it? I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to do that. So it's been
Why
proven
are
to be
you
safe
doing?
when you
Don't
break
do
them
that.
up. But MMR by itself, I've heard bad things about it for many years. Yes, please.
That's a great way to end that conversation. I'm not a doctor. Why am I giving my opinion? A question we are all asking.
Population of children who might have social boundary difficulties, and then you have children who are, going to grow up to be adults with diapers. I mean, what do you think?
We don't know how broad the spectrum is. We don't know exactly where it starts and where it ends, but we do know what we're going through. We're going through some very serious trouble, and we know autism. I mean, it could be bigger, it could be small, a little bit smaller, but the number is unacceptable. And the number, the way it's come down, because the spectrums remain the same, the number, the way it's come down is just unacceptable, meaning come down to that level of 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 31. Go ahead, in the back.
This question is more directed towards Secretary Kennedy. It was talked about that we're just kind of finding out about the fact that babies are affected this way. Is there a concern that information is being suppressed right now within HHS, and could an investigation perhaps be launched, seeing any more
Well, I think information has been really not given out very freely over the years, absolutely. And I think that's by drug companies and maybe doctors, but I certainly think that over the years. I think this is a different group. We have a lot of information. And that information, I mean, it's the information that we have that we're making these statements. And I'm making them out front, and I'm making them loud, and I'm making them strongly not to take Tylenol, not to take it. Just don't take it unless it's absolutely necessary, and there's not too many cases where that will be the case. And again, what's the worst? The worst is nothing can happen. It's very positive. That's a positive thing. But I don't believe I don't actually believe that's possible. I think the results are going to be amazing. I want to see amazing results by the time I leave this beautiful building. And I will consider this, I believe, you know, with the wars, I've stopped 7 different wars. I've saved millions of lives. I've done a lot of things.
Oh,
This will be
I
as
thought we weren't
important as
talking about
any
other
single
shit.
thing. Because
Turns
I
out we
know
are.
ladies, beautiful ladies just like this that are going through the same thing, and it's not easy, and I admire you for being able to do it. But I admire him too. I wish I had a face that looked like that. If I
Do they
looked like
just
him, I
want
would
a
have been
mountain
president
of
a long time
litigation?
ago.
Is that what it is? Like, what the were they thinking with this?
Is widely used in other countries too. As you make this announcement, do you expect your decision may affect
I hope
other
they follow
countries?
it, yeah. I hope they follow it. Yeah, other countries are, you know, sell Tylenol. Some countries don't. I mean, I hear Cuba, now, again, you'll have to check this out, but I hear Cuba doesn't have it because it's very expensive. And they don't have the money to have it, or they don't want to spend the money to have it. They don't have Tylenol. And I hear they have essentially no autism. So you'll have to check it out. Yeah, Brian.
Medical professionals have warned
No,
for
I
decades.
said, no, not you. You're CNN, you're fake news. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Amish community, if I can, just for a second. I recently saw a man from Minnesota, an Amish man from Minnesota, on a podcast, and the host asked him what the rates were for like ADHD and autism, and he had no idea about ADHD.
Oh my God, Theo
Didn't know
Vaughn.
it existed.
Oh my God, it's because of Theo Vaughn. Oh my God, Theo Vaughn is literally, oh no.
Community, and they don't take all of this junk.
Dude, they don't go to the doctor. That doesn't mean that they don't have autism. What the is going on, bro? Oh my God. Yeah, if they don't go to the doctor, then they don't know if they have autism or ADHD. It's that
Vaccines and
simple. What the?
It's not. And we know
It's like literally before the first autism diagnosis, nobody had autism. Okay. Yeah, I guess nobody. No, it doesn't mean that nobody had autism. It just means that nobody was diagnosed with autism.
Causes of autism.
I wish they would, yeah.
And why are they so close-minded?
Well, they just.
Yeah, at a time when everyone was dying by the age of 10, okay? But when kids were just dropping before vaccines, when kids were dropping before the age of 10, nobody knew why they were dying, but they were dying for some reason. They were dying, but they were healthy. They didn't have autism.
Some people think, mostly Republicans actually, I'll tell you, the Democrats think it was, they think Operation Warp Speed was one of the greatest things any president has done, any president. It's, you know, we're very proud of what happened. We got hit with something that came from a place that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. You know, those things take place, and you're very unpleasantly surprised. But no, I'm a big believer in vaccines. The polio vaccine, big believer in vaccines. I know Bobby and you guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But I've seen how great vaccines can be, how incredible they can be. So I'm a believer. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
You're commenting about MMR and hepatitis C. I guess that those were your suggestions, but have you spoken with Secretary Kennedy about actually making those changes?
I have, yeah, I have. I've spoken to all the doctors about it, and doctors that are not here right now. I've spoken to many doctors about everything we're talking about. And, you know, the Tylenol has started to be spoken of over the last period of time, but we've been doing the research. A lot of what they've been speaking about comes from right here, by research done by these people. And I just say it again, don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. And don't give it to your child after your child is born. And do all those other things, little things, just spread out your visits, et cetera, on the vaccine. And I want to thank everybody. This is a very important day. Thank you very much.
What do you mean with the Democratic leader, sir?
Oh my God, bro. I mean, let's be real. This was like, what was the alternative, you know? What's the alternative? Of course this was going to happen. Of course this was going to happen. And this is just the beginning too. It's going to get even worse than this. You let the madmen run the asylum, and this is what's going to happen. I mean, I guess, like, in some ways, I thought that while liberal capitalism is in decline, corporate interests would still offer some significant setbacks to this administration accelerating the decline, you know, because, like, you just don't want, it's not good for even the capital owners if, like, people are this stupid, right? If they're anti-science, anti-medicine to this degree, it's still not good for the profit margins, right? But it turns out there's nothing people can do. These guys are just going to do whatever the f they want. I cannot believe it. It feels so insane that this is the administration, this is the government, this is the president. These are the people running the FDA and the CDC and the HHS. This PhD organic chemistry guy says, RFK Jr. is set to announce Tylenol causes autism, and then he'll push the cure. Leucovorin, folinic acid. Who sells folinic acid? Dr. Oz's supplement company, iHerb. Think about that. A government health official tied to the very supplement company that benefits from RFK Jr.'s bogus cure. This is in public health. Is corrupt. It's corruption dressed up as wellness. We're so cooked. We're so unimaginably cooked. Here's the most recent and largest study I could find. Folinic acid modestly reduced autism severity in a 2024 RCT with the biggest gains in kids with folate receptor autoantibodies safe, but the benefit, give or take 1 point on CARS, may be too small to be clinically meaningful. A 24-week double-blind trial tested high-dose folinic acid in 80 children with autism ages 2 to 10. Both placebo and treatment groups improved. 1 million studies that prove that Tylenol is the least consequential anti-inflammatory drug that pregnant parents can take doesn't mean anything. One study on the opposite side that says folinic acid could be helpful in reducing some of the aspects of autism, then, you know, all systems go. Dope, man. I don't know. I just don't know what to say. What do you say to this? What do you say to this? What the f do you say to any of this? What an insane situation we found ourselves in. I mean, it's expected, but it still feels crazy when you're watching it unfold, you know? Let's see what CNN had to say about this autism shit.
At the United Nations, France joining more than 140.
Never mind, they're talking about France recognizing
the Palestinian state.
The Palestinian state, which, of course, in and of itself is an important news story. We'll talk about that as well. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking you pepperoni soup. The chef is in. Better give me a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply. Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to
Allow
happen on?
Do you not understand the English language?
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Sunday, and let me tell you, yeah, no, I increased my audio. Don't worry, immediately. Today's a Sunday. Sunday, under normal circumstances, a fun day. I'm live. I'm alive. I'm back, and there's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot going on in the universe. There's a lot going on. Germany, Eurobasket finals with Turkey right now going on too. But folks, we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone is having a fantastic one. Regardless, it's been a long time. I took 2 days off, as you guys know. Had to take some time off. Had to take some time off because my little bro got married. That's right. I was out and about making sure that process was running smooth, and it did. It was an incredible experience overall. Lots of emotions, lots of crying, lots of tears, lots of laughter, lots of joy, and the cake was spectacular as well. Also, Cutie Cinderella. I need to say, Cutie Cinderella is officially Ottoman. She had like 8 baklavas, bro, at the event. Okay, I'm gonna keep it $150. My speech was off the cuff. I freestyled. I made a lot of jokes. People loved it. Austin didn't show, but you know that's for we're spoiling Fear and content at this point. When I'm giving you my personal news, we're basically spoiling Fear and content. Yeah, Austin was no show. He's dead to me. All right, well, so Hassan Op-Ed Piker. Yeah, that's true. That's what I was doing. I was doing that at the wedding. This is true. I don't know how you guys caught this photo of me. I made sure that I wasn't showing nothing. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm live. I'm alive. Obviously, a lot has taken place in the last 48 hours where I was gone. We're going to get to it. We're going to talk all about it. But there's a reason for it. I took a break because I went and I had to, be there for my brother's wedding. And yeah. Hassan, please speak on what? Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, the Hispanic man that was killed by ICE agents claiming he ran over. Yeah, I know. We'll get to it. God damn. Bro, people are so funny. Like, I'm back. I just started. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And there's hella people going, Libya, talk about Libya. Talk about Brian Kilme. Talk about Brian Kilme. Talk about this. Talk about that. Everybody needs to calm down, bro. I'm like 11 minutes in. I just started. I know y'all missed me, but holy moly. Anyway, get to the news, man. And not just any news, the news I want you to cover. is basically what's going on. So yeah, I woke up early this morning. I mean, the first day was crazy because I was driving up to the venue. And while I was driving up to the venue, I'm like dictating this New York Times op-ed piece that I wrote. And, you know, shouts out to Noah Coleman as well for helping me on the editorial side, on the edit side, but then also New York Times has their own editors, right? So I'm like, literally, I wrote the piece, I sent it in the morning, they give me, the New York Times obviously has their own editors who were like, no, some of these things you can't say. They have like a very, they have a very specific sound, like a very specific tone that they wanted to strike. Okay. So, you know, there was some edits and, you know, I okayed them. And then they got back. They got back and had more notes, but that was when I was driving. So I'm driving thinking, you know, this thing is ready to go, ready to blast off. Turns out it's not. I'm in a state of panic trying to dictate what to, you know, trying to get the new editorial notes in and then, you know, make these decisions. You know, all this stuff is happening in the background, whatever. We make it. I was able to flip between drivers and finish it off in time. Why no fit pics of you from the wedding? I don't know. Maybe because it's probably not the best thing to constantly post social media of myself, especially if I'm in an environment like in a public setting. Have you guys thought about maybe it's okay to be a little bit more careful? I don't know. Like, let me live, guys. What are we doing? Let me live. All right. In due time, you will get photos. Okay. Jesus Christ. Also, yeah, it's a private family event. So are your viewers 12? No, they're not. They're 30 plus for the most part, but they behave like they're 12 sometimes. So, yeah, I didn't want to compromise Kaya's safety. She's still wearing the neck piece that she wore for the wedding. I put it around her neck again. So, anyway, I've actually been kind of checked out for good reason. I've been kind of checked out from everything that's going on, which has been good. I feel like no major events have taken place, right? In the past 48 hours, no major updates on an ongoing national story, one that has surprisingly international significance as well. No, certainly nothing crazy going on in one of the social media platforms that many people communicate on, like the owner of a platform personally trying to put a hit out on someone like myself, right? Like that can't be the case. That wouldn't be the case, right? Might as well start gaming early, yeah. So all jokes aside, dude, the amount of threats I've seen is crazy. Please be careful. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those weird situations where you just close your eyes to it. If you're not online, maybe you just don't see the death threats, right? That's how it goes. But in any case, you know, I taught my cousins a valuable lesson. Ball is life. And taught them a valuable lesson about how ball is life and that they shouldn't defy me. They should not, because one of my cousins is like 15 now and he was talking big shit, right? He's like I would learn about like meme stuff from him, you know, what Zoomers and Gen Alpha is saying and stuff. And like he would be like, do you know this person? Do you know that person? Whatever. And I was like, yeah, I do. And then he's like, oh, we're going to ball. All right. So he wanted the ball. And And yeah, 6'7". But basically he was convinced he could like play decently against me, and I cooked him. I had to do it. I had to show the young blood, the next gen, was what, Unk Ball is alive and well, okay? Unk Ball is alive and Unk Ball is well. Anyway, yeah, I cooked him. Cooked that 15-year-old, bro. That's it. That's how it is. Hold on. Free speech. Champions. Push cancel. Okay, that's fine. You have to humble the youth, yeah. And then, the wedding happened, obviously. And I'll just say it like this. I'm not going to give like too many details on it because I feel like the podcast, Fear and Podcast, is a better setting for it. But all I'm going to say is it was very Murat. It was very Murat. Murat has this tendency to engage in uncomfortable things that make him uncomfortable. That's like what he enjoys doing, right? Whether it be like camping, whether it be glamping, whether it be off-roading, stuff like that. Like things that normal people have kind of evolved beyond. Like, because normal people be like, oh, I don't want to be out and braving the elements, right? Like, I don't want to be in the desert, for example, at any given moment, especially when it's like 100 degrees weather. But Murat's like, I want to do that. And I would enjoy it even more if other people were also doing that and not even having a good time doing that. And that's actually a really good way for me to assess how much fun I'm having, by making sure that other people are also engaging in this act of displeasure. So a typical Murat style situation, very hot. But overall, oh, Caroline posted a fit pic. Let's see. Let's go. There it is. You guys wanted a fit pic? You got one. Do you have a cool undertone to your skin? You look great with these darker colors. What does that even mean? But the glasses are slang. Thank you. So yeah, we did the dang thing. We did the dang thing, and it was great. It was a lot of fun, a lot of emotions, all of that. You look like an NBA draft in the early 2000s. Okay, calm down. Did you write a speech or did you wing it? No, I wung it. I winged it. I'm Mr. Wing, Mr. Wang. Okay. But yeah. But that's it. That's all I got on the wedding. I woke up early this morning and I drove back. And I got here, and the reason why I was actually late, because I was supposed to start even earlier. I was like going to start at like 10:30 or whatever. But the reason why I actually started late is because, of course, predictably, I got back and the internet was busted again, so I had to fix that. But hopefully it should be fine. But even if it's not, fuck it, we ball. Kyle looks spent. Yeah, she is. She had a very, very long weekend. You don't understand. The amount of people. I mean, she was the belle of the ball. When I say this, it's crazy. Like, people were going nutty mode, okay? They were losing their minds. Like, people would just, like, she would just run around, walk around, and get pet by every single person. That was her situation. She was just like, I am, I'm here to be pet. Can you read your article of paywall and tech limits? I couldn't read it. What do you mean? You don't know how to remove paywall? This is how we do it every time, bro. What the hell? Yeah, this is Kaya's wedding fit, of course. She's wearing it right now, actually. She's still wearing it. But yeah, absolute cutie pie. A lot has happened while you were gone. My condolences. What are on having the catch up on it? No, it's fine. It's not. You know, news. The news keeps happening, and we keep covering the news. It is what it is. Was Fiona also at the wedding? Yes, she was also the other belle of the ball. But in any case, we got a lot going on, obviously. There's so much to cover. There's so much to talk about. Governor Cox makes announcements on Kirk shooter background as the right tried to put the blame back on trans people. Oh, you said you're watching from Libya. Not that I need to talk about Libya. Oh, my bad. Okay. Don't you miss the show news days? What do you? Oh, you mean slow news days? Yeah. I mean, I would like it if the news was fast, but in a positive direction, and also did not sometimes feature myself as well. I got the Themasius playlist. Thank you, Themasius. Governor Cox makes an announcement that Kirk shooter background is the right try to put the blame back on trans people, covering the misinformation. Covering the misinformation. There was another thing I was going to say. Oh my God, my brain has been fried so much from not being live to like going back directly into it, you know? Free speech champions engage in mass. Free speech champions engage in mass cancel culture campaign over insufficient Kirk grief. Does Elon want me dead? Okay. Anyway, all right, that's it. The FBI is withholding info on the Discord service he was in. Was he actually? They're trying to ban it legally now? No, I know. And I saw the Israel related thing too that was also crazy. Do we have a blast off meme or what? After Kirk's killing suspect joke that his doppelganger did it? Oh my God. I feel like they're just like, all of this stuff is designed to make people more crazy, it seems like. I don't know. Yeah, Marco Rubio wants to take away American citizens' passports for criticizing Israel, which is crazy. Anyway, do we have a blast off or not? We do. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Grok got censored for telling the truth. That's not surprising. Elon uses both Twitter and also Grok as his like personal propaganda faucet in ways that like other billionaires at least don't attempt to do so publicly. Right? Where it's so transparent, it's so flagrant the way he does this, like it's annoying because it like with other billionaires, like at least they have the decency to purchase like the Washington Post, right? At least they have the decency to purchase the Washington Post, and then like whenever they add in editorial control, they're not so aggressive about said editorial controls, right? Where like they won't be like so overt with their control over it. Elon will literally be like, I want Grok to be more racist. I want Grok to be more white supremacist. I'm going to do that now. Like he basically will openly say like, no, this is my platform. I bought it for propaganda. And if you don't like it, you can fuck off. Like I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it in whichever way I want to. I'm going to turn up the Nazi dial. I'm having a bad day today. I want more Nazis to be pumping on the timeline. And then he'll just go, he'll tweak it. And then that's all you see. It is so alarming that we are at the mercy of perhaps one of the most thin-skinned billionaires on the planet. Viral TikTok, you're mentioned.
Guys, people like Dean Withers were crying over Charlie Kirk's death.
I think I
because
saw
behind
this
the scenes,
one.
they were friends. I remember one time on Hassan's stream, he brought up how like Charlie Kirk asked Hassan in person to hang out. Like this shit was a joke to him. And Hassan said no, because this shit is real life and he doesn't fuck with Charlie Kirk. Also, guys, you remember that like sex tape between Destiny and Nick Fuentes? Destiny was giving Nick Fuentes head or some shit. Or even like how Destiny and Nick Fuentes be hanging out. All these establishment politics white boys hang out with each other behind scenes, and they hang out with shitty white supremacist shitty people. That's why when stuff like this comes out, everybody's buddy, everybody's crying. It's because they were all homies behind the scenes. But luckily my GOAT Hassan, he ain't play like that. That's my GOAT.
What is that real? What do you mean? Which one? Which part of this? I don't know. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if like Dean and Charlie Kirk were friendly or whatever. I don't really know Dean that well, but I wouldn't assume that they were friends. But a lot of the people online, a lot of the people that do like debates in general, no matter how crazy their political differences are, do actually see it as like theater for the most part. Oh, did Nick really give D head? I don't know. He leaned into that initially, so probably not. I genuinely don't know. We don't know if he was sucking off Fuentes or not. But it was weird when it first came out because he like didn't deny it, but then maybe he was doing it because he wanted to like distract people away from the fact that it was all like revenge porn that was being distributed. Who knows? One-on-ones are a normal thing that doesn't make people friends. No, I mean, anyway. Tyler literally commented on how the news wanted to blame trans people law. Wait, what is this? New York Times, after he murdered Charlie Kirk, the killer told his friends on Discord he heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it. Robinson was watching the FBI try to pin it on the trans community instead of focusing on locating him. Wait, what? More obsessive. Wait, what the hell? Around the time, several news outlets reported ammunition found near a rifle at the scene included engravings representing transgender ideology. The truth ultimately was that the engravings included the phrase, "Hey, fascist, catch," as well as lyrics from an anti-fascist Italian song and a reference to a sexual meme about a bulge. But at the time, before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, the suspect sent messages that suggest he was closely following the news. I heard the ammo had some about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing the photos or exact quotes, he wrote. He added, and also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in a briefing room. A few minutes later, he joked, "I'm actually Charlie Kirk, wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death so I can live out my dream life in Kansas." Oh my God. Dude, we are living in such a weird time, man. In terms of like being extremely online, in terms of like Twitter and online becoming a part of real life, like this is one of those very strange moments, okay? I don't know why Discord was like saying this dude wasn't on our app. I don't know. He wasn't communicating on our app or whatever. I don't know what the hell's going on as well. The New York Times article has the full messages. They joked about avoiding McDonald's too because that's how Luigi got caught. Yeah. So I'll get started on one aspect of this story that I briefly talked about, but obviously I wasn't, like when they first found the shooter, I wasn't live, right? When they first found the shooter, when they first apprehended the shooter, I wasn't live. But a lot of other people were covering it, and they were making up their minds on like what this ideological profile was. I think it was too soon to tell, but you know, my early assessment was looking at like the meme profile, which is a stupid thing to actually say out loud when talking about mass shooters. But God damn it, unfortunately, that is a thing that we have to do. Looking at the mimetic profile of the shooter and the things that the shooter wanted to communicate, I basically said, look, it's too soon to tell the ideological background, but it's like very obvious that he has like a right-wing family, Mormon family, all this stuff. You know, some family members are connected to the military. Early on, they thought his dad was like law enforcement, and they found out that wasn't the case. That's whatever. But like, he clearly was a white kid from like a real ass American Utah family, right? And even Governor Cox had some statements about this. Even Governor Cox himself was like, "Oh, I was praying that he wasn't one of us. I hoped it was like some Muslim transgender guy from, you know, Idaho or whatever, or from not from this country." And it turns out he's one of us. And I saw that and I was like, that's a weird thing to say out loud, buddy. That's a weird thing to say out loud, but we are living in increasingly weird times, so I guess it's fine that you're just saying it, okay? Like, you know how people will always say, like, because of the unlimited violence that marginalized populations are subjected to, many of you have probably had that moment where you see like a mass shooting or something and you're like, oh my God, I hope the shooter isn't like trans or black or brown or undocumented or something like that, you know, because like, you know what is yet to come. Well, these guys are now doing the reverse of that because they want to do more violence, it seems. So they're like, oh, every time there's a shooter, even though most of the time it's like a white dude, and this time it was a white dude as well, you know, I was praying it wasn't one of ours, you know? I was praying it wasn't one of ours. And it's like, it's not like it changes anything if it's a white guy who's a right-winger. They've done most of the shootings. And it seems like the right collectively have decided a lot of these guys are responsible for the shooting. So let's just fucking turn around and imagine that the shooter is a trans leftist every time, right? And it's crazy. It's crazy. Because, like, the impact is not the same. You know what I mean? There's not like there's no legislation to like ban young white boys who are a little quirked up on the internet when there's another young white boy who is a little too quirked up who does a fucking mass shooting. That's not a thing. But God forbid, if anyone has like even been around a trans person, it seems, they're like, oh, we have to literally arrest and prosecute and criminalize every trans person in the country. Now, I watched so much. I watched the Nancy Mace and the Republicans basically go from, we have to kill everybody immediately. We have to kill anyone that's ever been like, maybe we shouldn't be mean to gay people because they're all radical transgender Antifa leftists who are doing unlimited violence, the white Christians or whatever, to then turn around and be like, oh no, he was one of our boys again. Oh well, pray for his soul. Pray for his lost soul. And then they turned around and they were like, he went to a Mormon university for one semester, and that's where he got hit with the fucking transgender woke ray, right? And then everyone was like, dog, he took one fucking semester and didn't even have any in-person classes and then left to go work for to go to a technical school, right? Like, what are we talking about? This person's background is so perfectly like right-wing in the way that these guys have designed the world. So they just couldn't figure that out as well. But now they're saying it's actually a transgender roommate, that he was radicalized by a transgender. Like, it has to be a trans person, it seems, for these guys. Like, I don't know what will happen. I do know that because violence is such a permanent part of American politics, which I wrote about on the New York Times, by the way, we're going to be talking about that in a second. It's an inevitability that these things will continue to happen unless, in the absence of any sort of like serious legislation to stop, gun violence. It has happened every other week, and it will most likely, unfortunately, continue to happen. And I guess in the next phase here is going to be like, was the shooter ever around a trans person at all? Like, we have to look through the next school shooter. If they've even been in the direction, if they've even looked in the direction of a trans person, that's probably how they got radicalized. Like, that's where we're at now. Like, these people are trying to say like, oh, you were roommates with a trans person, I think, and therefore that's the reason why you did a mass shooting. Like, it's just so fucking insane. And what's extra messed up is that people are like, the media is dropping the ball in spectacular fashion. So I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. It's just, everything is wrong. Everything is busted. Everyone is angry. I guess like the only thing I'm hoping for, and I said this like the first couple of days, is, maybe these guys will just focus on the burger aspect of things, and we'll just like get it out of their system by being like, we're going to cancel a bunch of people. We're going to cancel a bunch of people on the left that we are claiming is, responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. And then they'll turn around and they won't engage in acts of violence or something like that, hopefully. What is this viral tweet about you? I think I saw this. I saw this one, yeah. If, God forbid, a leftist like Hassan Parker were killed, a lot of centrist Dems wouldn't even publicly mourn him. The idea that any GOP governor would fly flags at half-mast for him like Dems, like Dem Govs or for Kirk is beyond laughable. That's the imbalance we have in this country. Anyway, I mean, it's true. His grandma was upset that people call him left wing. I know, I saw that too. Yeah, that was also crazy. His grandmother was more upset at the fact that they were calling him a leftist than at the fact that he had shot Charlie Kirk. Like, she was like, listen, shooting high profile figures is something that I'm, not too fond of, but I can understand it. But do not say he did it because of radical transgender Antifa. We are a Republican family. That's what she said. It was crazy. Anyway, she probably doesn't know what the fuck's going on with the grandchild anyway. So like, there's so much like secondary and secondhand, third hand, fourth hand, like totally irrelevant information that people run with and then try to retract after the fact. Also, this person's tweet that went viral, this person sucks so much ass. Fuck this guy. I don't like Hassan Piker, but if he died tomorrow, Fox News would be celebrating Trump and post a shitty AI meme celebrating his death on Truth Social. This dumb fuck, literally, this Destiny dick riding piece of shit once famously said Donald Trump should deport Hassan because I don't like him. Like, so he's just farming, okay? Don't get it twisted. That motherfucker's just farming. Anyway, I don't like people invoking your name in this discourse, even if it's hypotheticals. I know. I don't like it either, but what are you going to do? Okay, so Joyce Carol O's defending you after you're quoting your New York Times article? Yeah. So, where was I? All right, so a lot has taken place. Let's get started. Even Moist Critical is spreading misinformation that he's a leftist. Look, guys, everyone is spreading misinformation, and at a certain point, you have to realize, like, are people spreading misinformation if they're just like rehashing what high-profile legacy publishers are saying? Because high-profile legacy publishers are dropping the ball without doing the proper investigation. Without doing the proper investigation, they're just like moving forward with whatever sound bites they can get. And one thing that's actually interesting in this process is like no matter how biased the police are, no matter how incompetent the police are, even cops, detectives, when they're setting up a shooter profile to figure out an ideological motive for a suspect in the aftermath of a situation like this, they will go to friends, right? They will go to the friends of the shooter and they will go to the family of the shooter, but they won't actually move on with that as like key pieces of evidence until they fully fleshed out a psychographic profile for the shooter. The media, on the other hand, is so horny to not get outflanked by the likes of, I don't know, Steven Crowder or whatever, that they are deciding that some random fucking neighbor actually can give us a convincing case on who this person is, right? Oh, we went to a friend. The friend called him a leftist. And then they retract the article and they go, okay, maybe maybe the friend didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's just like talking out of his ass. So this is what's really annoying about it, where I cannot even fault the likes of, I don't know, Moist Critical for going along with what he is seeing in the news and then responding to it. Having said that, however, like I said, given what I know about like right-wing meme profiles with shooters, the last one being the Minneapolis church shooter that we talked about. If you remember, the Minneapolis church shooter was a far-right neo-Nazi that was most likely radicalized in one of these Telegram groups, not dissimilar to the Colorado school shooter that actually shot up his school an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at UVU. And yet, the reason why I'm bringing that one up is because people said, oh, that's transgender radical Antifa. That's a transgender radical Antifa shooter. And they still are saying that. That wasn't the case. And the reason why I say that wasn't the case is because that shooter in Minneapolis very clearly showcased a meme profile that is consistent with far-right neo-Nazi, extremely nihilistic, esoteric neo-Nazi school shooters and mass shooters in general. And what I mean by that is like, he was venerating, you know, Anders Breivik and the Christchurch shooter, like all these different white nationalists and white supremacists. Whereas this shooter's memes did not reach that standard at all, which is why I said, Tyler Robinson, Kirk's alleged shooter, came from a Mormon family in both law enforcement and the military, but I'm not so certain if he himself was right-wing. A lot of the memes posted on the casings are ironic or of the left variety, different than previous far-right shooters. It's too soon to tell, but this is important to understand. As well, I said, I think people need to understand that there's a massive online far-right-wing community that hated Charlie Kirk. This is something that I've brought up as well. Nick Fuentes, contrary to popular opinion, contrary to how he's presenting himself right now, Nick Fuentes has actually said infinitely more violent shit about Charlie Kirk than I ever have. Okay? So it's not like I had a more cordial relationship with Charlie Kirk as opposed to Nick Fuentes. That is the reality. That is the irony, because everyone in the far right and everyone in the right wing thinks I'm responsible for this, and they keep saying I'm the one who's responsible for this. Fuck you, Hassan, you did this. Meanwhile, if you look back at his statements, Nick Fuentes' statements about Charlie Kirk, you will see like he talked about fucking doing an endless amount of violence to him, and also Turning Point USA and whatnot. So they have been hunting and pursuing Charlie Kirk for quite a while, as a matter of fact. So, but that doesn't really matter in this moment, because like everyone on the right is very clearly trying to get together and use this as an opportunity to attack their ideological opposition, their enemies. They're using this as an opportunity to say like, no, it's the left that's hateful and all this stuff. So that's what's so crazy about this entire situation too, because like as far as I can remember, I don't think I've ever said anything that's remotely as violent about Charlie Kirk as like Nick Fuentes has. I mean, here's some choice ones, I think. I mean, there's a lot of metaphor that he uses as well, to be fair, and metaphors are things that I've used as well in the past, not directionally against like Charlie Kirk or anybody like that, but those metaphors are obviously being used currently in clips that are completely clipped out of context to make it seem as though I was like advocating for violence against the right or whatever the fuck, which is yet another story that I'm going to be covering as well. So, but ultimately, I'm still of the mindset that it's like entirely too early. But one thing I have noticed is, and I suspect I suspect that there is, I've noticed the tendency of the right to basically go along with misinformation no matter who's doing it, right? What I mean by that is I saw a fuck ton of liberal accounts posting the shooters like a photoshopped t-shirt of the shooter wearing like a Trump shirt that's not real. I saw so many people immediately go, this is a groiper, this is a groiper, this is a groiper. And I wasn't online at the time. And, you know, I didn't have the opportunity to like seriously go back and forth on this stuff at the time. But I wasn't so certain. There were people saying he was a DSA guy. I knew that that wasn't real. They just like doxed another random DSA guy, which was really fucked up, but you know, classic. But a lot of people, and I think what's more interesting is that a lot of right-wingers, I think when they saw the shooter, also decided he might be right-wing. Okay? What do I mean by this? Because once they found out the demographic background, once they found out his like family, his family history, the right toned down the calls for civil war and decided we got to lower the temperature, decided we got to pray for this young boy's soul, this young boy's heart. That was insane because I felt like I got slapped up, like I got whiplash from how quickly they went from we have to kill every leftist person because this was very obviously a transgender Antifa leftist to we have to save this boy's soul by praying for him. And that led me to believe that maybe they think he's right wing. And I don't know if it's because they have more information that I was not privy to, right? Here's the Nancy Mace tweet compilation. That's the classic one that everyone is obviously pointing to. Time to bring back the death penalty. Enough is enough. Representative Nancy Mace comments on Charlie Kirk's killer allegedly being pro T-word. Okay? And then after the background of the shooter is found, we know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. We truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. Like, it's insane. It's insane. They didn't even hide it. They just straight up went from this is a radical Antifa transgender, and we need to kill all of them to like, we have to pray for this young boy's soul. So I think it's like a combination of different factors. One, it's because not only was he white, but he was a corn-fed white boy. You know what I mean? He was a real ass like Mormon Utah boy. Okay. And I do think that these guys, unironically, I never thought this until this moment, but I really do think that a lot of right-wingers just straight up respond to race. Okay? I think that's it. Like when they see someone who is not just like white, but also not white in a spicy way where like they got a septum ring and fucking, I don't know, a hammer and sickle tattoo, but like just straight up, if you are like a white boy from a Republican family, they go, oh no, that's one of us. That's, you know, it's obviously that this person was not like a leftist. Like that's the way they reacted to it, even if there wasn't enough evidence to suggest it at the time. And I think the other reason is because they saw all the Groyper stuff. They saw all the people being like, oh, this guy's a right winger. He voted for, or he's a registered Republican. He gave money to the Republicans, which is fake, by the way. That's a totally different Tyler Robinson, which again, Tyler Robinson is the most like, if you were to point to like the most average Utah boy, I would literally build out a profile of Tyler Robinson, right? Republican, it's like John Smith, you know, Tyler Robinson, white boy, went to college for one semester, dropped out, didn't pursue it, and went back and got like an apprenticeship, went to a technical school. Like he did the most right-wing shit that you could possibly do. Not saying that like anyone that goes to a technical school is right-wing, but like that is how the right has presented the best possible future. You come from a good family, your family is always there for you, and then you don't go to college because college makes you woke and gay, and you get an apprenticeship instead, right? Like you go to a technical school, you get an apprenticeship, you work a real job, an honest job, right? None of this like fake gay vaccine related college jobs. Like he did all of that. He's a gun pervert, family of gun perverts since 8 years old. He's been like, you know, shooting guns and whatnot. So I think like when they saw all of that stuff, they went, oh, this is probably one of our guys, as I also mentioned, like Governor Cox said. So they decided, oh yeah, no, we should maybe dial it back a little bit. Having said that, that didn't stop Ben Shapiro from continuing to pursue this stuff. Even though what he was operating off of was like, obviously a now retracted newspaper piece. I think it was on The Guardian. And what's interesting is he got owned by fucking Bill Maher of all people. And I feel like if you're getting owned by Bill Maher, you should just throw in, you should throw the towel. You should throw in the towel. You should never try to debate ever again. Because Bill Maher is like, I mean, he's not a particularly intelligent individual. He's not, I mean, getting dunked on by Bill Maher is like pretty humiliating, I think.
It's a shooting at a synagogue. It is very likely to be either a white supremacist or a radical Muslim. If it is a shooting of a Republican politician, it is very likely to be a trans Antifa Marxist shooter.
That is just not.
That's just insane to say. Like, dog, none of those fucking, like that was not the case. That did not happen. Thomas Crooks is not like a radical transgender Antifa guy. He was a registered Republican, man. Thomas Crooks was a registered Republican. He was wearing like a gun tuber merch. Like sometimes you got to understand, like there is just some fucking quote unquote apolitical right adjacent people that just decide I'm going to make a name for myself by shooting the president. It's insane. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's just not the case.
We don't know what this kid is.
We do know this kid was of the left. We do know that.
We do know what?
That this kid was of the political left. That is according to contemporaneous reporting from The Guardian as well as Tablet Magazine today.
It's 2 days out. We don't know shit, Ben.
But
we don't know shit. They never do. The internet is undefeated in getting it wrong to begin with.
It's not about the internet.
He's fucking right. And The Guardian actually retracted that article, unironically. I cannot believe Bill Maher is right. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Bill Maher is right. Ben Shapiro is so stupid and so professionally wrong that he made the most annoying, professionally stupid and wrong guy look good in comparison. How is that possible? How is that even possible, man? It's crazy, okay? There should be no comeback from this. If Bill Maher dunks on you, it's over.
About the actual reporting by mainstream acceptance. The Guardian is not a right-wing.
Here's what we heard. Here's what I was told so far, and I'll tell you what was wrong. First, I heard he's a registered Republican. Not true. Okay. Then he was a donor to Trump. Not true. His father works in the sheriff's office. Not true. There was a picture of him wearing a pro-Trump shirt. Not true. Member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Not true. We don't know what he is.
Well,
how are you so sure he's of the left? Now, I agree when you write on a bullet, what did he write on the bullet?
Catch this fascist, which is also a gamer thing.
Okay, but now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the Groypers, yes. I mean, so that would...
You're sure he's not that?
So this is a cooking right here. This is a cooking because Ben hates the Groypers, okay? Ben hates the Groypers almost as much as he hates the left for obvious reasons. The Groypers are anti-Semitic. They're anti-Israel and also anti-Semitic, which, of course, anti-Semitism in that regard is not something that Ben Shapiro actually takes issue with. It's the anti-Israel sentiment, as I've said time and time again. This is something that Ben himself has also voluntarily revealed, like when talking about Ann Coulter, and on numerous other occasions, Ben has quite literally been like, anti-Semitism is fine as long as you're pro-Israel. Like, he's openly said it. And the Groypers have obviously like stalked him as well, including Nick Fuentes. I do find it really interesting that like Groypers are becoming mainstream though. Like they're now literally talking about this shit on television, like My mom asked me what a groiper is. My mom, I was like, it's over. It's done. When moms are asking about what the fuck a groiper is, it is clearly the narrative that this might be a far-right neo-Nazi shooter, regardless of whether it's true or not. And I'm not saying that that is the case. Make no mistake. I'm saying it's too soon to tell. But clearly, when moms are asking about what the fuck a groiper is, like, clearly that is in normie circles. Like, I think on Facebook and all over the internet, like, it just blew up. It blew up as like a potential for the shooter being like a far right guy. And what's interesting about it is I've never experienced that before. I've never experienced like misinformation, or at least like faulty information spreading in the left direction like this in the aftermath of a shooting. But it was actually weird to see so many right-wingers also go along with that and like recalculate their messaging out of the fear that this might be a fucking groiper. Isn't that crazy? Like, I think right-wingers are so susceptible to misinformation that they're more susceptible to misinformation than real, accurate, truthful assessment and truthful analysis, that if you just make stuff up, they're more inclined to believe it. If you just go, hey man, let's dial it back real quick. Let's wait a couple days before we figure out exactly the ideological profile of this person. He's alive, you know, there will be interrogations and whatnot. Nope. As long as you lie in either direction, you can lie in the left direction, you can lie in the right direction. Right-wingers will jump on board, it seems. Which is crazy. But yeah, it was very interesting. This TikTok explains the memes on the bullets. Yeah, this is my goat. I like this guy a lot. Aiden, etc. He's a reporter. He talks about like culture and stuff, like far right radicalization networks online quite a bit. Here's his piece on the memes on the bullet casings for the shooter. We'll look at that. What is this breaking? It's being reported that 6 transgenders had advanced knowledge of Charlie Kirk's assassination. What the fuck? What does that even mean, bro? What does that even fucking mean, bro? Breaking news. Remember what I said about Donald Trump saying everything's transgender and then people understand it? That's what this is now. You can just put transgender in anything, in any context, in any situation. You can just apply transgender to it and people will fucking go, that's right, that's probably the case. We have to do something. Like, the right is so easily fucking duped on this shit. Yeah, like, they went, the shooter is trans. Okay, the bullets were trans. Okay, the roommate is trans. Like, what the fuck? How could people not realize this is a psychotic way to approach the situation? What if the shooter wanted to be trans? You never know, like, ahead of time. You know what I mean? It's like, when all else fails, they just lie. And they go along with that lie. It just doesn't make any sense. There's like a 90% chance that all trans people found out by now that Charlie is dead. Yeah. Everybody knows transgender people are magical people. They just like fucking communicate with one another through telepathy. And they were sending out a beacon. It's just like when you start taking HRT, you just have this like these additional powers. You're a really good swimmer too. It's like it gives you swimming powers, okay? It gives you weightlifting powers, and it also gives you the power to precog assassinations ahead of time. That's just how it is. Once you get on that HRT, bro, it's crazy, okay? Like, I'm joking about this shit, but like unironically, that is how it's coming across. Anyway, let me finish this Bill Maher dunk because he goes, well, don't you think he could be a groiper?
But now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the groipers? Yes. I mean, so that would.
That you're sure he's not that?
I'm not sure that he's not
Oh,
that.
a minute ago you were sure what he was.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. Okay, because I've been.
You were.
That's it. You just got fucking destroyed by Bill Maher of all people, okay? By Billiard Jedediah Maher, dude. Come on. Anyway, here, let's look at the meme, the meme analysis of the casings and stuff. I'm gonna go pee real
Charlie
quick.
Kirk's life was engraved with a 12-year-old furry bashing meme. Notice his bulge, ooh woo, what's that? Which tells us an important thing. This assassination was a shitpost. That is the lens to analyze it through. Another of the casings references a video game, Helldivers 2, and a specific bomb that you could send on your enemies in the game with the command up, right, down, down, down. This command line sort of became a meme in image boards where it would be deployed to kind of represent, you know, ending an argument, but almost more so as just like, if you know, you know. And that sort of signals the in-group there. Another of the 4 casings references Bella Ciao, which is an Italian anti-fascist anthem from the World War II era that has stuck around and remained very popular online. It's been used both in left and right-wing political contexts, and it's used in a lot of video games. And then the 4th and final shell casing was engraved with, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. This was a shitpost. It was designed to be maximally disruptive and incomprehensible, cloaked in layer upon layer of irony so that nobody would know what he really meant unless they were our guy. This performs a kind of nihilism that plays really, really well on particular image boards and Discord servers where this guy spent most of his life. And I say most of his life because that furry meme is from 2013. He was 10 years old when it was first posted and became popular. He, like you and I, grew up alongside this part of the internet that trickled out through the other platforms that we went on and has actually informed and driven a lot of our politics. Half of the administration right now is content creators, and all of the guys who are wearing masks going out on these deportation raids, the guys who are staffers of Republican members of Congress in these different executive departments, the guys who are 19 years old called in by Elon to Doge things, these are all Reddit kids. These are all guys who were on 4chan in 2013, laughing at that furry meme. Now, the question everybody's asking is, was this kid a groiper? And the question everybody's parents are asking is, what is a groiper? So groipers are the most extreme fringe of this kind of image board nihilistic culture that I'm talking about. They're led by Nick Fuentes, who is a content creator and a streamer, and they really are about transgressing any boundary that exists. They are like explicitly white nationalists, really bad, horrible people. The name Groiper originates from this variant of Pepe the Frog, which comes about in the late 2010s, and these guys adopt it as a kind of collective self-portrait.
Great breakdown, by the way.
They make it their profile picture, they make it their moniker. There was the Groiper War of 2019, in which Nick Fuentes and his people trolled Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, showing up at these debate events and asking questions that would...
Like, it feels embarrassing to know all of this, but I guess it's gotten to a point where, like, you kind of have to know this stuff now because, like, a lot of this, like, extremely online shit is having an impact in the real world. Like, I don't know how to describe it beyond, like, I knew about all this shit. Most of you know about all this shit. I spent most of my political career talking about this stuff as well. And it's just crazy that, like, I feel almost hypocritical telling you to be normal and not be so fucking online and consistently telling you that, like, the bus driver test should be applied here. Like, can you describe the situation to a bus driver in 60 seconds in a convincing manner? And now I'm realizing, like, we might need to explain all this to the bus driver. The bus driver test might not be that valuable or reliable any longer. Because, like, I talk about Telegram quite a bit. I talk about groipers. Telegram is like the newer version of this. It's even more decentralized, it's even more insane, it's even more nihilistic and more violent. And I've covered that stuff extensively as well, especially in the past month. But, you know, this is like if you think the groiper stuff basically is the end of this depravity, it's not. Like I would say you got Reddit, you got 4chan, you got 8chan, you got Groypers, and then you have the Terrorgram, which is even crazier than that, right? Like Order of Nine Angles and all those other different groups, right? So it gets, and the further you go down that rabbit hole, the darker things get, the more cultish things get, and the more violent things get. But it's wonderful that every child basically has access to this unlimited fresh hell of online radicalization and have basically grown up with this kind of shit.
Push Kirk to say things that were even more extreme than Kirk was already saying. So where Charlie Kirk took like one step toward these kind of white or Christian nationalist ideas, the Groypers took 2 steps. They demanded that he make the subtext text. One post people have been citing as proof of the Groyper hypothesis is this one from his mother's Facebook that shows.
Like, I don't think this is enough. I don't think this is enough to indicate that he's a Groyper. I'll be honest. And I said that to Jason Palladino as well. Fantastic reporter. Who was of the mind that this was like definitely a Groyper. And I basically said, because he posted that, but that's a Gopnik. That's just a Gopnik meme. Like everyone has seen that. That's almost like a universal thing. The Slav Squad is not necessarily just a Groyper thing, right? Because he said, feel like you don't do this unless you're in some right-wing nihilistic brain-rotted space. I said, yeah, I saw that as well. I don't know how to weigh that over the Chow Bella, though. Like, that could be Gopnik posting, which is across the political spectrum, need more info. Groypers usually hail previous shooters and have had way more aggressive slogans they use to signal. And that's what I mean. Like, if this was a far-right, this was, like, convincingly a far-right figure and was, like, shooting Charlie because he was frustrated that he wasn't, like, far-right enough or whatever, I think you would see a clearer indication of that. Okay? You would see a clearer indication of that because these guys don't hide their perspective. Sometimes they'll troll and they'll masquerade as like, they'll use leftist terms. Even Chow Bella could be utilized by like Groypers or whatever, but like there would be more of an indication of their far right leanings somewhere, right? Like, so that's why I'm saying still right now that it's too soon to tell. I haven't been able to build a proper psychographic profile for the shooter and can convincingly tell you like what the most likely radicalization pipeline was for this person. What I have found though, and this is something that I saw with Luigi Mangione as well, is that we are now in the age of shooters that are how do I put this? With shooters with like promising careers, like upstarts, like people who have really good GPAs, people who might have even played sports. You know what I mean? Like that's usually not the expectation. Like oftentimes when you see someone who violates the social contract in such a severe way, when you look to their background, it's usually never a person with like a prospect, with a promising career ahead of themselves, or with you know, successful friendships and whatnot. It's usually like a socially isolated guy who's been brain poisoned by spending too much time online, right? They're oftentimes very like antisocial people. So I do think that with Luigi Mangione and with this shooter as well, when you look at their background, when you look at their trajectory, that actually doesn't fit the previous shooters and their psychographic profile at all. And that's kind of interesting, I would say. That's like, that says something, right? A Gen Z colleague described to me black pill mindset to me in a way I'd never heard before. For younger kids today, especially men, there's a pressure to get rich at any cost or get famous at any cost. They use irony and crude memes to mask the deep anxiety they feel. What stood out to this person was lol, nothing matters attitude, Kirk's assassin. Yeah, he was trying to be nonchalant while doing the most chalant thing. You know what I mean? Like there is an air of like, I don't even care about this, this thing that I'm doing. And it is also very interesting. What stood out to this person was lol, nothing matters attitude. Kirk's assassin tries so hard to project in his ironic bullet inscriptions. Like if you see this, you're gay, Lamau. Like that's, you know, that's crazy. Political, but mostly stupid meme Halloween costumes and the gamer culture he was steeped in. His politics almost feel secondary. We're seeing an uptick in ironic phrases written on bullet casings, and manifestos are peppered with very online references meant to be read and understood not by the media, but by the shooter's online peers. They want to be remembered as the people who went for it. It speaks to an alienation that younger Americans, disproportionately men, try to heal not through therapy, but through online game communities, Discord, and validating themselves online. I mean, I think this is like a boomer assessment, but it's not entirely wrong. It's something that I have obviously noticed. There's a lot of shared experiences in these online spaces, like a desperate way to create a sense of community, something that I speak to all the time. All the way to like the most depraved corners of the internet, like the Kiwi Farms people who get together and engage in the act of what they call A-logging, autistic logging, or lolcowing a person with like significant mental health complications, like stalking them, gang stalking them, almost professionally, and trying to ruin their lives professionally. And you get like a sense of community off of doing that, right? That is a thing that people do, and it is deeply, deeply antisocial. And obviously, the antidote to that is developing interpersonal relationships in the real world. But I think that kind of community fostering creates a replacement that isn't a healthy alternative to developing a real relationship in the real world and being around normal human beings. But it's enticing enough that people don't even realize that there is something that is missing from their lives. So in that regard, this feeds into that isolation that I think people have. You know, that's definitely something that I have seen online quite a bit. And it's something that I try to push people away from in my community, at the very least, by forcing them and pushing them to engage in community organizing, labor organizing, and activism in general that forces them to go outside and be around other people and actually to talk to other people from a diverse ideological profile so that they can, you know, learn how to be a human being. I'm fortunate enough that I'm 34 years old and I went through these experiences when I was growing up, and therefore I have this this foundation to build upon, so that even when I spend every waking moment online now, I still have this background. I still have this built-in understanding of the world and real world experiences. You mean protesting? Yes, protesting, activism of all different sorts, joining local organizations, things of that nature, right? Playing pickup basketball, going to a public park. These are things that are incredibly important for every single person to stay grounded to the real world in some way by force in an increasingly online universe that we exist in. And I think the inverse of that is absolutely going to Discord circles and like going to splinter Discord servers and like increasingly isolating yourself from even people that you are, even people in a broader community that you might be a part of. And yeah, there's two different ways to go about it. And I feel like a lot of people choose the easier alternative, which is to be sheltered from any sort of counters under the guise of anonymity online, and you know, increasingly engaging in more antisocial behavior like this. Okay, so, but the structural issues are obviously the lack of hope for a better future for many in Gen Z, and we're seeing that almost universally at this point. Like material conditions are deteriorating. And you see people react to that. You see younger generations react to that with protests, sometimes riots, and also these kinds of decentralized acts of violence. It's a truly terrifying predicament. So it also speaks to the lack of hope, but about the future, it's hard to say if these people even have coherent left-right ideologies. So much is being overridden. No, I think they do. They have a modified version of left-right ideologies, but there's still a left ideological leaning or a right ideological leaning. It's just harder to parse through and harder to pick up on, given that like all the irony poisoned posturing makes it very difficult for boomers and very difficult for people who don't speak this kind of language to truly comprehend. And that's where we're at with this shooter as well. I think it's not entirely wrong, but there's an uptick of white male shooters from middle or high income families with careers ahead of them, noticing their futures are fucked and noticing systemic discrimination below them and throwing their future away to release the tensions as the political system is caving. I think it's a fair assessment. At the same time, they're stewing in social media ecosystem where algorithms feed them a constant stream of rage bait. And so they form parasocial hatreds. As the shooter's family said, he'd only become political recently and seemed to fixate on Charlie Kirk's viral content. What Governor Cox said is broadly right. Social media is cancer. When coupled with the social alienation epidemic we're seeing in America, it's convincing people that reality is something less than real. If you're never going to be rich, why not be infamous? The traditional venue for that was school shootings, but those have become so commonplace now that the shooters barely register in our media coverage. We're numb to it. What gets headlines now? Political shootings. Even better if your message is confusing for the normies. I mean, okay, the thread unwinds at this point a little bit because it's not just social media. I think social media is perfectly fine as a tool for organizing, as a tool for connecting with other people, as a tool for information dissemination. But there also needs to be a healthy balance there also needs to be a healthy connection to the real world, to real human beings that you know, whether it be your family members, whether it be your friends, whether it be your coworkers. And I think that is a part of the problem. Anyway, the rest of it is the thread unwinds a little bit there, but let's go back to the meme profiles. Like I said, I'm not so certain that this person was a groyper or someone of the ideological left background at all. But let's continue.
As a meme for Halloween, it seems like the meme is Gopnik Pepe, which is a 4chan meme to my understanding. But I don't quite associate it with Poll, which is like the political board on 4chan that most people are talking about it. I see it more as like a K meme and sort of like a rare Pepe type thing. But again, like many Pepe or Groyper memes, the core of this is it's a lonely male figure in sort of an immiserated landscape looking sad. And that's part of the story I wish more people were talking about. What's driving our political violence isn't just polarization, where one side is getting more radical and kind of undermining democracy, nor is it algorithms, like some have said, that are like pickling the brains of young people. It is that feeling, which these Pepe memes represent, of you're always going to be alone, you're never going to have a future, and you're never going to have a voice. And that feeling, which is by no means rare or unusual in our society today, collides with a particular set of circumstances. This long entrenched nihilistic online tradition, the ready availability of firearms, and the increasing derangement of mainstream discourse, this ambient sense of like tension and volatility that exists in the air to produce stuff like this. And we're going to see more and more of it unless those root causes are addressed and unless we find a way to offer a better future to people.
So I do agree with the overall point, and I obviously talked about it as well. So I'm just going to quickly go through the New York Times op-ed that I wrote because I sought to address some of these issues using the format that was given to me. Obviously, it got there was a lot of editorial changes that were made in the process. This is the op-ed that I wrote. And then there's also another interview that I conducted. So this is two different parts of the New York Times. But we'll start out with the op-ed. Op-ed title, I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would have said. Mr. Piker hosts a streaming show on the Twitch platform covering politics and pop culture. Okay? In less than 2 weeks, I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. The event was scheduled for September 25th at Dartmouth College, and it was meant to be a wide-ranging conversation about American politics focused on the views of young voters. But on Wednesday, tragedy intervened. The entire country now knows the story. Mr. Kirk was fatally shot while speaking at a university campus in Utah. Late Thursday night, an arrest was made in the case. I found out that Mr. Kirk had been killed while I was live streaming to my audience on Twitch, as I do nearly every day. While I am exposed to daily images of incredible horror, particularly those of atrocities taking place in Gaza, I was still shocked by the images from Utah. What shocked me was not merely the graphic nature of what took place. It was the horror of seeing someone whom I know, not a friend or an ally, but a human being I know personally and have debated before, fall victim to what clearly seems to be a rising tide of political violence. Even before knowing exactly why Mr. Kirk was killed, I think there are some disturbing and necessary insights that can be drawn from his horrible death, ideas that affect the way many of my viewers and many of the people who followed Mr. Kirk would see the world. The first of these insights is hardly new. The United States has both very loose gun laws and more violent gun deaths per capita than any other developed nation in the world, and while shootings occur most anywhere, campuses can be especially deadly. As news broke that Mr. Kirk was shot at Utah Valley University, there was a near simultaneous tragedy at a high school in small-town Colorado, where a 16-year-old shot 2 fellow students. There have been 47 school shootings this year. Charlie Kirk's was the 46th, and the Colorado shooting was the 47th. Though it may ultimately prove correct to classify Mr. Kirk's death as a tectonic political murder, the shooting was not itself uncommon or extraordinary. The victim was. The second idea is more general and is connected to perhaps why these kinds of killings happen in the first place. Violence almost never originates in a vacuum, and the killing of a high-profile political content creator, regardless of why it happened, speaks to a breakdown in our social order. Mr. Kirk was fond of talking about the ways that urban life has decayed in America, particularly in places like his native Chicago area. In fact, his last words included answering a question about the frequency of mass shootings with a question of his own about whether gang violence counted in that discussion. Any answer about civic decline in America also has to include a discussion about the failure of our political and economic establishment to reconcile with social challenges that have touched every place and aspect of American life. Too many examples of the deadly gun violence we see today are, it seems to me, indicative of this decline. The social challenges include rising rents and homelessness, the destruction caused by climate change, titanic levels of inequality, and too many others to name here. Our capitalist way of life, always accumulating, never evening out, leaves more and more people to deal with these problems on their own. This produces feelings of isolation and resentment as material conditions worsen. And considering that our society is swamped by, and yet somehow stitched together by, a 24/7 news cycle that too often feeds this resentment, it is little wonder that a country of stressed out gun owners would have so many grim, needless gun deaths. This connects to my final idea. Americans inhabit a culture of violence to which we have become habitually desensitized. There is a connection between our culture of violence and American foreign policy. Over time, our culture of violence has targeted people around the world, anywhere from Cuba to Iraq, people who serve as literal targets for American weapons and bombs, absorbing what I think of as Americans' excess capacity for violence. For years now, American politics has taken on an increasingly punitive flavor. During the George W. Bush era, Arabs and Muslims were, and remain, singled out for suspicion. Their civil rights were routinely violated as we embarked on fresh wars against Arab and Muslim countries, and we regarded lives in those countries as less precious than our own. I call it the process of collateralization, where we look to the children in Gaza, for example, and we just, even if we are naysayers, even if we actually find Israel's actions to be abhorrent, deep down inside of our consciousness, we still see that as like unfortunate byproducts of a necessary way in which the world exists, right? Collateral damage. We almost turn it into a natural disaster. He reads this article every time I tune in, Lamau. I wrote this article recently, and this is the first time I'm reading it. But I have repeated a lot of these things, so yes. So you have heard me say these things before. That's just usually how it goes. It's just me putting pen to paper, you know? The Barack Obama years were not so much a correction as a continuity, with drone strikes, night raids, and forever war. What followed in President Trump's first term and in Joe Biden's administration was still more of the same. Extreme rhetoric about designated American enemies combined with aggressive sanctions and secret operations aimed at destabilizing entire countries. a foreign policy organized around punishing and killing our supposedly sworn enemies, diplomacy be damned, conveys the terrible message that we can only kill and maim our way to achieving the world we want to live in. I fear that this is the most evident in America's ironclad support for Israel. The genocide in Gaza has claimed tens of thousands of innocent lives. Meanwhile, Israel has carried out brazen assassinations and attempted assassinations in Iran, Qatar, Lebanon, and Yemen, backed up by Mr. Trump and previously by Mr. Biden. Our government's virtually unyielding support for Israel tells a scary story about the country we live in. It suggests that merely because we designate them as such, American enemies can be marked for death. Whether such rivals pose a legitimate threat, the fire and fury of our military and our allies have clearly become the default answers for how we deal with a world whose interests don't align with our own. Pulling a gun or launching a missile has become a part of our national character, a sad reduction of morality to the time it takes for fingers to pull the triggers. I would have liked to ask Mr. Kirk about all these things. He and I identified some of the same problems, but our views clashed about their causes and their potential solutions. Americans, especially younger Americans, feel a sense of growing hopelessness as so many of those in power refuse to listen to their struggles, economic or otherwise. One side, Democrats, offer mostly platitudes, while the other, epitomized by Mr. Trump, frequently takes advantage of people's resentments and redirects them to vulnerable communities. Mr. Kirk, an ally of Mr. Trump, was an expert of the latter. I wanted to debate Mr. Kirk, but because of a violent act, now I can't. So that was it. Does this have comments? I want to see the comments. How did you get the New York Times to publish this? They asked me. Do they not have comments on this? Don't think guest essays have comments? Oh, okay. So, they asked me and I wanted to, they changed some stuff around structurally. And if you think that the tone it takes is a little bit drier than the way I would have spoken on these issues, that is because, yes, there is an editorial tone that they keep. No, they let me keep the genocide. Genocide is now officially a part of the New York Times style guide. You can say Israel is doing a genocide without like slapping on air quotes or whatever. I think basically the way this changed was after the New York Times had that Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar write about how Israel is definitely doing a genocide. In the aftermath of that, I think they were like, it's done. Like, you can now say it openly. Yeah, they hyperlinked the word, like, to show, look, they hyperlinked it to send it to, yeah, I'm a genocide scholar, I know it when I see it, to Omar Bartov. So obviously it's a little bit more restrained and a little bit more balanced and takes a drier tone than I normally would use. But that is because it like when you write a guest essay, even when you write a guest essay for the New York Times, like they still obviously have their own editors go through it. I had 2 different rounds of editorial process. And then this is an interview that I did with Joe Bernstein of the New York Times as well, where I kind of like went through the same process as well. But I'm not going to go into that right now. The reason why I brought up the guest op-ed that I wrote for the New York Times is because like it basically is the easiest to understand summarization of how I connect like America's unlimited violence overseas back to unlimited violence in the domestic, and how we have become increasingly more desensitized to violence, And that's the reason why we are reacting the way that we are to all of these instances. Because people, I think, mostly don't understand. I don't think people understand, like boomers especially are like, what the fuck? Why are people celebrating death? And it's like, this is part of the reason, because so many people, regardless of their political background, are experiencing the same economic pressures, and they're also seeing unlimited violence born out of our actions as a consequence of foreign policy, but also our actions in domestic policy. And then they're going, okay, well, the value of life is worth nothing, I guess. You know? Look who else tried to say they were trans. Skull and Gate said Charlie Kirk is trans. That's crazy. On the back of this, I kept journalists and reporters having to explain how this works, how media works, the drama perverts. My guess is these outlets reached out to him. I doubt Hassan is farming them. Bro is farming hard. Yeah, I wonder why a bunch of mainstream outlets would reach out to a guy who is, you know, fairly knowledgeable on like online radicalization and is also directly connected both by his profession and also directly connected due to the fact that we were supposed to debate to the person who was just killed on the exact opposite side of the political spectrum. No, it must be that I'm paying for it. These guys are, their brains are underdeveloped, I think. They're just like, it didn't cook enough. Part of the reason why I wanted to write the op-ed was also because I feel like there's a lot of people offering their takes on this stuff, and some of it actually doesn't accurately convey Charlie Kirk's perspective at all. So just watched a YouTube video saying you didn't condemn the assassination commie. The 10-sec vids, I'm sure, are true and not out of context. Yeah. It makes no sense, to be fair. But yeah, we'll talk about Candace Owens as well in a second. Candace Owens, out of all of the demons on the right, was perhaps the only person, perhaps the only fucking person out there who actually was able to humanize Charlie Kirk and like very clearly is going through the stages of grief. I never thought I would say this because I've always seen Candace Owens as like a major grifter, but it does seem to me like, I mean, I know that they were friends, but it seems to me like they were really actually much closer to one another than any number of different people on the right that have been like, Charlie Kirk told me that he wants me to kill all of the leftists, actually. That's what his last text was, which is, of course, what Stephen Miller did, right? Stephen Miller went on Fox News and said this: the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was, he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country. Was psycho, just like absolute fucking psychopath, dude.
And let me tell you something I've not shared with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was, he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection. But we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing.
Yeah. Last message Charlie Kirk sent to me was, I look good bald, actually, and I'm handsome, and I'm so good at speaking and writing Trump speeches. and that maybe Trump should make me Secretary of State instead of Marco Rubio. So we have to do that. Obviously, that's real. That's a real thing he told me. Okay? Also, what if that's what he said? Who gives a shit? What are you talking about? Like, this is another thing that I don't understand. It's like, okay, let's say this is real, which I don't. I don't believe this is real. I think he's just like trying to slam as much policy into this, this event that's supposed to be traumatic to galvanize the base into taking action and finding comfort in this kind of like vengeance quest and political persecution of political dissidents. You know, even if he traumatic for their side, man, calm down, okay? Like, this is Fox News. It's traumatic for them. Have you talked to fucking boomers lately? They're like crying and shit. Okay? It's very obvious. It is very obvious to me that their goal, I mean, Trump spelled it out pretty much, but they are very obviously trying to get their audience on board, get the MAGA base to be on board with political persecution of political dissidents. This is an anecdote from my life, but I know people that are diehard MAGA loyalists, okay? Not directly. And I know that when they saw that I was apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol, they did not like that. And that's part of the reason why the Department of Homeland Security even came out and was like, there is no political persecution of political dissidents whatsoever. Hassan Piker is lying for clicks. Okay? Remember, they didn't say that the detainment didn't take place. They openly copped to it. They admitted to that. They just took issue with the targeting of political dissidents. This is something that even the MAGA base, some of the most loyal in the MAGA base, still are not fully subscribed to, fully on board with. I know it sounds insane. I know it sounds insane to say this because you're gonna be like, what? I see all these fucking people that are screaming bloody murder and they want political persecution. And it's true, there are plenty in the base that do want it, but there are still a lot of normies out there that are not, that don't have the same exact appetite to just like start rounding up the left or whoever the administration declares political dissidents, because like Americans do place a lot of emphasis and a lot of value on the First Amendment, a lot more than you would think. Regardless of how hypocritical they may be, they still believe that they have this notion, this underlying notion that like free speech means like, you know, you're going to hear stuff that you don't like and the government shouldn't intervene in this. It was also a big part of what Trump used to win the race. He said the Department of Justice was weaponized against him. So they used to get mad about the whole like, you know, Facebook is banning anti-vaxxer sentiment because directed by the Biden administration. Like, these are gripes that they have. So there is a level of, there is some appetite for political persecution of political dissidents, but the reason why they're really farming this is because they want that to be a unified front when they eventually engage in it.
That are trying to inspire terrorism and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate. You want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile, because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you. We use it to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
I want to say this is a Twitter issue, but honestly, like Twitter is becoming more and more real life. It's an unfortunate reality. Like, I want to say Twitter is not real life, But we have motherfuckers in the administration that treat it as though it is. So I guess at that point, it is real life. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. There's more to talk about this stuff. I told you Twitter's real life. Twitter wasn't real life for the longest time, chatter. Unfortunately, it's becoming one now. Anyway, let's get into the timeline of the Charlie Kirk shooting, and then we got more updates from Governor Cox and things of that nature, and I'll go through this process piece by piece.
The person who fatally shot conservative activist and father of two Charlie Kirk is over after President Donald Trump announced the suspect is in custody. 31-year-old Kirk was the founder of the conservative youth activist organization, Turning Point USA. He was fatally wounded on Wednesday, September 10th, during a campus event in Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Authorities have identified 22-year-old Tyler Robinson as a suspect who allegedly killed Kirk. Here is a timeline of how the shooting unfolded and how Robinson was arrested. According to Utah Governor Spencer Cox, suspect Tyler Robinson arrived at UVU's campus at 8:29 a.m. local time on the day of the shooting, driving a gray Dodge Challenger. Bo Mason, the commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety, said authorities tracked the suspect's movements onto the campus.
Through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location.
At 12:07 p.m., a crowd awaits Charlie Kirk at UVU, the first stop on Turning Point USA's The American Comeback Tour. Supporters start chanting Kirk's name ahead of his appearance. Around 12:09, Kirk makes his appearance and throws hats out into the crowd of about 3,000 people.
All right, we're going to get started, everybody. You know how it works.
12:11 p.m. Kirk begins speaking, opening debate and answering questions from individuals in the crowd. At 12:23 p.m., Kirk is hit with a single shot to the neck, appearing to come from an elevated position on a nearby rooftop. Video shows Kirk being carried by 6 men to an SUV, which transports him to Timpanogos Regional Hospital. According to authorities, immediately following the shooting, the subject moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled campus into a nearby neighborhood. At 12:52 p.m., UVU sent out an alert that police are investigating and that a suspect is in custody. The person of interest is released after questioning. At 2:22 p.m., the Orem Police Department said the shooting suspect was not in custody and is still at large. At 2:40 p.m., President Donald Trump announces in a post on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk has died from his injuries, writing, quote, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America."
I will say Trump's behavior on this is very Trump and also very strange. I've talked about this before. He's like virtually incapable of like expressing grief in a normal fashion. And he did that here as well, where he had to be the first to announce that Charlie Kirk was pronounced dead, if you noticed. And also he had to be the first to announce that the shooter of Charlie Kirk was apprehended. They waited. They apprehended him at night, and they waited until morning for Donald Trump to go on fucking Fox and Friends and reveal this information. It is so crazy. Not only that, but also, if you want to know how little he gives a fuck, there's also this moment where they ask him, "My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. How are you holding up?" Let's hear what Donald Trump's response was to this question.
Holding up over the last 3.5 years. I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
Yeah, on 9/11, he went to the Yankees game, and he just sat there and he was fucking dancing. That was the night, that was the day after Charlie Kirk had been assassinated. So like, it's so funny to me that like conservatives will be like, this is bloody murder. This is the most impactful, most important figure, and for many conservatives, it probably is, right? Charlie Kirk was an incredibly important figure for a lot of conservatives, I guess, and they cared about him quite a bit. Trump is not one of those people, because I think he's just like, it is impossible for him to care about anything but himself. That's my point. So they are just very cynically. I think a lot of the right has moved in a very weird fashion in the aftermath of this, or I guess perhaps expected fashion, like super sociopathic. You know, people are salivating at the throne. People are salivating at the prospect of like taking the throne and the mantle away from Charlie Kirk now that he's dead. Obviously, you got Nick Fuentes on the one side, really restructuring his commentary and trying to become the new wave and the new voice of the Gen Z conservatives. You have Stephen Miller, we just showed you. You have Donald Trump saying, you know, we're going to use Charlie's murder as a way to persecute political dissidents. You have the Steven Crowder going from #2 largest conservative show to #1. You have Ben Shapiro talking about potentially taking over Turning Point USA as well. So there are a million different things that these guys have done that basically shows, with the exception of like Candace Owens, I would say, that these guys don't give a fuck about anything, and certainly not about Charlie Kirk, the person, but more so about like what they can get out of the situation. Okay. Now, of course, before people say, Hassan, what about you? It's like, well, you already know my position. I'm not a friend of Charlie Kirk. I was his ideological opposition. So I think I have a different set of expectations here. Like obviously, I'm not going to run around fucking celebrating this because it's infinitely, you're weird as fuck. Okay. It's incredibly close to someone like myself, but like the reality of the matter is that with the exception of Candace Owens, I've seen very little like human emotion and reaction to this kind of thing. I'm pretty sure the Ben Shapiro takeover was fake. No, it's not real. It's not happening. But I'm saying that like people are posturing to take advantage of the situation to the best of their ability. They want it. I have seen his wife's press release as well. I don't know if I should like get into that because I feel like it's a little it's a little strange, like the way I mean, she's grieving is what I want to think, and therefore, you know, it's very strange the way she's like reacted to it as well. But let's take a look at what Trump was saying when he revealed that the Charlie Kirk shooter had been apprehended.
And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right as well. We have radicals on the left. People are watching all of these videos and cheering. Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less.
What about your fellow political streamer reaction? Who? I don't know who you're talking about, but I don't care. Okay, I'm not doing this. Like, I don't care. I don't know how other people have reacted to it, but it is so funny when motherfuckers be like, we couldn't get what we wanted out of you in terms of your reaction because it seemed like you were too traumatized for us to be able to farm it as though you were actually excited at the prospect. So we're just gonna move on and be like, well, what about these other people? Like, I don't know, man. Go take it up with them, okay?
The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right.
Yeah, I saw people say you had a sociopathic reaction. Wait, what? Who the fuck said that? They must have seen something entirely different. They probably got duped by like some other shit. Anyway, I'm not also in the business. I'm not in the business of like weighing in on whether someone has demonstrated like sufficient grief. Okay, we're not even talking about that at this moment. But yeah, there is also this going on. There's an ongoing smear campaign on Twitter that has led to all of right-wing Twitter targeting Hassan. Yeah, this is something that I have noticed as well. I think Elon, this is the reason why I said I think Elon Musk wants me to be killed. We're obviously going to be talking about that as well. Yeah, there is some very strange machinations on Twitter. In the past 2 days, a clip compilation of Hassan calling for violence and air quotes at the beginning posted by right-wing accounts and has gone ultra-viral, millions upon millions of views. It was seemingly created by Tectone. It wasn't. It was created by a sex pest in the orbiter. I don't think Tectone even knows how to use editing software. Anyway, Dicktone posted it, who hinted at this. See first image, and it blew up and reposted by Right Angle News Network. Since then, Grums, Dan Saltman, Tectone, and the Quartering, Drew Pavlo, and other right-wingers have been spamming it. Some even saying that Hassan said these things after Charlie died. Elon Musk has replied several times. The compilation is a joke. The first one is him 3 years ago talking about Democrats needing to be better at debate rhetoric. He's being hyperbolic and is not meant to be taken literally. I know, but they clipped it in a way where it seems like I'm saying like the Democrats need to start killing people or something. The second is him reciting what some angry conservatives said in a voicemail to a Republican politician that made him resign. Hassan was highlighting the anger people feel with their representatives. There's also a clip of Hassan talking about the ACP and Fuentes, calling again, not for a call for violence, but they're banking on people not knowing what the ACP is and doing what they always do, taking his jokes sincerely. Regardless, this tricked most of the right-wing Twitter, who are all calling for him to either be banned, arrested, deported, or killed. These right-winger influencers either don't understand or do that when Twitch doesn't ban Hassan for these out-of-context clips, it might convince very angry people that violence is the only solution. They're putting a massive target on Hassan's back. There's one tweet, the very last one from Tectone, where he completely fabricates quotes from Hassan. He's as good as putting a hit on him with the one about Kirk. Yeah. So as you can tell, it's like me with long hair talking about the fucking Democrats and their inability to address Herschel Walker with like aggressive tone. Yeah, there's a longer clip, obviously, that Elon Musk replied to. And Elon Musk has been highlighting these like nonstop for the record. Twitch is complicit in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Here's their CEO's favorite content creator. He admits he uses coded language for assassinations, all this stuff. Hassan's compilation of call to violence is damning and horrific. He definitely created an atmosphere where political violence was lauded and Twitch encouraged it. Slice him up. You need to gut him. New Jersey-based Muslim American Hassan Piker told his 9+ million followers and murder conservatives everywhere. It's just like, it's just insane. But the last version of this was also Elon Musk basically adding Jeff Bezos and demanding that Jeff Bezos ban me from the fucking platform or some shit. But hold on, where is it? Breaking. Numerous clips of Hassan Piker calling on his viewers to kill right-wingers are going viral. None of this is true, okay? Incitement to murder, he says. And also, if that was true, I would go to jail, which is, of course, who knows? I mean, maybe the Trump administration will get their hands on this and go, well, this clip out of context is enough for us to take action. Who knows? But, yeah, he's got to be banned at Twitch. Come on. Elon Musk says yes. And the Hassan Piker calls for violence on Nick Fuentes. And that was me literally saying Nick Fuentes should debate the ACP guys. Like, that's it. That's all I said in that clip that they're talking about. I was like, I don't want to deal with Nick Fuentes. Let the ACP guys deal with him. Let them fight it out. Like, in terms of debating, which is really funny because these guys are also simultaneously saying that, Charlie Kirk was a beacon of free speech. Well, guess what? I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. So clearly that's, not something that I'm against at all. Anyway, Hassan Parker called for Jackson Hinkle's group, American Communist Party, to go out and kill right-wingers one day before Charlie Kirk was killed. Again, Drew Pavlov. Interesting. I thought that guy was a liberal. Hassan, we need to kill all landlords of the road smoking their capital's blood. If you want to fix America, you should kill Rick Scott. Charlie Kirk, guys, someone's got to do it. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Hassan, wow, this is horrible. And can't believe this happened, guys. I don't condone this. Pretends to cry to seem human. Go fuck yourself, you terrorist-loving piece of shit, he says. None of this is real. Anyway, he's a desperate fucking charlatan. It is what it is. These things, no matter what happens, all I can do in this situation is like, show you what the actual clips are, what the actual context is. And if you see it in the wild, you can like correct people if you want. Could you sue for slander? No, dude, it doesn't work that way. Please stop. Yeah. Elon Musk has now on 4 different occasions demanded or reposted like Dan Stalkman and is now is adding Jeff Bezos to try to get me banned. Not good. What that chatter was referring to earlier, I think it's purely sociopathic personally. I think it demonstrates almost no empathy except just like immediate shock. To me, this speaks volumes to how many people worship this guy and he can't really like react properly to someone dying. Wait, what? What is this? It's 100% false to say the left wanted him dead. However, there's an enormous faction for whom the distinction is meaningless, who is celebrating this openly. Wait, what? People pointed out correctly Hassan had a sociopathic reaction. And then he posts this, and this was a sociopathic reaction. That's what this guy thinks is a sociopathic reaction. I think this is purely sociopathic personally. I think it demonstrates almost no empathy except just immediate shock. To me, this speaks volumes of how people worship this guy. Are you kidding me? He reacts with shock and horror and is very clearly upset by it. I had the exact same reaction when I saw the video. I hated Charlie Kirk and it crushed me. Like, this guy looked at this video of me losing my fucking mind and was like, what a sociopath this guy is. Clearly he enjoyed it. Insane. That guy is a nobody. I mean, he's an example of like the way people have like lost their minds on this issue. But in any case, I do find the strange irony here, because like that dude, this is not like some low motion shit. Like Elon Musk highlighting this. This has got 91,000 fucking likes, bro. It's got millions, 6.2 million views. You know? But yeah, it's the classic my ideological enemies are incapable of engaging in metaphor. That's just never the case. They are unable to engage in metaphor. They will never be able to engage in metaphor. He must mean everything literally, right? That's what they do all the fucking time. And that's precisely what's going on here as well. Like I'm very clearly talking about in most of those clips that they clipped that are like, 10 seconds long usually, I'm either talking about a metaphor in which like what Democrats need to get more aggressive in debates, or talking about how Nick Fuentes, I'm not going to debate him, but let ACP deal with him, like let ACP, the American Communist Party, debate him, or talking about how like there is so much discontent that people are unafraid to say their government name when they're like directly issuing a death threat to sitting congresspersons, right? And they just turn around and say, this is, this is very obviously like a direct call to violence. And it's funny because it's like from half of the clips are from like fucking 4 years ago, 5 years ago. One of them is like from 7 years ago. Yeah. The richest man in the world, the owner of one of the most influential social media platforms on earth, the possessor of all sorts of U.S. NASDAQ clearances, just sits on here tweeting incendiary nonsense and amplifying far-right conspiracy accounts. Yeah. Like, that's crazy. Multiple trans people in the area posted on September 9th that something big will be happening to Charlie Kirk tomorrow. Terrorist cell. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Talk about the kill Rick Scott stuff. I have a video on my YouTube page if you want to go find it. That was yet another instance where like Republicans were manufacturing outrage and misconstruing my words. I mean, like I said, all of those things I've addressed a million times over. You should make a YouTube video of you just addressing and shattering all this fabricated nonsense. Should I? What do you say when I tell you that those videos exist already? I have an entire channel dedicated to where they get those clips from. Do you think it matters to these people? Do you think they care about the truth? No, of course not. Yeah, because no one would go back and find all those individual videos. I mean, it doesn't matter. The debunking doesn't matter. I have done the debunking a million times over. It just, people don't care. They're not, you can only convince someone who is actually invested in the truth. If they're not invested in the truth, and this is not something that they're interested in at all, they're just like angry and they're looking for a target that they find to be appropriate, you're never going to be able to, like, you might be able to convince your parents who are just like, oh, I heard this guy that you're watching has said a bunch of violent stuff. You can have a conversation with them and be like, that's not the case. Here's why it's out of context. He's speaking metaphorically, blah, blah, blah. But like to the average onlooker online who has already established their worldview, who are just literally not reasoning, who are not listening to reason whatsoever, they're angry. They're looking for a valid target. I happen to be the most visible target that they can launch their endless anger towards. Yeah. Like the dude that Elon Musk retweeted, Dan Stalkman, has openly admitted that the truth doesn't matter as long as people are shitting on me. Like he has said it before. He does not care. He thinks it's totally appropriate because I'm the singular most evil figure in American politics. You know? The Rick Scott video was clear and concise format that lends well to debunking, though. Yeah. Yeah, they have like, I mean, they have a pretty sophisticated network of harassment that even journalists have written about at this point. Like Bloomberg wrote an article about it. The difference is, of course, like there's only one country's troll operations and troll farms that will take it to that level, and that country is Israel. And I think we all know, you know, I am an op to the state of Israel. So they will use their sophisticated influence peddling operation to elevate Gamergate style harassment campaigns and like try to legitimize them, because there's a network of newspapers that will always cover that shit too. New York Post, Jewish Insider, sometimes Fox News will do it as well. But yeah, if you're coming in here to be like, oh, well, you should do a debunking, it's like, we've had these issues many, many times over, you know? It's not new. All right, let's continue. So we got more stuff on Tyler Robinson as well.
Better than Charlie. At 4 p.m., Utah Governor Spencer Cox clarifies during a press conference that there is a person of interest in custody who is being questioned.
To whoever did this, we will find you.
At 4:21 p.m., FBI Director Kash Patel writes in a post on X that the subject, quote, for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie.
You can be so obnoxiously hypocritical. You say people don't care about the truth, so they won't listen. But then say you stream on here to change those people's minds just so you don't want to make those videos anymore. No, dumbass. I already have made those videos. My point is, there are always going to be some who just don't want to see it or don't want to hear it. What the fuck's wrong with you? How is that obnoxiously hypocritical? I just said I already have done those videos and it doesn't work. As evidenced by the Kill Rick Scott thing, right? That video has 1 million+ views, chatter. The fuck are you talking about? Everybody's seen it. But that hasn't stopped Republicans from continuing to do that, right? Been banned. Got 1.2 million views. Did that stop? Republicans from fucking bringing that up to say he's fomenting hatred and they want you to? He wants to kill Rick Scott. It was very clearly that was not the case. It's also it's incredibly annoying they constantly battle with bad faith actors. Yeah, I know. I would never be able to do news coverage if I constantly was at the mercy of like the most cynical framing on every single issue. Yeah. I have a lot. Look, I am perhaps the most visible leftist online. Okay. And with that comes a shit ton of political enemies, ideological enemies. So, because of that reason, if I were to take it on every single time where someone was like deliberately misconstruing what I was saying, or just adding on to that pile and like making up new shit, for example, I wouldn't be able to do any coverage whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I want to go back to the timeline of how the Charlie Kirk shooting unfolded. And here I am trying to explain to people this other thing now.
Charlie Kirk is in custody. Authorities later say the person of interest was not the shooting suspect and was released after questioning. At 7 a.m. on Thursday.
Hassan, I've never seen you correct or take accountability for what you say. It's always out of context or misconstrued. I understand that does happen, but it's not always the case. Okay. Here, the Rick Scott situation is a perfect example. This is why I don't deal with bad faith actors, by the way. Okay. I said if Republicans, in a conversation that was taking place where Republicans were slated to cut $800 billion from Medicaid, which they are, by the way, they successfully pushed that legislation. The Speaker of the House said, Republicans care about Medicaid fraud. Republicans care about Medicare fraud. We want to tackle Medicare fraud. I responded to that by saying, if the Speaker of the House and the Republican Party broadly cared about Medicaid fraud, they would do the death penalty to Rick Scott, okay? But instead of saying they would offer capital punishment to Rick Scott, I said they would kill Rick Scott. Republicans took that and went with Hassan wants Rick Scott to be assassinated. He's calling for the assassination of Rick Scott. They didn't even actually change the context whatsoever. They just straight up showed the actual thing that I was saying. But because of the language that I used in that instance, they were able to get a one-day suspension off of it. I explained my position. I apologize for the words that I used in that moment, okay? Taking the accountability that you are saying I do not take. And also went beyond and talked about why I was saying this about Rick Scott, making it a story about Rick Scott's historic Medicare fraud. Because the reason why I brought up Rick Scott and not any other fucking congressperson was because Rick Scott, when he was working for a private healthcare provider in the state of Florida, actually did Olympic levels of Medicare fraud, okay? So, not only did I take accountability for the language I used in that moment, but I also described it. And yet you're still on this issue claiming I don't take accountability whatsoever and it's always out of context. What am I supposed to do? Fair enough, I didn't see that. No, dumbass, that's the problem because you don't see anything. You don't care about anything. You just operate off of the whims of what other people are saying. The very same people that elevate something that is not actually a significant piece of discourse to make it a sincerely, a sincere moment of accountability. Dumbasses like you get duped by that. You go, oh, he doesn't take accountability for anything because you don't know. You never chose to seek out the context. You never chose to actually find out what I was saying. You don't know anything at all. You just, in the background, in the periphery, heard some shit and you're just repeating it in here. And even after I describe it, you go, well, I just didn't know about that. So what am I supposed to do? There it is. Isn't that a big one, though, especially given the emotions on the Republican side, even if it's for the sake of the optics and convincing a fraction of people who actually search for information, even to marginally reduce safety concerns? Maybe, potentially. Yeah, the gut them thing is exactly the same. You're using scary words, but it's being metaphorical about winning a debate. Yeah, 100%. Like, if you look at the context of it, it's very clear what I'm saying. I'm talking about the Herschel Walker debate, the Georgia debate from many, many years ago. I don't even look the same. My background is different. My hair is different. But that doesn't stop people from going off on these ridiculous tangents, talking about how, here, this is what I was looking for. Here. Wingers. I'm sick and tired of it. Left wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the fuck is this shit, man? Slice them up. Slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this? You know what's really ironic about this, by the way? I defended Donald Trump when liberals were attacking Donald Trump about the Liz Cheney comments. No, not in Minecraft. I'm talking about fucking debating, dude. Shut up. You cannot have a bigger fucking layup. You could not have had a bigger fucking layup than a horrible candidate like Herschel Walker. Sure, he was prepared very well. And Herschel Walker actually had a good an advantage. He had the same advantage that Joe Biden had. What is that advantage? It's low expectations. When you are expecting Herschel Walker to go up there and drool, and he actually doesn't drool all of a sudden, everyone's like, wait a minute, it's pretty good. This guy's actually outperforming our expectations. I'm talking about debating. I'm talking about Democrats needing to be more vicious in the realm of debate. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. It's a metaphor. It is a utilization of metaphor. Republicans only took the first half of that and they said, oh, Hassan wants to like kill people. Hassan wants Democrats to start stabbing people and killing them. It's no, you are clearly talking about physically slicing humans. Yeah, my expectation is that Nancy Pelosi start fucking killing people. That's what they think. Exactly what happened with Joe Biden. But beyond that, he was not capable of crafting sentences. I cannot believe that the moderators routinely allowed him to get away with not answering the questions. I'll give you a great example of this, okay? I'm going to give you one, like, universal example of this. When people are cynical actors, when they're, like, operatives, okay? It's like if I were to say, I'm going to fuck your mom, and then someone on the opposing side goes, wow, I can't believe Hassan has issued a rape threat against my mother, right? That's not what that is, okay? That's not what that is at all. And everybody understands that. But if enough people actually cynically farm outrage, then you can turn something that is clearly not intended in that, not intended to be received that way, to turn into that. And I'll give you a political example of this with Donald Trump. There have been two instances where liberals took what Donald Trump was saying and made it seem as though he was actually, he was not speaking figuratively, but literally, okay? One was with the Liz Cheney thing, right? And even my audience yelled at me for it because I defended Donald Trump's usage of the terminology, where I said he is saying that Liz Cheney is a chicken hawk, that she would not actually go out and fight these wars, but instead would send others to fight these wars at her behest. Okay, remember when Donald Trump said, Liz Cheney, if she really wanted to go fight, she would go, let's see how she would talk if she was in front of a firing squad or something, right? And everyone was like, Donald Trump wants to send Liz Cheney to the firing squad. And I said at the time, no, Donald Trump is actually talking about Liz Cheney being a war hawk, a chicken hawk, a classic concept, a politician that doesn't actually put their lives on the line, but can so easily discard others to go and die for her imperial ambition. That's what I said. Okay? I defended Donald Trump in that regard because it wasn't even defending Donald Trump. It was defending the truth. It was defending the usage of a metaphor. Another instance where this happened was when Donald Trump said it's going to be a bloodbath or whatever, and everybody fucking jumped on that, right? That's it. So it's ironic that I have also personally done this when someone who I am ideologically opposed to has engaged in spicy language or the utilization of a metaphor. But of course, Republicans love doing the exact same thing that they yell when the liberals do it. Everybody does this, okay? Everybody fucking does this. Everybody claims they hate cancel culture, but they love utilizing cancel culture when it suits their purposes. Everybody loves talking about how they love free speech, but they always love to stop free speech from happening. That's it. And of course, there is, once again, a step beyond that as well, a step beyond metaphor as well. How do you feel about Elon's remarks against you? I don't like them. I don't appreciate it at all. But unfortunately, the owner of this website that I'm on, Twitter, has deep resentment for myself. So I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do really other than just, continue existing in this world. The more resentful he becomes, the more insane he becomes. The more insane he becomes, the more he tries to agitate. You all realize how big of a deal this is, right? Elon Musk is directly calling out Amazon, Twitch, and Hasan. Something is probably going to happen finally. Just wondering if Amazon thinks it's okay to pay and promote someone he's paid by Twitch and Amazon who makes repeated calls for murder. It wouldn't be okay. Which is why I haven't done that. You can start a new employee-owned streaming platform? Yeah, totally, dude. That's what I can do. Let me go do that. He's trying to boost the algo to farm engagements with one-word sentences, FYI. No, I know. You might like are insane Bill Gates, Andrew Tate, and SpaceX. I mean, come on. The website is fucking busted. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's fomenting race riots in the UK. Anyway, it is odd. This is from 13 minutes ago. I mean, he's still doing it, but he's so bitch made. Like, dude, talk to me directly if you want to have a fucking issue. Why did you block him? Because it's unbearable when he's unblocked. His posts show so much. His posts still show up even when he's blocked, but at least they show up with less frequency. I've already addressed this when he tried to say I was a coward for blocking him. Last time he tried to call me a pussy and got fucking owned on his own goddamn website, as a matter of fact. The last 30 minutes of this broadcast are a perfect example of why you can't respond to these insane attacks all the time, because you wanted to talk about the news and now we have to use this time to relitigate all this nonsense against you again. I know. Do you find yourself as divisive? Yes, of course I find myself as divisive. Are you kidding me? Dude, there are people in this country, there are a decent number of people in this country who believe the most demented shit. Obviously, I'm going to say certain things that they find to be ridiculous. The problem is larger and larger numbers of the population, due to like spending too much time online and breaking their brains through the algorithm, are becoming increasingly more insane. And it is no measure of mental sanity to be well adjusted to a mentally insane society, right? So yes, I am a divisive figure. I'll give you an example, okay? Someone who was an anti-fascist would be considered a divisive figure in 1930s Nazi Germany. And they were both politically prosecuted and also literally shot and killed or sent to fucking concentration camps, okay? That doesn't mean that they were wrong. I think we can understand that in 2025, all right? But they were considered divisive for the time that they existed and the things that they did. Let's keep
Thursday,
going.
September 11th, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles announces during a press conference that authorities have recovered what is believed to be the weapon used in the shooting, a high-powered bolt-action rifle. At 9:56 a.m., authorities released images of the suspected shooter.
Hire me to make a Haas wiki with a common slander section, which I explain why these accusations are false with each other, having its own number in the future. You can just say see points 5, section 3, save you 30 minutes. I think that's actually not a bad idea. We should do that.
Asking for the public's help in identifying them. The FBI writes in a post on X that it is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the...
You mean that people take things literally, but you always do day in, day out to argue your points? Do you acknowledge this? It's ironic because I just gave you a clear-cut example of me not doing that and actually criticizing liberals who were doing that to Donald Trump. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Am I capable of misunderstanding someone's intentions? Absolutely. I probably have done that in the past, but I try to do my very best to at least be as clear as I can, okay? I try to do my very best to be as truthful in my coverage, in my analysis. That is the number one thing that I care about, which is precisely the reason why I didn't instantly lean on Tyler Robinson being a groyper, for example. If that was my goal, I could have done that. I could have just been like, yeah, he's a groyper. He's a Nick Fuentes fan. He's a Nick Fuentes fan. I didn't do that. I said some of the meme profile of this person does not immediately strike me as a far-right figure. Are there far-right figures who would also take a shot at Charlie Kirk? Absolutely. Okay? But it's still too soon to tell. You explaining yourself over and over doesn't look good to anyone, no matter how right you are. That's exactly right. Poo Poo Pee Pee Man is back once again to deliver. Poo Poo Pee Pee Man is once again here to deliver an incredible truth. Hassan, you are a piece of shit. That guy is lying. That guy is wrong. But Poo Poo Pee Pee Man brought another fucking truth nuke.
Identification and the arrest of the individual responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. At 6 a.m. Mountain Time on Friday, September 12th, President Donald Trump announced on Fox and Friends in New York that a person is in custody.
As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted.
At 8 a.m., Utah Governor Spencer Cox said at a press conference that Tyler Robinson, a Utah native, was identified as the person who shot and killed Kirk.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
He was taken into custody in St. George, Utah on Friday. Cox said that after Robinson's father recognized his son in the distributed photographs, he told Robinson to turn himself in. Robinson initially said no, but later changed his mind, officials said. The father then called a youth pastor, who is also a U.S. Marshals Task Force officer. The officer advised the father to have Robinson stay in place. This information was then conveyed to the FBI.
I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. We got him.
Am I going to talk about Kash Patel's incompetence? Oh my God. I already have, but I will continue to do so. I think this incident showed us, that at 100% the the whole, like, let's get a bunch of fucking podcasters to be in charge of the FBI was a bad decision, okay? It was not a good decision at all. Metatron uploaded a video about you claiming that you were one of the instigators of killing Charlie Kirk. Dude, please stop, okay? Yes, there are going to be a lot of apolitical figures who are actually secretly right-wing and a lot of openly right-wing figures that will try to put the fucking crosshairs on myself, okay? I don't even know if that's a real person at all. I don't know who the fuck Metatron is. It doesn't matter, okay? He averages 35,000 views a video. Come on, man. Oh my God. Optimus Prime made a video about you, bro. It's true. Elon just retweeted about you. I know. Okay? That's a little bit more relevant than some random fucking dickhead who apparently defended Elon Musk's Nazi salute, okay?
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these
Yeah, New York Times apparently has the messages. We're going to look at it. Before he was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson sent friends messages showing that he was closely following the news about the killing. The day after Charlie Kirk was killed, an acquaintance of Tyler Robinson's posed a question to him in a group chat. The FBI had just released 2 grainy surveillance images of a skinny young man in a cap and sunglasses walking in a stairwell on the Utah Valley University campus, and it asked the public's help in identifying the suspect. Tagging Mr. Robinson's username on Discord, a messaging platform, the acquaintance attached the images and wrote, "Where you at?" with a skull emoji suggesting that Mr. Robinson, 22, looked like the man being sought. Mr. Robinson replied with a minute. His doppelganger, he wrote, was trying to get me in trouble. Tyler killed Charlie, another user wrote, apparently in jest. That was on Thursday afternoon, 1 p.m. local time. It was not until later that night, nearly 34 hours after the shooting, that Mr. Robinson was arrested on suspicion of carrying out the assassination of Mr. Kirk, 31, a conservative pundit whose killing has inflamed the political world. The Discord messages were the clearest glimpse yet of the suspect's demeanor in the hours after the killing. They were shared with the New York Times by someone who knew Mr. Robinson in high school and has kept up with him in the group chat, which includes about 20 people, but said he had not seen Mr. Robinson in person for several years. He spoke on the condition that his name not be used, fearing harassment for being an acquaintance of the suspect. The Times independently verified that the person who shared the screenshots attended high school with Mr. Robinson and found other indications that they knew one another. The screenshots were shared at the request of the Times. Discord declined to confirm Mr. Robinson's username, but it matches several other accounts that he used elsewhere online. The suspect is expected to be formally charged by local prosecutors on Tuesday. It was not clear on Saturday if he had a lawyer. The messages do not shed light on a possible motivation for the shooting, which has been fiercely debated by people trying to ascribe blame to a political side. A police officer wrote in an affidavit that Mr. Robinson had recently discussed Mr. Kirk's upcoming event in Utah with a family member, and that the two had talked about that he was extremely intelligent, followed current events, and spent much of his time online or playing video games. He was registered to vote, but was not affiliated with a political party and appeared to have never voted in an election. His parents are both registered Republicans. On Sunday, Governor Spencer Cox of Utah said in a television interview that Mr. Robinson had a leftist ideology, but he also cautioned that it could take time for an exact motivation to emerge. After Mr. Robinson joked that the gunman was his lookalike, another user suggested that the group could turn Mr. Robinson in and get a $100,000 reward that the FBI was offering. Only if I get a cut, Mr. Robinson responded. How fucking insane is that? He's just like yucking it up. I mean, obviously, you just don't think that the person in your group chat is capable of doing such a thing. So in your mind, no, it's not internet brain poisoning, chatters. No, it's people just fucking around being like, isn't it funny that this guy looks exactly like you? And him just like leaning into it and being like, haha, yeah, it's totally funny. It's my doppelganger. We should split the money. Yeah. Someone posted, whatever you do, don't go to McDonald's anytime soon. A reference to the arrest of Luigi Mangione, who was found at a McDonald's restaurant and charged with the killing of a health insurance chief executive in Manhattan. Mr. Robinson agreed and offered a supposed joke of his own, writing, better also to get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have laying around. So does that mean he actually has a manifesto? When another user suggested that the killing of Mr. Kirk would lead President Trump to send the National Guard to Utah, the suspect replied, in a red state? Nah, clearly the shooter was from California. Oh my God. Oh my God. Brother, he was fucking memeing nonstop. Around that time, several news outlets reported that ammunition near a rifle at the scene included engravings referencing transgender ideology. The truth ultimately was that the engravings included the phrase, hey fascist, catch, as well as lyrics from an anti-fascist Italian song and a reference to a sexual meme about a bulge, the Ciao Bella reference, and also, what was it? Notices your bulge, ooh, ooh. But at the time, before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, oh, and then if you see this, you're gay, Lamau. So, but at the time, before the exact phrasing of the engravings was publicly known, the suspect sent messages that suggested he was closely following the news. I heard the ammo had something about trans stuff on it, but they aren't releasing photos or exact quotes, he wrote. He added, and also the claim wasn't backed by the official FBI, just some dude in the briefing room. Bella Ciao, not Ciao Bella. Okay, calm down. Yes. I can't believe he would get ooh and oh whoa confused. I don't know. I thought it was ooh. Anyway, Utah's governor said in television interview on Sunday that a person previously described as a roommate of the suspect was in fact a boyfriend who was transitioning to become a woman, and he said that the person was fully cooperating with authorities and was shocked by what had happened. So the irony here is that this person, Republicans are trying to say like, this is, if what they're saying is true, okay? If what they're saying is true, this would mean that the trans person involved in this is unironically the good party, okay? A cis white guy shoots Charlie Kirk, And it's the trans person that's like, yo, that was fucked up. I'm cooperating with the fucking authorities. Even if there is evidence of that happening. What's crazy about the situation is that it's not the trans person that pulled the trigger. And Republicans are still like, nope. How is he cis if he's dating a trans person? Dog, what the fuck do you mean? You don't become trans when you date a trans person, even if they are dating, which I don't even know if they are. What? Cisgender just means that you are the gender that you were assigned at birth. Transgender means that you do not subscribe to the gender that you were assigned, the sex you were assigned at birth. Okay, that's it. Cis doesn't mean gay or anything like that. There's no like trans cooties or whatever. Mr. Robinson's message on Discord appeared next to his avatar, which is from a Garfield comic. It depicted the confused face of Garfield's owner, John Arbuckle. At one point, he joked in a message, "I'm actually Charlie Kirk. Wanted to get out of politics, so I faked my death. Now I can live out my dream life in Kansas." The police have said that the suspect walked onto campus ahead of the event, in which Mr. Kirk debated students with opposing beliefs and climbed up on the roof of a building about 400 feet away from where Kirk was speaking. The gunman fired one shot, they said, fatally striking Mr. Kirk, and then dropped down from the roof and rushed off campus. Hold on. The police said that Mr. Robinson had implied or confessed that he committed the crime and that he was then encouraged by a family member and family friend to turn himself in, which he did. He surrendered to the police in southwestern Utah, where he lived, more than 3 hours' drive from the campus where the shooting took place. Following the suspect's arrest on Thursday night, members of the group chat on Discord struggled to believe that he was actually being accused of the crime. Our governor wants to give him the death penalty, dude, one wrote. Another said, I truly cannot distinguish if this is for real. Did you see the two photos of the suspect at campus and the mugshot next to each other? They look nothing alike. Yeah, man. Totally. Yeah. Superman and Clark Kent, two separate people, you know? That's how it is. I can't believe motherfuckers would be like, oh, he was wearing glasses and a hat. So very clearly, this is a different person. That's wild, man. a real Superman Clark Kent situation.
Messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding.
This is like, I will say this: the thing that annoys me about the back and forth on this stuff is that like the whole style of like spirited debate in the marketplace of ideas. I think liberals genuinely believe that it's not a form of content and a form of propaganda, but instead, like, liberals are so predisposed into believing that this kind of serialized, like, SJW-owned compilations are actually people sincerely trying to engage in an honest back and forth. It's so dumb. Like, it's just not true. That's not what the purpose is. That's never been the purpose. This isn't like, and I'm not saying like that's not the purpose, so it should be banned, or that's not the purpose, or violence is the answer, or anything. Obviously, I'm not saying that, and I find myself, of course, having to clarify this position over and over again because people will regularly try to misconstrue my words here, but it's just not fucking true at all. The notion that like dunk culture is somehow actually working at the behest of like more speech or whatever. It's just a way to sequence out Republican talking points.
Documents in having his life taken in that very act makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable.
Wait, good morning. The Utah County Attorney said he plans to file charges on Tuesday, but he admitted there is still a mountain of evidence they still have to sort through, which could delay the process by several days.
This morning, Utah Valley University getting ready to reopen as memorials for political activist Charlie Kirk continue to grow. The university announcing employees will return to campus tomorrow, with classes resuming Wednesday. Investigators urgently working to determine a motive after announcing the arrest of 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, the man police say assassinated Kirk with a single shot while Kirk was speaking at an event here at UVU in front of thousands.
It's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation.
On Friday, officials announcing the details of the 33-hour manhunt that led investigators to St. George, Utah, nearly 4 hours from the scene of the shooting.
A family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Sources telling ABC News the suspect turned himself in after his father recognized him in these photos, urging his son to come forward. Those sources say the suspect initially said no, but later changed his mind. The suspect held on suspicion of aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, and felony discharge of a firearm. Utah Governor Spencer Cox calling for unity as the nation recovers from yet another act of political violence.
Every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us.
And we know federal charges are potentially going to be reviewed and filed in the coming days. Now, as for Kirk's funeral, we know it will take place next Sunday in Glendale, Arizona at State Farm Stadium. And by the way, Whit, that seats up to 73,000 people. Whit.
All right, and no doubt there will be thousands of people there to watch that. Jacqueline Lee for us, we appreciate it.
it's the accused assassin posing with a .50 caliber machine gun.
Is these photos that they saw that made them go, oh no. Oh no. This dude is one of our guys. But that hasn't stopped them from claiming that this is like, you know, trans Antifa violence anyway.
Chilling photo was taken at a military recruiting event. Tyler Robinson also posed with an anti-tank missile launcher. Here's what we've learned about the 22-year-old suspect accused of the political assassination that is shocking America.
Tyler Robinson.
He graduated from Pineview High School in Washington, Utah in 2021. Graduation photos with his proud mom, Amber, show him with a lei made from dollar bills as a graduation gift. Whip smart, his ACT score is 34, the top 1%, and he had a 4.0 grade.
This is what's like, this is actually unique. Shooter being like a white kid from a conservative family, not unique at all. Okay? Shooter being a white kid from a conservative family with excellent marks on his academic, like being a go-getter, like being someone of this kind of background, this kind of academic background is actually unique for any shooter. It's definitely interesting. And the last time I saw this was like with Luigi Mangione. How is that surprising? In most circumstances, guys like this, in most circumstances, when you look at the profile of a shooter, they oftentimes have like tremendous antisocial behavior because, I mean, you're killing someone. Like that requires a level of alienation, a level of isolation. Like that, it's not a typical profile of a fucking mass shooter, school shooter, an assassin at all. This dude was still in his group chats memeing. Like right before he got fucking arrested. That's not normal at all. Oftentimes, guys that do stuff like this have like a Thomas Crook style profile, you know? Thomas Crooks is just some fucking random dude who is, whose brain is fried, doesn't have a lot of friends, got bullied, you know what I mean? Like, is in the depths of social isolation. Yeah, I saw this. I saw this post from Wide of the Post. I think a kid switching from college to a trade school is smart, but a kid who got full tuition, 4-year scholarship, and moved into a dorm, flaking out after the first semester only to go into a work-study trade program makes me think that that's a huge part of this equation. There's so much expectation bound up with school and life choices, especially at that age, especially on how to build a social life untethered from high school. That period, 2020 to 2021, was already crazy challenging on that front. Can't imagine that switch was easy to make. He got a fucking full ride. He got like a presidential scholarship to go to this school, and then he swapped out first semester. He went for one semester. It wasn't even in-person classes, and he swapped out to go to a trade school.
8-point
semester
average.
was remote.
His mom took video the moment he learned he had earned a scholarship.
Congratulations. You have been selected to receive the Resident Presidential Scholarship from Utah State University.
But the family's joy was short-lived. He attended Utah State University for just one semester before dropping out. I spoke with criminologist Casey Jordan.
He really just does fit the profile of somebody who falls into a rabbit hole, has a feeling of disillusionment and isolation. This kind of person is usually very immature and often at a crux in their life where they feel like nothing is turning out as they planned.
The Robinsons seem like an all-American family. Tyler was raised in this $600,000 six-bedroom home with hunting trophies on the walls. Social media posts show family vacations and fishing trips. His mom works with disabled people, and his father, Mark, owns a kitchen countertop business. But Utah's governor says Tyler Robinson's life took a dark turn.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years.
He said that at a family dinner before the shooting, Robinson vented about the visit of Charlie Kirk to Utah Valley University.
They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
Investigators also revealed that Kirk's assassin left behind bullet casings with political messages. One says, "Hey fascists, catch." Another says, "Bella Ciao Ciao Ciao," a song used in the video game Far Cry 6, and which radical elements have adopted as an anti-fascist anthem.
Bella Ciao Ciao. Radical elements. That's crazy. Also, Far Cry 6 is so funny. What the fuck? Saying Bella Ciao is most famous for being used in Far Cry 6 is insane.
There was also a reference on the bullets to a violent video game, Helldivers 2.
Violent video game. Oh my God. Everything is so cooked. It's just, this is already deep fried for like even people of our generation who are oblivious to like all of the online culture and the back and forth. So I feel like it's even crazier. It's already difficult to discern what took place here if you're young and you're like kind of tapped in. But these people are also old and definitely not tapped in. So it makes it even harder for them to comprehend what the fuck they're looking at. And that's why you got this insane commentary. Just so fucking out of touch. Violent video game Helldivers. Aldım bile. Ne o? Peki tamam. Tamam.
Chilling engravings on bullet casings are invoking comparisons with Luigi Mangione, who prosecutors say scrawled messages on the bullets used to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Like Luigi, Tyler Robinson is young and intelligent and had so much going for him before allegedly lashing out with a mindless act of violence.
Something in his life was on a downward spiral, and he picked Charlie Kirk as the target for this hatred, this vitriol.
So, and now they're, as we covered already, they went from the shooter is trans to realizing the shooter is not trans to only going back to it now to say the shooter had the trans bullets to realizing the shooter's bullets weren't trans to now claiming that, well, the shooter was around a trans person, potentially a trans person. We don't even know if the person is trans or not. So we have found a way, or at least the Republicans have found a way to once again turn his back to trans people somehow.
Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, reportedly lived with a transgender partner in Utah, according to FBI officials.
And this is the same partner that reportedly came forward with messages from the suspect discussing the killing, including the rifle, engraved bullets, and a change of clothes.
Retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent James Gagliano joining us now. You know, we've had this conversation, my friend, about the nexus of information as we continue to unpack this investigation. If you wouldn't mind, is it relevant at all as a data point who this person, this shooter was involved with? Does that matter at all as we look at the investigation in terms of the community? Lawrence, and I think even Rachel mentioned earlier, Discord communities. How do you unpack that when people say
thing. They don't know what Discord is either. They don't. So these guys don't know what a fucking Discord is either. So they think it's like they don't understand that there's like different servers. They don't understand that it's a communication platform where people can just like talk to one another in the same way that you can with like Skype. So that's the other problem with this too, where they're just like, they're talking about shit that they don't understand at all, right? It's just, I don't know. It's all bad.
Investigations are layered. And really, when you go to look at this now, we're seeing this new ideation, which is assassination culture.
Yeah.
What does that consist of? Yeah. Starts out with a grievance. These are all grievance collectors, whether it's a mass shooter, a terrorist, or a political assassin. You add into that an ideology. My ideology is superior to yours. You're an existential threat. You're going to stop the next election. You're against my family unit. And last, moral absolutism. You believe that you are superior, your thinking is superior, and I have the right to take your...
I don't even fully know where this, like, the roommate is trans is coming from. I think, like, they were pointing to the fact that, like, the roommate had like a face filter, like a female face filter on a TikTok that had like 3 views or something. And also that the roommate was like photographed wearing like a weird hat or something. Like, no, that I'm not even kidding. But I don't know. But they might be. They might be. But there's 2 reasons why it's like, there's 2 reasons. That's not it. It's been confirmed. They found social media accounts and everything. Like, originally they were talking about it because like there was a face filter thing, but they were active on trans subreddits. Oh, they found the Reddit, right? That was not his Reddit. That was the roommate's Reddit, right? I saw it. It was like the Jordan Peterson one, right? The one that likes Jordan Peterson and also loves the landlord, the land Chad subreddit or whatever. Like, it's like one of those like weird neoliberal type. Like their online footprint is like very neoliberal kind of. That the land chads is like a satirical subreddit, but I think they were like, maybe I misunderstood it. Anyway, we'll look at what it is. I don't know the full details and the full background, but what I saw initially was like people connecting it to like a random, you're spreading misinfo. They hated landlords who was making fun of it. Okay. Hold on. Calm down. I'm not spreading misinformation. I don't know the exact details. I'm going to get to it. Listen to my words. I am going to look into it. Do you hear that what I'm saying? I am going to look into it further. I don't know. Understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. I'm saying, I don't know. I saw something before I went live and I didn't look too much into it. Okay. Calm down.
Life, because I disagree with you.
So in this country, we have a history, sadly, of political assassinations.
Right. Yeah.
And, you know, let's take JFK, for example. People had a lot of ideas. And
Dog, they were saying a roommate. Oh, the roommate was trans because he posted himself on TikTok, the anime girl filter. But didn't the roommate also like have a Reddit account or something?
Theories about what would have what happened, and was that killer or shooter, you know, he was obviously a disturbed person, but who was actually behind animating and using that disturbed person to actually, you know, kill our president? So do we know anything about that? And do you feel like our government can be trusted to dig that deep?
We're certainly not immune to political violence. I mean, in our 250-year history, 4 sitting presidents have been assassinated. We're conditioned, sadly, Rachel, that that's normal. You know, whether it's Gabby Giffords or Justice Kavanaugh, we think that that's almost our norm. Charlie was an interlocutor. He was somebody that just went to college campuses and debated. Now, in looking at this assassin and what he did, it was just a cacophony of errors and how clumsy it was. He was successful in what he ultimately set out to do in his dastardly deed. He is essentially a murderous nihilist. But the FBI now is digging deeper. Was he inspired by somebody or something? And was he directed, or did anybody provide any material support? That's important.
That's what I want to know.
Can we stay right there? Because, and we got a statement from Discord, which is the chat feature, the gaming app that they were using. Now, they say that they've kicked them off the app, and the communications that took place were after the assassination. I'm not comfortable with just the company's answer. I want to see how forensic people do. Do you think there could have been planning on the app before? And if the people that he was communicating with knew about it or had conversation about it, will they be brought in?
That's the tough thing. I mean, we cherish our Fourth Amendment protections, you know, against illegal searches and seizures and all of our privacies that we appreciate as well. This is tough. Remember 2015 San Bernardino, and at the time FBI Director Comey trying to get into an Apple phone from the terrorists who were dead and was unsuccessful. We had to end up going to get some kid to break the code because Apple wasn't working with us at the time. Later they changed their mind. Yeah, it's a tough thing. Again, people online say crazy things. It's separating that from the people that are going to act on it. And Lawrence, to your point, that's the tough part.
Well, I think this is going to be a challenge for the FBI. You know, MAGA and President Trump's people are in charge. And I think people are going to, you know, really look at this to see, do we have the FBI? Can we restore the trust that was lost? Yeah. So much of it lost during the last administration. So thank you so much for joining us. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Man, great.
Is Brian not on there because he kicked his ass out for what he said the other day? Yeah, he had to apologize for saying you should euthanize all mentally ill homeless people or some shit. Anyway, I don't know about the level of relationship, the involvement that he had. I don't know about the background of the roommate potentially. And hopefully we will find out more details. But I saw a piece from this Axios article where it literally said that the authorities were questioning whether or not to reveal the gender, like the gender identity of the cooperating witness, or not witness, the cooperating person, specifically because they thought it was like too incendiary to reveal, which leads me to believe that they, you know, that they might be trans. There's also Reddit footprints involved with the cooperator as well. Oh my God, everything is fucking paywall. Jesus Christ. Cooperator with the authorities, cooperator with the law enforcement agencies. Because it seems like they very quickly went to the roommate and were like, what's up? Like, what's going on with this person, which is understandable. They're trying to develop a motive here. They're trying to figure out why this person did what he did. Okay, here it is. Authorities are investigating whether Tyler Robinson, suspected of killing Charlie Kirk, believed Kirk's views on gender identity were hateful to people like Robinson's transgender roommate. 6 sources familiar with the case tell Axios. Why it matters. Investigators believe Robinson's anger at Kirk's views could be a key to establishing a motive for the slaying of the controversial activist whose death sent shockwaves through American politics. Each of the 6 sources familiar with the investigation told Axios that investigators believe Robinson had a romantic relationship with his roommate. The latest, Utah Governor Spencer Cox confirmed on Sunday to ABC News This Week that Robinson lived with a romantic partner who was undergoing a gender transition. Robinson's roommate is cooperating with authorities, Cox said, but that Robinson is not and has not confessed to Kirk's killing. Axios sources said investigators initially wanted the information about the roommate's gender identity kept quiet because that person is being extremely cooperative with the authorities. The roommate was aghast at the slaying when speaking to investigators and shared electronic messages sent by Robinson, one of the sources said. That's what happened. Oh my God, no, the roommate said, according to the source. Here are all the messages. The phone messages indicated a sender listed as Tyler had mentioned that after the shooting, he had wrapped his rifle in a towel and stashed it in some bushes near Utah Valley University. What is so insane about this, by the way, is that the person who is trans in this situation is cooperating with the authorities, and yet every fucking Republican has basically run with the narrative that like without any evidence whatsoever has run with the narrative that this is yet another instance of trans violence. And I suspect, given the shooter's background, that he was like a white boy, you know, from a good family, a Republican family, they will try to say that like they'll go with a trans lover narrative and be like, the trans lover actually poisoned his mind and radicalized them into taking this like violent act, this act of vengeance. The phone message indicated a sender listed as Tyler Tyler also told the roommate in writing that the rifle would have to be retrieved, Cox said. Between the lines, federal and state law enforcement officials are also examining leftist groups in Utah to see whether they had knowledge of the alleged shooter's plans beforehand or if they lent material support to him afterward. One of those groups eliminated his social media profile after the shooting, Axios has learned. The motive and political ideology of Robinson, 22, are subject. Well, this literally could have been because they were just like claiming that random people were the shooter. Like, that's the other thing. Because, like, in the aftermath of this, they straight up were saying, oh, this random DSA member is the shooter. That random DSA member is the shooter. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. The motive and political ideology of Robinson 22 are subject of intense online debate. Some conservatives have insisted he's an unhinged leftist. Liberals have pushed back by pointing to Robinson's conservative upbringing in Utah. The reason why I didn't immediately rush to the notion that this was a right-winger in the aftermath of this incident was because I told you there's plenty of people who grow up in conservative backgrounds and don't have conservative opinions. There's people from a similar ideological upbringing, even in this community, right? That their starting position is very conservative, their family is very conservative, and they like slowly but surely move away from that kind of thinking. So it's not unheard of. Now, of course, Republicans don't think that that is the case. And it's very obvious that because Republicans don't think that that is the case, that they immediately started rushing to conclusions about this person being like one of theirs, you know? In a Daily Mail interview Friday, family matriarch Debbie Robinson said the family supports President MAGA's movement. But again, Debbie Robinson, the grandmother, might not know Tyler Robinson's point of view. Okay? Most of my family members are Republicans, she said. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat. Cox said on NBC's Meet the Press, just like the grandmother might not know of the political allegiances of Tyler Robinson, they're friends, like people that, friends that say, oh, this person is definitely a leftist, he's extreme, they might not know either, okay?